Dignitas is coming up. Obviously, you played with these players before. I mean, you were on a team with.
Excited. It's a matchup we all want to play. You know, players played with them for 2 years too. You know, we're excited. I think it'll be an amazing set. You know, and it's always a good set when we play them.
Amazing. Well, congratulations again, Lunex, Celestial. Give it up for them. We're going to send it back to the booth.
Confidence coming from Celeste, but I don't know if that might be a little bit too confident to be able to carry some of the casters through solo queue games.
Well, yeah, sometimes we can get a little bit heavy on the backpack. Yeah, it's something. It's okay. That's why we talk more about it more than anything. This was such an exciting match. I think going to game 3 is always something that makes the teams just go to that further distance and have just more things just come out of the bag as strategies. And of course, I didn't want to show too many strategies early in the game either. We're getting pretty late. Lunex has confirmed their spot on semifinals.
Well, they did say that they've got a lot more secret looks coming up, so maybe we'll get a chance to see them today, but they've got some more matches, and they have a tough one that Struggles was just talking about. Obviously, Root Dig, a lot of history up against Lunex, so that's one we're going to be seeing pretty soon. Down on the bracket, though, there's still some matchups from some teams that we haven't seen nearly at all. Goofy Goobers, 0 broadcast appearances so far this weekend, but they went undefeated, defeating EG earlier. They're going to be going
EG versus Fulcrum.
Who's now trying to make the losers run of their entire life. And then Fulcrum, the other huge upset team, going against Evil Geniuses, who has already been upset by an NA team. So interesting storylines.
It definitely is. And look at the numbers.
How's everyone's day been?
Of world's contending teams. We're down.
I mean, it's only been a few hours since I saw you last, but
Fulcrum,
we back.
Goofy Goobers, and because we're going to be covering Fulcrum in just a second, that is going to.
All right, Fulcrum versus Evil Geniuses next.
Right. I mean, I can't believe it's only 3 teams left, and Fulcrum, Goofy Goobers, Deep Cross Gaming, those were probably not the 3 that people were expecting. Deep Cross Gaming was the team that they're expecting. However, one of these teams has already defeated them. So it's really cool, so cool to see Goofy Goobers and Fulcrum do extremely well.
What is this? This is the North American International Competition for Pokemon Unite.
Switching out who will be casting, because we need a break after all that action. But when we come back, we're going to get closer. We'll see if we can go from 3 down to 2, or if it will remain 3 teams that can still qualify for Worlds.
Happening in New Orleans. My day's been good. Honestly, I've spent it just tweaking my computer after trying to stream Guild Wars last night, and my whole computer locking up and shutting down. I've been tweaking to try to address some technical difficulties.
I'm Zoinks, and I am trying to find out who the Ditto is, and we'll see if you can too. These 3 players that I'm with, Puka, Wonder Chef, and Gabby, are going to be trying to blend in if you're the Ditto.
Who am I rooting for? Evil Geniuses, of course.
They each know the Pokemon. They're going to say one word to describe it. The Ditto is going to try to.
I'm here for the EG gang.
Figure out who it is. Puka, please describe this Pokemon in 1 word.
1 word. I'm going to go with Cannon.
Gen 1.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Happy.
Okay.
We keep going?
Yeah, 1 word each, yep.
Squad.
Oh, Squirtle.
Big.
Big.
Proud.
Proud. Okay, interesting.
All right, though she has basically done 2 generic terms.
2, 1, go.
Yeah, obviously.
Gabby, were you the Ditto?
Yes.
Gabby, what Pokemon do you think we were describing?
I hope it's Squirtle.
Oh, so close. Thanks for playing, Gabby. It was
Blastoise.
Blastoise.
Arm's not long enough. Wait.
I hope I fixed it. I'll probably try to do some gaming streams at some point to test out the stability. Do I like Pokemon Unite? It's been fun. I mean, I didn't know much about it until I joined Evil Geniuses, and I've learned a lot in the last couple of days. I haven't actually played it myself yet, but I think it could be fun to get the EG team to teach me how to get good. I played League of Legends for like 12 years, so I like MOBAs. Or I used to. I don't really play them much anymore. When it first came out, I didn't own a Switch. And then I just forgot about it. Yeah, but I do have a Switch 2 now, so maybe I could try it. What's my favorite Switch game currently? Pokemon Champions. But I just finished Sea of Stars, which was really good. That and Chained Echoes, 2 really fun RPGs. I just bought the Suikoden 1 and 2 remakes, which I'm excited to play again. I bought the entire Kingdom Hearts franchise, which I've never played Kingdom Hearts before, so I have that. As far as what I've been playing recently, it's basically been Pokemon Champions, which is just competitive Pokemon battling. But yeah, the last 2 games I actually finished were Sea of Stars and Chained Echoes. I played a little bit of Pokopia. I've never been very good about like getting super into like such open-ended games where you're just kind of like designing and building. I need a bit more linearity. EG plays Fulcrum next. So if I shouldn't say if, when we win this, we would go to the semifinals. Which would be the top 4. About 20 seconds before they go back to the casters. And then hopefully we don't have any technical issues like we've had the last 2 games. Hopefully. Evil Geniuses has just been so intimidating, they've caused tech delays.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final stretch at NAIC. We are here in New Orleans celebrating all things Pokemon Unite, specifically our North America International Championships.
Let's go!
We are going to be jumping directly
The Geniuses are out.
Fulcrum and EG. This is, of course, our map
I'm
number
gonna
1.
move
I'm joined by
myself a little bit
Kello,
here.
and we are getting directly into this draft.
Howdy, folks. I am so excited to see what we end up coming out from this draft from Evil Geniuses and Fulcrum. I know Fulcrum really surprised a lot of us.
All right, the
considering
Zash and
their
Blissey bans.
performance
See
yesterday,
Snorlax
coming
banned. Oh, they
out
banned
at
the
top
Hoopa.
of their group, defeating Deep Cross Gaming.
I wanted Roland to get
I'm
Hoopa.
wondering what they're going to bring to the table come this.
So definitely more targeted bans, I think. As we get further in the tournament, the teams are able to kind of like check up on each other and do more targeted bans.
So Evil Geniuses banning that Pokemon makes a ton of sense. The Hoopa ban is interesting from Fulcrum, though. That Typhlosion Hoopa combo they had yesterday was so good. But that being said, it is one of Roland's favorite Pokemon to play. The Evil Geniuses are going to put that first pick priority on the Espeon, a fabulous Pokemon in the NAIC tournament. And obviously, Vin even sporting the plushie in the player
Mega
photo.
Lucario.
I've got to say, they were looking quite incredible on the Espeon yesterday. I mean, they have that plushie there, so rocking that. Clearly one of those favorites. However, we have Fulcrum taking a bit of a pivot, a different look to what we actually saw on broadcast yesterday.
Ooh, Mimikyu.
Mega Lucario and
Let's
Conrad
go. We
first
like the
pick.
trick room.
Interesting. Chris Smith is
And our boy Ducky on the boar. Let him out. We're going full boar, boys. Boys and girls.
Totally switching it over to the Darkrai and now Blastoise.
Hey, Nav, I'm good. How are you doing?
Better and better as day 2 has been going on.
Let's go easy 2-0. Let's do this.
Their final 2 selections are looking for a support and an option for Curios to kind of carry with it with Mega Charizard.
Mega Charizard. Okay, I've not seen that yet. It's usually banned.
World champ. Roland gonna hover a support right now in the Alcremie.
Okay, Alcremie.
Healing dedicated support Pokemon in the roster.
Oh yeah, 100%. Being able to plop out those dollops, they don't even need to be picked up straight away as well. So if you can tactically position those, that can really make the difference for these squads. But Fulcrum, now that they have that last pick, they are going to go in with a Miraidon. I'd say this is likely to be a Charge Beam Miraidon, considering their team composition. They just want a little bit more backline damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot, especially paired with that Cursed Incense. We're going to have some interesting stuff, an Electric Terrain setter as well as a Sleep setter in Graveyard. We do have
why
some
did
swaps
Vin and
around. Vin is going to pick up the Mega Charizard.
They're going to
As
swap?
long as Espeon's on the team, they got nothing to complain about, I suppose. Ducky is going to be on this Mamoswine, who they absolutely love playing, rocking that EXP share, so let's watch out for that early tempo game with Ducky headed over to the enemy central.
I think it's just funny. I was just boasting Vin on this Espeon,
He's
and
so
then
great.
they end up doing these switcheroo here. So, well, Curios, you have
Oh, that is late.
to work up to in terms
12:36
of
a.m.
impressing us on
This
this
is prime.
Espeon.
This is
Yeah.
prime
I
Pokemon
agree.
Unite
It'll be
time.
interesting to see Vin on kind of more of a hyper carry option rather than one of these kind of mid-game options that we have seen previously. This Mega Charizard Y is certainly a powerful pick. It's got a reputation for dominating games for a reason. So here we go, Kellen. We are getting into this next game. Reminder, Evil Geniuses are a Worlds qualified team already. Fulcrum, on the other hand, are fighting ahead in this tournament to find that very
When did I get
Let's
into Unite?
game
Very
number 1.
recently.
Yes,
Very recently. But I gotta support my Evil Geniuses.
Area here as that Charmander. So I guess this is a bit of a switchy round here, considering we normally see Curios in that area.
Ducky
Yeah, but
invade.
the switch
Let's
up,
go.
obviously
Get him.
This team very comfortable getting that done, and here goes Ducky.
I think they were a little ready for him.
Ooh,
Ooh, they were very ready for him.
Hard read. Comfey is carrying that slow smoke battle item, short cooldown, and it's even going to slow down that move speed on the swing up. So great read, going to cut off, and now Gravy on the Darkrai will have all the room in the world to work with to get their levels.
Yeah, I feel like that was great reading from Fulcrum there. I guess they've clearly been doing their research in terms of Ducky's invade, so being well prepared.
They know that Ducky likes to invade.
And obviously not too much information lost for Evil Geniuses with that pushback. And even better, you're going to get a KO in the bottom path. Accelerate will have BTV's Comfey support for the majority of this game. That support Pokemon not going to synergize super fantastic with Miraidon or Darkrai, potentially the Blastoise, but Lucario is going to be that main pair.
Do have a pivot to members, and the bottom
Ooh.
half of those birds are gone within
Good
the
fight.
flash
I mean,
as
good.
Evil
I mean,
Geniuses
we got some good
put
damage on them. They got
pressure
back to
onto
the
this tier 1.
score zone
They
there.
try to find an isolation, but Squirtle, no, they're just going to back away. Instead, they're giving this one up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot
Okay,
of late
so
game focus from both sides of this composition.
Okay, what's the name of it? The one that looks like a lei, like a Hawaiian lei. It's basically like the cat from League of Legends. It looks like it attaches itself to someone.
Oh,
nice. Good KO.
Curios and Ducky are going to make some excitement happen with good old-fashioned engages.
Yeah, that great side shock to get the stun. That way there was no escape for that Miraidon. Otherwise, that Squirtle is looking to be in a bit of a pickle as we pivot towards the top side, where it's a little bit more quieter.
Yeah, and there it is, officially a Sweet Kiss.
Yeah, it's just like Yumi.
So I stand corrected. Working with this Darkrai, that Sweet Kiss pull will be really nice to pair up with this Shadow Claw nasty plot. I believe we are taking a look at the very least that Shadow
Get him.
Claw Miraidon in a tough
Let's
spot.
go.
Another
We are getting
setup by
KOs,
Ducky
man.
With the Ice Fang is capitalized on by Curios with this Espeon. Great combo play.
Yeah, but look at that.
Ooh,
Because of that Eos energy being dropped there, good awareness there from War Turtle to go and prevent those stacks. However, Vin is still able to pick up their third one.
Yeah, and all right, finally Fulcrum is on the board of the KO with the Darkrai on the top side. Lucario getting multiple stacks as well. And that Comfey is going to keep the Darkrai up. They're going to be out very low HP, but they'll make it back to Their goal zone. Bottom side, it's this Miraidon versus the Mega Charizard one.
All right, Charizard's level 9. Look at the level advantage we've got right now.
Level 9, the ability to Mega Evolve is active.
Oh, but there we go. Lucario is looking quite low. They are able to dash on out as we do have those objectives now.
All right, we're grabbing Regirock at the bottom.
Regieleki being up in that top path. Regirock already getting worked on by Evil Geniuses. Not contested there, but I guess Fulcrum just looking for some eyes as Darkrai is going to push onto Ducky.
It has been a slow start from Evil Geniuses, but I still think we can give it the dominant start kind of accolade. They are doing a great job of just shutting down the map and not giving Fulcrum much room.
Yeah, the map control has been really good.
Leading a member of that squad, of course. It's a lot of damage in onto that Piloswine at the moment as the Thunder for the Rhydon chases them down.
Nice, we got the Lecky.
Oh, but what a great Ice Fang straight onto that Darkrai.
Oh my gosh.
Out, and because Comfey doesn't have a pocket, they also end up getting knocked out. Regieleki ends up crashing onto that tier 1 pad, allowing Evil Geniuses the chance to go and break this. Oh, no, Alcremie has 24 points exactly, so it looks like they want to whittle that down a little further.
Yeah, at least a couple more attack weight stacks for Chris before they take that one down. Yet another
the level I feel like from an XP perspective we're cruising.
And wow, that will be an Alcremie knockout.
Ducky gets out. Let's go.
On the opposite side, everybody on Evil Geniuses pitching in to get the job done.
Oh, look at that. And even if the Regieleki has expired there,
who's the Mamoswine?
Still
Ducky.
able to go and get in a massive overdunk with the 40 points. They are now leading at 169 to 63 as we creep ever closer to that halfway mark. But I'm looking at these levels. Fulcrum.
Oh my gosh, I just noticed the Blastoise has a firefighter outfit on.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses so far today were able to
Dapper Swine.
Juicy Esports, another world's qualified team, in a very, very intense match. They have a huge amount of warm-up in their favor, and it's looking like it.
15 seconds left to go until we have another basement Reggie.
Do I know him? Not personally, no.
Ready to dive on in some vision for that Darkrai.
But I love his play style.
Going to back on away as Ducky is also potentially looking for a pick here.
Yeah, Ducky not too worried about the amount of poke damage they'll be taking from the enemy side. As long as they avoid the empowered charge beams from Miraidon, they should be all right. Mamoswine can walk away from quite a few thunders out of that Pokemon, especially when Miraidon is only at that level 9 stage. The time being, though, that is a basement objective. The focus from Evil Geniuses has been towards the top side of the map so far.
Well, but there we go. Darkrai is going.
Oh dang, that was big damage on the Mimikyu.
Comfey didn't
healed it up though.
Stun, but they do have to back on away, considering there are now 4 members of Evil Geniuses now present, ready to shred down this Regieleki.
Yeah, and they are taking it.
Let's see if we can compete with the steal at the bottom. Steal it, Ducky.
Pokemon on the bottom side around there.
Oh, almost. Good try.
Will pick it up. Comfey and Darkrai going to be the lone defenders on this tier 1 right now. Blastoise coming in for the side with the surf though.
Oh, there goes a seismic slam from that Mega Charizard. Wide
big
to get the
damage.
ball rolling. Regieleki is super duper close as they are going to get surfed on back. So Evil Geniuses are just going to back away to safety, especially considering there's a lot of wild Pokemon to pick up from those yellow dots on the minimap.
Yeah, I think the only reason they're backing off from that team fight is just that Mimikyu took a little bit too much damage at the start, and Roland not quite in position to give the Unite move to that player specifically. So with that coordination, they decide, let's cut our losses. We have a huge lead right now at the moment. There's no
that would have been a nice steal though if Ducky had gotten the last hit.
Extra points, 234 to 63. This is going to be a test of patience for Evil Geniuses, but so far they're passing in flying colors.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially considering we already have a level 13 Charizard on the side of EG. So having both of those plus movements on hand. They don't have this Unite move just yet, but there's still plenty of time towards that final stretch. But for the moment,
this is the first round.
It's a bit of a standoff with everybody staring at each other from the tall grass.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I was saying about patience, even more the case for both of these
teams. All right,
teams.
Mid spawns in 50 seconds.
They only have one shot to win this. We are on the Rayquaza map. It can be a little swingy in the late game.
Yeah, Rayquaza's big.
Variations of Thea Sky Ruin. So we'll see what they decide to do. Right now, Fulcrum is positioning for a pretty aggressive play. We have Darkrai diving into the Nightmare Dimension with that Dark Pulse to avoid the Side Shock. So far, working out really well for Gravy.
Oh, Ducky is quite low, but they are able to go and pick themselves up a dollop from that Alcremie. We do have Chris Smith poking out with that Mimikyu.
Man, the CC's crazy. The knockback.
To just chunk away a bit of damage.
Wow, and dodging outside of the sweep.
Get him, Ducky. Oh, almost. Went into oh, they picked him off. You're gonna get 2 kills. Dude, that's big. That is so big. Rayquaza's up in 5 seconds.
We're still 5 seconds away from Rayquaza
2 for nothing.
joining the fight, and Evil Geniuses have a 5v3 advantage. Gravy is on the run. BTP always there right beside him with that Kofi, and Rayquaza is now going to become the center of attention for Evil Geniuses. Mimikyu Unite grabs
nice.
both of them at the same
Mimikyu's
time.
picking them off.
2 for 1, and now Rayquaza's dusted as well.
Let's go. All right, that's big.
It will not secure the Ray. Evil Geniuses with 5 Ray buffs to work with.
Let's go,
now
EG.
It's time to get in those hundo points. There it goes, 1, and Evil Geniuses are going to continue marching forth. Another 48. Tier 2 has now been eliminated.
Oh my gosh. What a smooth, this has felt like such a smooth game for them today.
Is going to utilize their Unite move. It may look like they're surrounded by enemy Pokemon, but they are in a 1v1 battle.
This game was
against
just
the support of Evil
clean.
Geniuses rolling it down. But as soon as they exit, Chris Smith will take down their opponent, help out the Alcremie, and Evil Geniuses keeping this one clean. They had a
Is this Dota? Yes, this is Pokemon Dota or Pokemon League. Called Pokemon Unite.
I think that's the thing. They ended up going in with
All right, last 54
quite an
seconds.
early fight. It was around that 2-minute 10-second mark, but being able to pick up those 2 KOs as Rayquaza come on in, Mimikyu being able to go and eat up Darkrai and Comfey in one go with their Unite move. Like,
Okay, so they're waiting for the teams. So do you see them down on the bottom? If you look at the minimap at the top left, you see the Mimikyu and the Mamoswine. They were waiting for the opponents to show themselves on the map so they could just run in and start scoring.
30 seconds remain. The Evil Geniuses, though, are going to be scoring on the opposite side of the map. So this one might be for some style points and a bit more momentum headed into game number 2. Because right now, this is the EG show in game number 1. 10 seconds left on the clock, and this one is all but over. EG, we start this series 1-0.
Let's go. What a good start.
Closer to being eliminated from our tournament and losing out on a chance at a world championship.
Good job,
and that's
geniuses.
the thing, they definitely do have.
I'll be
the
curious to see if
match
they
against the
ban
Ball, considering it is a
anyone
best of 3.
specific
There's only 3 other teams
after that game.
that are in contention for that final world's position. Fulcrum being one of them. So
This is on the Switch, but it's also on
back to the
mobile.
drawing board when considering this next draft.
Yeah,
So it's also on
interesting
mobile.
bands that we saw throughout that one. I would love to see a return to the Typhlosion from this Fulcrum team, but we'll see what happens throughout the rest of this game. Man, this Trick Room Mimikyu, a really tough one to deal with for Fulcrum as well. Obviously, that Chris Smith's Mimikyu is just taking so much less damage from this Miraidon the entirety of the match. It can be tough to shut them down. This Darkrai looks alright, very difficult for Evil Geniuses to KO, but also on the flip side, it was tough for them to stay in some of these longer engagements. EG
Every team fight just went in our favor.
Extremely well.
Oh, 100%. We've seen that highlight as well. I could see, pen to paper having that Comfey and that Darkrai, but Evil Geniuses, they were aware with that. They just ended up running away.
9-1, Chris Smith.
End up really coming to fruition, but our player of the game here for this one is
Ducky didn't actually. Wow.
9 knockouts that round.
They only got 1
5, 6.
knockout
You don't
against
often
us.
see Mimikyu play in the sweeper role,
Mimikyu
getting a
got
lot
knocked
of
out 1 time.
assists,
Everyone
but
else on the
that's what
team,
they're
0.
running the Trick Room build, but damage as well as KOs looking very, very clean for Chris Smith with a 14 on the cough, as I like to call it, with the knockout to assists and feints ratio. Very, very impressive.
Wow.
Fulcrum on
Good
the other hand,
game.
like we mentioned, they got a few damaging options, but we might need to look at something new in that draft screen. I think if we're going to shift up anything, though, you might want to start with a change-up with a Comfey that early. Oftentimes, we're seeing Comfey in the draft selections in that 4-5 position rather than the 2-3. Very, very.
Are they going to target ban?
But an early showcase
We'll see
definitely brought
after
Comfey
that game.
into the Mimikyu if that's what they wanted. However,
We shall see.
We are probably going to be looking at some different strategies for game number 2, which will be on that Groudon map.
Yeah, and we do have our bans trickling on in here, so we'll have to wait and see what ends up coming out as we're going to get.
We gotta reset the graphic.
Snorlax, Hoopa, and
Snorlax, Hoopa. So Fulcrum's on the left now.
Blissey. Very interesting. So Evil Geniuses probably
Zash and
also
Blissey seems to be
expecting
super
Fulcrum to
common
change
bans
towards
for us.
Comfey, especially
Okay,
in
they
this
did ban the Mega
position,
Charizard Y.
having that final pick would make it a
I
little
mean,
difficult for
after we
a
just
carry
went
that
ham
could be
with
helped
it
out by the Comfey that could
on
dominate the
Vin.
game, but also not be countered.
So EG will have that position to have the final selection. Mega Charizard also going to be added back to the ban list for Fulcrum. Pokemon like for Alligator and Typhlosion, though, still very much available.
Oh, they stole the Espeon, those little stinkers.
That Espeon, knowing how much of a threat that it has been on Evil Geniuses, whether it is played by Vin or whether it is played by Kyrios. So I think locking that in is very definitely a smart choice there. So we'll have to see whether Evil Geniuses decide to go with one of those Johto first partner Pokemon. I can
Ooh,
see
the
Raleigh
Machamp.
being hovered over, but Machamp.
Yeah,
I know
right.
we've seen this a lot on the ban table.
Yeah, I've seen
but we haven't
Machamp
really
banned
seen it
so
out of
frequently, so
battle.
I'm excited to see it in an actual
Has been missing
game.
for quite some time. His opposition will be that Mega Lucario and that Mr. Mime. Now, Chris Smith.
Are there certain Pokemon that perform well against Charizard? I don't know if it's like who counters who, but they're definitely like top tier Pokemon.
Ban, when Chris Smith is so powerful at it, but again, Gravy was so impressive on that Pokemon in yesterday's
Psyduck, Mamoswine, Froligator, Machamp. I like our comp so
I was
far.
curious if Fulcrum was going to pull that one out. I know Austin Ghost has played that Pokemon before, but their Mr. Mime
Who's Vin gonna
is
carry on,
like
though? That's
one
the
of their better
question.
options, so far here at NAIC.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to end up having an Inteleon come on out, because I know that ended up getting played yesterday, and well, I can see something else that they're hovering over is this Urshifu. So no Inteleon, no Typhlosion here for Fulcrum there today. Instead, they're going to take away this Alcremie, which I guess isn't too much of a threat considering Roland is going to be on that dock.
Yeah, he's already picked up the Psyduck. I think this selection for BTP is much more coming from the factor they want some healing in this next game. Sweet Kiss Kofi providing a little bit of shielding.
And Vin goes Glaceon.
Vin is going to return to an evolution, but this time will be on the Glaceons. We have seen that Espeon be so dominant in tournament games past to go against it this time around. But Vin and the Glaceon has been, you know,
I'm very excited to see the
Pokemon
Machamp
for
in
years
action.
at this point. One of their favorite Pokemon, also one of the very few icy
Seen
wind
it banned a
Glaceon
lot.
players that we have in North America. Prefers the last hit severe potential and that longer range.
Yeah, but also just that potential with that dash as well when they do end up using that. So especially if there is that Mr. Mime, they are able to have that a little bit of maneuverability going on in there. But we are heading on into the Dry Ruins this time round for game number 2. Groudon
Come on,
is
EG.
going to be that
Let's
final
close this
boss that
out.
we see appear.
All right, Evil Geniuses on match point right now with a chance to make it into top 4. Fulcrum, everything on the line. They need to win back-to-back games. If they're able to do so, they can put themselves in a position to earn their World Championships invite. Otherwise, Evil Geniuses can play spoiler and make themselves one step closer to becoming NAIC champions.
Yes, and we are getting ready to go on here.
Did anyone
onto
else
the
think
field.
Groudon was a
Ready?
fire type
Go.
back in the day?
All right,
I remember when I
that's
first got him in
Fulcrum
Ruby,
will be on your purple side
because he
this
knew
time.
Fire
Hey,
Blast, and I was
Travis,
like, oh, he must be
change.
fire
Evil
type.
Geniuses is going to be holding down the
Fire
other
and
side of the
ground.
map.
This
Nope,
time
he's
round, we
just
are
ground
going to
type.
Have that Kafu into that central area, and it looks like they have some well-protected members there. But we can see that Ducky on EG has 71 assists and only 14 KOs.
Yeah.
Ducky's not here to do knockouts, no. They're there to just be an absolute nuisance. We have seen on this little rumba, but they're here to make sure that everybody else does.
Exactly. That is such a sign of a good defender, a player that is always enabling big plays for the rest of their team. 71 assists, an astronomical number, especially compared to some of the competition. Either way, Ducky has done a great job with a couple
Dang,
of different
71 assists on
stylistic
Ducky.
changes. When they're running with the Machop in the bottom path, looks like no invades on the menu for game number 2.
No, just playing it safe.
Is he gonna
all
my
the
party
time
uses-
being, but
yes.
we can already see some
Yes, I am.
rotations
Sorry, I'm
into
gonna
the
sneeze.
central area. As Urshifu ends up getting chunked away, they do need to dash away as they give up those Natus to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Ducky almost adding yet
I'm
another
part of their
assist
creators.
to that lineup, but it will be a KO onto the Milcery. The early game being a little tough for BTP to get that evolution, which means in tandem it'll be tougher for Gravy on this Mega Lucario. Great plays by Chris Smith on the Croconaw to get some early levels already.
J-Pop asks, how come some players are looking up at a screen and some down towards their hands? Because some are playing on their phones and some are playing on
Yeah, just
Switches.
looking to go and get that
I
vision
believe
of
the
where these
Vin
buttons
and,
happen, but also just where everybody is. We do
And
have
rolling
that
it down,
Lucario
the guys
still
in the two guys in the bottom
as
right-hand
Chris
corner are
is
playing on
just
their
going to
phones.
instead look for a KO.
Jeez, these bubble beam setups from Roland also looking good. I'm sure also boasting a ton of assists.
Because it's both on mobile and Switch. So competitors can play on whatever they're most comfortable with.
By the way, there is BTP's evolution. That passive EXP gain will bring them up a little bit higher. That icy wind combo
Nice.
set up with the
Knock
Ice
out the
Fang.
Mr.
I
Mon.
mean, a Glacier shut down. And Evil Geniuses add another KO. They're already impressive lineup.
Yeah, that combination of the Ice Fang into the submission is absolutely gnarly. You cannot go and escape that, especially when there's that Glaceon to give him the boost. But I guess considering how far ahead Evil Geniuses have been able to win these team fights, we already have Glaceon at level 8 at that
Good level advantage.
Yeah, I mean,
Scoreboard. So far, so good. Good start.
A little bit warmer climate. This Feraligatr water type's also looking great. Crispin almost at level 8. Not quite Unite move, but their moveset is fully online. We are about to start hitting some of these Reggie fights, Kella, with how quickly the Evil Geniuses scaling has been. It's going to be really concerning for Fulcrum, to the point where you might not want to pressure either of these fights, and instead cut your losses and level up in the meantime.
Yeah, I suppose that's where vision is really going to be key for Fulcrum. They need to know where Evil Geniuses are prioritizing majority of their
Another
members,
pick.
which is going to be down here and that bottom path. And Espeon gets caught on out.
Oh
Now,
my
Freddy
gosh.
also gets flipped about with Pilot
Run and
Slide
train.
breaking up a 2 KO streak and Aeos Energy raining into tier 1.
Yeah, we talked about how devastating a submission Ice Fang combo is. How about we add Psyduck Psychic
And
into
the
mix
boar
as
is
well?
online.
3 pieces of crowd control, when used in tandem, are terrifying for Fulcrum. Evil Geniuses, I mean, they're filling the name right now. A maniacal laugh left all of their microphones when they set up that combo.
A maniacal laugh.
I was going to say, what's a worse combo? That combo or 3 Charizard Unite moves in a row?
Wow, okay, Twitch, let us know which one's worse, because they are both equally terrifying. We've had, well, the pleasure or maybe horrifying dissatisfaction of seeing both. Reggie Lucky is going to leash here. Kello goes back to full HP, but Fulcrum, the ones focusing on it at the moment.
Yeah, we can already see that Evil Genius is lurking about in tall grass. We do
I almost thought the Psyduck was going to get the steal.
Go and lock that one down, just giving them a bit of space to get all these Swaddlers and Altaria for themselves.
All right, Reggie Lucky will get near that tier 1. However, with this Psyduck and Feraligatr duo, getting the damage done, I do not think it will be landing in this tier number 1. Instead, Reggie Lucky getting completely shut down. Evil Geniuses so far with a fantastically. We talked a lot about the levels, but the
about to hit the
score
halfway
is
mark.
also incredible. 167 to a donut on the opposite side. Fulcrum
To a
have yet
donut.
to get a single score, and we are almost at the halfway point of the game.
I think this is where things start to get worrying, especially for Gravy on that Mega Lucario. I mean, they haven't even reached that level 9, so they can't even get that Mega just yet. But they are running that attack weight, and they have full pockets, so they really need to try and get in some dunks in order to power up.
Yeah, that's a great point. Accelerate in a similar boat with that Excel Bracer, right? I don't believe they've been able to net themselves any KOs. That damage from the Glaceon, real scary, but Machamp actually takes quite a bit. Thankful for that Regirock buff at the moment, I'm assuming. They will make it back towards that tier 1 goal zone to get a bit more heals. Ducky and Crispith, that duo of EG working on the bottom side. Here goes Lucario getting an engage.
Oh my
Again,
gosh.
no level 9, no Unite move to work with. BTP with a late out.
We're getting so many knockouts, it's crazy.
And now,
Oh my gosh, the Machamp is going ham.
Yeah, straight into the flux zone. Multiple
Curious is
members
just like,
of Fulcrum
see
ends
ya.
up getting knocked on out by the Machamp, and now that tier 1 is also Bornski's. But we do have Feraligatr.
Oh, they turned it around a little bit there.
And now this is a great comeback from that Mega Lucario to at least get that boost they needed.
Really cool set.
Gosh, look how low Roland got.
With multiple walls shutting down the retreat of Evil Geniuses, allowed Fulcrum to kind of work together, target prioritize those Pokemon, and get some huge KOs. That's a ton of experience they didn't have momentarily, but now they will be taking down this Regieleki. Will be contested shortly by Evil Geniuses. They are going to be charging into this one. Finn on the Glaceon, looking to out-secure, will not be able to get the last hit. That will be Espeon picking it up.
Oh, but we do have a
It's all right,
Sugar
we
getting
contested
picked
it.
up, put on down, sent back to the Pokemon Center. The rest of Fulcrum are just going to retreat while Evil Geniuses is going to quickly eliminate that Regieleki. There are a lot of wild Pokemon to go and soak up on the mini-map, but yeah, just trying to get this vision Ducky is doing.
All All right, Christmas ready for the ambush. That gate.
Oh my gosh, he was waiting for him.
Looking like a log hiding underneath the tall grass. Gets a little bit of damage done to that Mr. Mime. Not enough for the KO. Again, a really tricky Pokemon to actually chase down sometimes. There it is, the showtime. Getting that constant stun and damage into enemy Pokemon. And now the Feraligatr.
Run, Ducky, run!
Ducky is going to try to escape, but that is a rapid strike Urshifu. Espeon going to take the KO. Vin with some damage on the fadeaway, but will return to the tier 1.
Groudon spawns in 48 seconds.
From there, even if they don't end up getting to push on 4th, they still manage to get some vital experience that they need. They have the 3 level 12s on their side now, but
It's gonna be a big
that is
fight.
just sticking out like a sore thumb is this level 14 Glaceon on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's really tough. I don't know if Fulcrum has found a way to really make it to the backline so far in any of these larger scale team fights. That's going to be such an important factor in this final stretch, which we are 20 seconds away from. Still, Fulcrum finding a little bit back into this game in terms of levels and EXP, but points has still eluded them. 0 to 207. Evil Geniuses with just a tight hold on this game so far.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they don't even need to start working on this Groudon. They don't need it for the moment. And we can see they're going in with the bait. And
Nice, they got the Mr. Mime, so it's 4v5.
Not liking the cut.
Ooh, they pick up the Alchemy. Oh my gosh, yes.
Immediately, Alchemy, the next one to fall.
Free Groudon.
Feraligatr gets them down. So the support core completely gone from Fulcrum. They have no front line to work with, and a back line might be lacking as well. But Champ attempting to score a Hundo Burger on the top side, and they will succeed.
Oh my gosh.
Gravy all the way back to the tier 1.
I think we're running away with this one, chat. A minute and a half left.
All resources are still available.
Groudon, okay, so Groudon's still up, and they've all respawned.
This central area. Fulcrum need to find an opening, and they're going to do that through the top half.
I guess the question is, do you even go for Groudon, or do you just keep zoning them and wasting time? Oh my gosh, they got Mr. Mime again. Oh, he's down. He's down.
And the Machamp will make sure that's exactly done. Curios in the midst
2
of
for
this
nothing.
battle, so is the Mega Lucario. Accelerate finds a way into the back lane.
Oh my gosh, that Lucario is doing damage.
Close combat just in time. They are going to dash to score. They know they don't have the firepower to take down the Groudon with only a minute left. This may become an insurmountable lead with the scoring attempts from Evil
Oh my gosh, we're up 500 points.
2 members on the last out they have in this game surrounding the
Ducky's just gonna harass
them.
him.
Evolution phase for Gravy. They stand beside BTP. And now
40
Austin
seconds.
goes to attempt to secure the Groudon. They will, but is it too little, too late?
599.20. Fulcrum do have the Groudon buffs on hand. However, these stunts can still be interrupted. No threat of that tier 1 getting destroyed by them because Evil Geniuses, they just have a huge buffer here.
20 seconds.
At this point, 20 seconds remain in this
Oh,
match. A
I
Groudon
mean-
buff to work with, but at this point, it is Evil Geniuses' game to lose rather than Fulcrum's to steal away. The clock is counting down, and Evil Geniuses are smiling
4,
at the
3,
scoreline as this one is going to
2.
be EG 2-0. Fulcrum fall in the round of 8.
Yes, and
Good
that does
job,
mean they have been
Geniuses.
knocked out of
Good
the pit
job.
competition.
Easy
Evil
2-0.
Geniuses to go and continue forth to that top 4
Oh my
position.
gosh.
Otherwise, a great set there from
That
Fulcrum
first
there.
game, though, was
It's
so
looking a little bit
smooth.
dicey.
Holy
They just
moly.
couldn't make their way in.
Yeah, a tough matchup against
Crazy.
one of the strongest opponents, potentially worldwide, certainly here in North America. This is looking like a team that are competing to try
Let me
to
see what
win
the
a
schedule looks
championship.
like for them.
You see them celebrating on stage right now, but Fulcrum, a really fantastic tournament.
So now they're gonna
taking
be
down some
in,
really strong teams, but in the end,
semifinals, best of 5,
like it's in favor of
in about 2 hours.
This does set up for a very exciting moment coming up a little bit later. Our next game, our final round of 8, is going to have a lot more stakes on it than you may have
It might be
expected.
sooner than
It
that,
will
based
be a
off the
match
speed
that
things
will
are going. We'll
determine
see.
a world's qualification spot between the Goofy Goobers for their first time on broadcast.
So
against
Goofy
the
Goobers
Frosty
went 4-0 yesterday. They did beat Evil Geniuses, so I want to see how they play.
That buff Machamp being able to pick up themselves 8 knockouts and 8 assists. They only ended up getting They only end up getting knocked out twice that round. However, I'm looking at Roland. Roland didn't get knocked out a single time during that round.
Yeah, a good Psyduck player can be one of the trickier Pokemon to knock out in the entire roster. You got so many defensive tools, not even to mention a passive Psychic Power Headache that's got a get off me push. But Kyrios, master of the push on the Machamp, so many major moments. I love the Unite move in the final stages of that game, and even a brilliant play call when they got down to such low HP. You know, if they try to push around, turn that fight a little bit, even try to recall, they might be in a precarious position, but instead, Evil Geniuses makes a great macro decision and charges to the enemy goal zones to score. This EG team, I think, just showing a masterclass in what
Oh wait, how many more games are? Oh, is there's another?
Not throw a game away, just shutting.
I think there's two. So is there gonna be 2 games before Evil Geniuses goes on again?
Not really making it look scary at all.
No, and I think
Let me see. They should show like the
go and dunk in the points, create that buffer,
the map.
give away the Groudon, because it's just not really going to be much of a threat there for them, considering they were able to go and defend. I think normally that isn't a tactic that we see quite regularly, but obviously EG, they saw the vision and they made it happen.
Yeah, such a good showing. This EG team is fantastic, and I know I want to hear more from this squad. So we have an interview on stage with Evil Geniuses right now.
And welcome. We are here with Roland. We've almost interviewed every single person on EG, and you're trying to sneak away to not get interviewed. I'm calling you out, but everybody
Classic
got their own
Roland.
interview, so congratulations on your win. You're moving forward. I got some questions, though, specifically about the matches that are leading up to your next match, right? Now, we've asked nearly every person on your team, because we've interviewed them all, what happened between you and Goofy Goobers that gave you the only loss, because you've been looking so dominant this weekend. Can you give us any information? We've gotten such little information so far.
You know, I think Goofy Goobers is a great team. You know, games off stage, they tend to get a little hectic. You know, sometimes we're out of it, but you know, I think they got the best of us, but we really turned around after that and we gave it our all.
All right, well, it's clearly showing as you are now pretty undefeated for the next day. When it comes to this next match, right, Goofy Goobers and Deep Cross Gaming, that is going to be the World's qualifying match, and that match is going to lead up against you. Now, is there one of those 2 teams that you prefer to fight? Obviously, there's some history here with Goofy Goobers that you just played, and some history with...
I feel like we need a Goofy Goobers rematch.
Being there, and then, of course, some other players from the Asia region.
I wouldn't really have a preference to fight either team. You know, I think they're both great teams. You know, both, you know, maybe could go to Worlds, but you know, if I were to choose one specifically, I would like to go against Slash. You know, it'd be great.
All right, all right. And then, of course, looking past that, right, you're getting really, really close here to ending the day, right? Of course, there's only going to be a few more matches, and we're going to be moving to the grand finals tomorrow. You're getting very close to particularly one team that you've had a little bit of a rivalry with, and that is going to be Root Dig, of course, coming from North America as well.
I'm thinking Dig versus Evil Geniuses in the finals.
Against them, has it been
in the grand finals?
Because you guys have had such a rivalry, or
that's what I'm
is there anything
thinking.
you've prepared for them?
I think we're ready to take on Dig. You know, we've gone against them the whole year. You know, this is going to be a great match.
Here's what I want to see happen. I want the Goofy Goobers to win the next match.
All right,
so that we can get redemption against them
in
the semifinals to go against Dig in the grand finals.
Great to hear from Roland of Evil Geniuses on a legendary run, especially here in day number 2. And now they are officially in the top 4 of our tournament and headed to play against even more rivals, potentially old teammates as well, if it will be that Deep Cross Gaming begin in the next game, or potentially new opponents, new rivals, even more competition here at NAIC.
Yeah, and I think that's really exciting, considering this next match is going to be for that final World's qualification spot.
Dang, so whoever wins this next match, Goofy Goobers or Deep Cross Gaming, they get a spot to go to Worlds.
So, yeah, there are a lot of stakes on the line come this next one.
I mean, welcome to the stage, Goofy Goobers. This is going to be your first time playing up there, and it is going to be an important one. You can see them getting up on the stage right now, so let's let them get
Goofy
set
Goobers
up.
have played like 5 matches and not a single one has been broadcast, so they finally get to play on the main stage. All right, so quick.
All right, let's play Guess the Ditto. Let's see which one of you it is. All right, let's describe this Pokemon in one word.
Didn't we already see this? Cannon.
Fast.
Oh, this is a different one.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Words are hard. Stylish.
Stylish.
Hot.
Hot.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go feed my dog, take her out, and then I'll be back.
Interesting.
Cool, hot, stylish. Isn't stylish kind of also like cool? I feel like it's similar. Sleek.
Sleek.
Fast.
Also fast. Okay, let's guess who that Ditto was. Point it. Who do you think the Ditto is? In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. All right, Wonder Chef, were you the Ditto?
Yes. You gave me nothing. Y'all gave me nothing.
Wonder Chef, could you make a guess? What Pokemon was the word?
Not even close. Okay, I'll guess Ponyta.
Oh, so close. It was Rapidash. All right, thanks for playing. Good job, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to NAIC, the final stretch. And for a couple of our teams here, it really does all come down to this. Tomorrow on Championship Sunday, we will find out who the champions of NAIC are, the winners of the final stretch. However, there is one world's spot up for grabs, and these next two teams are the only teams competing for it. Deep Cross Gaming versus Goofy Goobers for all the marbles. The world's invite.
The whole kit and caboodle here. Goofy Goobers, the day one monsters. We've finally thawed them out and we are bringing them up to the big stage. Of course, Deep Cross has been on that stage a couple times already, has looked a little shaky, but despite all that have made it this far into this moment right now. They traveled halfway around the world for this opportunity, and Goofy Goobers, on the other hand, representing the grassroots, fighting for that dream.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting matchup. We didn't know where it was going to fall on our broadcast. We knew we were making sure to bring you the match one way or another, whether it was a third place qualifier here in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals. We were going to watch the match that qualified one of our teams for Worlds, and it is coming up right now. So much pressure on these two squads. As you mentioned, one of them traveling across the world for the last chance to compete at the World Championships with a two-time world champion on their team, Slash, previously from Luminosity Gaming here in North America. And they are going up against a team that had a phenomenal record in day one and even took down a giant like Evil Geniuses.
We're back.
Those games, by the way, we are still trying to figure out exactly what happened between those two teams. We may never know. But what's in front of us right now is probably the most important match of the entire weekend.
All right. So this is deciding if Goofy Goobers or Deep Cross Gaming get to go to Worlds.
Number one between Deep Cross Gaming, Goofy Goobers, and the world's spot on the line. Just one best of three separates one of these two teams from the semifinals in San Francisco.
You have to wonder, I mean, I would assume a lot of this crowd is rooting for the Goobers right now. Maybe not the teams that got beat by them, who knows?
I mean, I'm slightly hoping Goobers win because I really want us to rematch them. I want us to get a redemption story.
As we take a look at our band
going against them in the semifinals.
Crustal, Moltres, Zacian, and finally we have the Feraligatr. First pick over to Deep Cross.
Again, Deep Cross Gaming going to the best of threes into that third game a couple times to try and get this far. I think they look shaky. Leading off with the Snorlax, Slash picking that up.
It's usually
now
banned in the
Goofy
UG games.
Goobers got. Like I said, first time on the stage here at NAIC, and it's the biggest match they'll play all weekend.
Yeah, we're going to see what exactly they're going to bring out here. They could be looking for counter picks. They could be looking for something that they desperately want to play. We're getting a Leafeon picked up early with a Comfey.
I mean, they're going into the tank and they're going with what they know works very clearly, and they're not going to give the opportunity of Deep Cross Gaming to counter pick them. They're going straight for the gusto.
Here we go, Deep Cross grabbing the
Mimikyu and Mew.
Nice shutdown Unite move. You know, you're able to get 2 for 1 if you can get it on top of the Pokemon that has the Comfey collar. Next couple of picks over to the Goobers here, looking to finally figure out maybe what their defender is and an attacker. Someone did tell me there was a team playing Delphox.
They're just one of their members doesn't have like a photo for them to put up.
Life for the Goobers to lock in a Delphox here, a Fire Fox. We got a Blastoise and we got a Delphox, baby.
I haven't seen Delphox yet.
It's here on the Goofy Goobers.
Let's go, Goofy Goobers, bringing out a Pokemon that you rarely see competitively. I don't know if I really saw it much at all this entire season. So this is going to be really exciting. Deep Cross with their next couple of picks here. And they're hovering a Garchomp and a Psyduck. Very powerful choices.
Literal raw power on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and Goofy Goobers are keeping them goofy boots on, and they are
Man, the Goobers are picking a bunch of Pokemon I haven't seen really compete yet.
The pressure is on. The scrap.
I haven't seen the Delphox, I haven't seen the Zoroark.
Here we go. Double Speedster on the side of the Goobers. This
the last
is gonna be
member's
very
picture just popped up.
They do have have a defender, they do have a support as well as an attacker. No all-rounders. You know, you see some teams out of Japan running 3, like 4 all-rounders sometimes, and here the Goobers are going with a lot of firepower. However, a couple of Pokemon that do take a little while to get online, most specifically that Delphox. Feels like it really doesn't get there until it finally gets its Unite move.
Yeah, but I must say, the fact that you've got a Zoroark and a Leafeon leading the charge is going to be able to buy some amount of time for that Delphox and even that Blastoise here, as we are finally getting a big stage look at the Goofy Goobers, and we're getting ourselves ready for game number 1. I am elated right now.
I know, this is very exciting. If you
Yeah, they've won like
friends who are
5
watching,
games,
get
and
in
we've
the
never
room,
seen them
tell your
play.
dad, it's time to watch Pokemon Unite because we are deciding
Goofy
a world
Goobers.
spot here. You don't even need to call him Dad. You can use his real name. Gary, get in here.
Gary, the Goobers are gaming.
Gary, the Goobers are
Deep
gaming.
cross gaming, Gary. It's for a world spot.
Get in here, Gare.
Come on, Gary. Deep Cross Gaming is your purple team. Goofy Goobers, your orange team. Again, a world spot on the line here at NAIC.
Let's get into it. Without a doubt, Deep Cross Gaming bringing a lot of the common foes that the Goofy Goobers have had to face this weekend. And on their side, Goofy Goobers doing their own thing, and I can't wait to see how it turns out.
We've got Leafeon in the top path here for the Goobers, which is not something you see all the time, right? Most of the time you see Leafeon, they're going to be in that central area here. And we can see they're still not...
Yeah, they won 4.
However,
Goofy Goobers
as
won
soon
4
as they
games
get one
yesterday,
more little bit of experience,
and
they
then
go off to
I
the
think they
Goofy
won their
Goobers
match
now.
this morning.
Yeah, and I do like the switch up. That almost
To
makes
move on
Deep
to
Cross
this
Gaming
round.
not want to
So I think they've
because they were gonna
gone
walk into a Leafeon, right? But instead they
5
have the
wins.
Zoroark there, and now they're going to get the
No losses,
switch
maybe? I
the
don't know.
script As Radis is waiting to dive on some of these Deep Cross Gaming players. We're going to see if any of the Goobers can get them vision, and we can have a big-time ambush.
We're going to see what Zoroark wants to do here. They're eyeing it down, and they are heading over the wall.
Oh, sussed out
of
immediately,
information.
going straight and gets eviscerated. Moving forward is IMAX. They're able to get through the wall with the eject button, not go down. The bubble beam Psyduck, if I saw that correctly, yes. So that's going to
I'm assuming when they say the eject button, that's like a
Mew
flash.
catches the Squirtle in the central area there, so a couple of KOs for the side of Deep Cross. The Zoroark over the wall, immediately revealing their position. Odd choice for the side of the Goobers.
Cold brew and energy drink. Cold brew. I don't drink energy drinks, but I am a big coffee fan, so that would be my pick. Of course, I don't drink
Question about it, they have a lot of time here.
coffee
They
or
are behind
you know,
top and
afternoon
bottom
usually.
path, but only slightly.
I don't know what
They have
time it is
a
there where
couple
you're
of
at though, but it's
KOs,
almost
but
4
things
p.m.
aren't looking
here.
terrible for them.
No, they need to get this War Turtle online here. They need to secure this, get them ticked over. You can't let that happen. I don't know why they walked away and didn't guarantee that secure there. But that's a Night Slash Zoroark as we have a slow smoke down, assuredly from the Comfey, as they're trying to create separation. Shadow Sneak Mimikyu picking up the target on the Comfey. Don't engage.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak Mimikyu here, and that is a Night Slash Zoroark Sweet Kiss Comfey, a very unusual strategy
Oh,
for the
flagging.
Goobers here, and it could just be a very difficult one for some of these teams to deal with because they don't run into it very often.
Trying to Dragon Rush away was the Garchomp, or the Gabite right now, and not able to finish the engagement there is Radis. So we'll see what they do. Nice heavy slam. How do they follow up? Going straight for a new target. Night Slash is that. The Grass Knot is out, doesn't catch anybody. Now we're pushing back a little forward. IMAX is in trouble.
Yeah, and here we go. We saw the Sweet Kiss, but they decide not to engage with it right here. Instead, waiting for their moment to hop back on and give another big shield to one of their allies. The Leafeon, not yet 8, so they can't move in with a big Unite move play.
The levels
Now you're torn again.
from the Goobers, right? They're a little behind, but not by much, and they've got more balance in the middle of their levels here. Let's see how they can use them. They need to get to Blastoise. They need to start transitioning into the mid game here.
Yeah, and here we go. Looking for a play with Night Slash. Regieleki getting ripped up and getting taken down, heading towards the side of Deep Cross. Do we look for a fight here, or is everyone just going to cool off?
We all cooled off. We went back. That means another 40 points is going into that bottom goal zone. They sent the Regieleki into path, and now, using the fact that goal zone's open, they're farming up experience, so maybe not a bad look.
Yeah, they are going to have some experience for their side. They desperately need it for Delphox. Getting caught here by the Mimikyu. They're looking for a KO. Massive play.
Pepsi.
Look at the coordination.
I'm a Coke
from
Zero
Deep
guy
Cross
myself.
Gaming. Big time double.
Yeah, I mean, Mimikyu Unite move, put the blanket over them, and as soon as they're coming out, heavy slam.
Hey,
block
Trucker,
in the
how you
wall,
doing, man?
Clean up the trash here. Leafeon going to put the marks down, going to try and hold tight, and that is just 4
Joshua,
players
how you
ready
doing?
to go. The surf is just a little late, can't stop the scores. Here comes the Knight slash Zoroark, but they're too late, and they can't do much. Nice pull by Psyduck.
I mean, Deep Cross is
looking pretty
scoring.
fantastic to start this game here. I mean, we have some really exciting strategies from the Goobers, but they are not paying dividends yet. Blastoise has no Unite moves, so they can't be too afraid of it. Leafeon, however, has hit their level 8. Delphox has hit level 9. Things can change in a big way for the Goobers, especially if they can push forward and get a win at one of these Tier 1 goal zones.
Looks like Reverie's playing a little bit of a schmovement Delphox here, going straight into the fence. Fireworks down, going for Unite as well. They need to find some targets. We have a big surf out of the Mew, creating massive separation. Radis is down. IMAX is in deep waters. They get heavy slammed, and they're under attack, and they are gone as well.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of great plays here out of Deep Cross.
All right,
They
we're at the
finally
5-minute
lose.
mark
I think
here.
that's the first KO maybe to the side of Deep Cross where the Garchomp goes down. It's 133-0. Change that to 42. Finally, some points on the board for the Goobers, but they're quite a bit behind in just about every way right now. Level-wise, they are still keeping relative pace, but the Mimikyu's 12 on the side of Deep Cross.
I mean, a gargantuan. It was
Yeah, the
close
Mimikyu
to
being
parity
12,
there,
that's a
just
big. I mean, they got a couple level
minutes to
10s
go,
on the
but now
Goober
things
side,
are
but
getting out
all
of
right, 2
control.
level 11s. They're
Deep
catching up a
Cross gaming,
little bit.
If I were them, I would put the pressure on.
Hey,
Goobers
Trucker, thank you for the
need to
Prime,
level up,
man.
and they
Appreciate
are
the 6
struggling to
months.
do so.
Nice buff here for Deep Cross. They've got a Regirock. Looks like they are being very aggressive here. The Regieleki is also walking. They're going to be able to stress 2 places on the map here for the Goobers. How do they want to play it? 3 members of Deep Cross heading to the top path. This could be a push.
Yep, Regieleki on the doorstep here, just Radis hanging out. Surf by IMAX trying to gain space. Nice slash to rip through the Regieleki. Comfy Unite is down. Flowery Fields forever. And Deep Cross Gaming is just watching the Goofy Goober struggle with this Regieleki and say, okay, fine. We caught your attention long enough. You weren't able to level up. You didn't get anything done. And now we'll just go back to our side of the map.
See Snorlax getting some good information right here. Not able to get the steal, but it lets everyone on Deep Cross know exactly what the Goobers are up to in this moment. Tier 1 goal zones up on both top and bottom for Deep Cross. The stressful thing about this, of course, means Goobers have more experience on their side of the map. Essentially safe experience, too. The 3 Audinos in the top, 2 Audinos in the bottom right here. Mimikyu says nothing is safe as they look for a KO, and they get 2.
KO streak of 2 for Mimikyu, and they can't even put real damage on it. I'll be honest, the Goofy Goobers, great and very interesting strategies, but not so great execution. They're not really playing together. They feel a little disjointed and lost.
I don't even know what strategies he's talking about.
This is a rough start for the Goofy Goobers right here, as Deep Cross is playing some of the best Unite I've seen them play throughout this
Rayquaza
weekend.
spawns in 1 minute.
We've not gotten a chance to really see what the Goobers are bringing. It does
That could
feel
turn
like
the
a very
tide if they can
tricky
get a good team
composition
fight.
that some teams might have trouble with, but Deep Cross feels entirely prepared for this, or even if they weren't, they're just ready to handle it.
You know, they're down by about 150 points here, but the Goofy Goobers managed to claw back into this level exchange here and aren't that far away from where Deep Cross Gaming sits. This is a good way to get your Zoroark close to level 13, which is going to be a break point for them as we head into the final throes of our first map.
Deep Cross is picking up the Regice at the bottom.
Which is going to be another
Uncontested.
nice buff for them, giving them a little HP recovery. In the top path, we have Zoroark and Leafeon Comfey pressuring this goal zone. In fact, all 5 members of the Goobers are up here, Doob Snacks.
Yes, they are, and it's almost like they're trying to stage an ambush.
Give your
but
nephew a
quickly
Lance
sussed
Charizard,
out by
nice.
Slash, who has no fear of what the Goobers got going on, and we've got Ray.
Yeah, and here we go. Rayquaza.
All right,
hits the
Rayquaza's
map.
up.
Deep Cross Gaming with incredible positioning. The Goobers need to make a play right now. They need to find something in this fight. They're moving forward with Zoroark. The Sweet Kiss finds a little bit of nothing.
I mean, Night Slash Zork goes in, but look at all the damage on IMAX because the Mew chase down. Z-Ray wants more. Mimikyu Unite is popped. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of their head. Zork needs to get in there. We do have one Mew down. We gotta keep pushing.
Mew's
Back
down
the
1
other
for
way.
1 right
IMAX
now.
is down, but they catch another one.
2
the
for
Goofy
1.
Goobers are coming alive. We are flame throwing out of Firefox. Radis full HP, still carrying the Comfy. They're starting to work on Rayquaza. 9-4 is watching their way in, and they have to engage on the Reverie. Reverie peels back. They take a ton of damage, blocked into the wall, and back onto Rayquaza are 3 players for Goofy Goobers.
There goes the
Finally,
Delphox.
the Firefox goes down. Delphox is destroyed. Night Slash into the middle. Rayquaza's finally getting low, but Z-Ray is back in the mix. This Mew has an opportunity to save the game. For
Garchomp goes down.
Low.
Who's going to get the Rayquaza?
Deep Cross Gaming. It was them
Oh,
at the
Cross
start.
got last
It's
hit
them
on the
at end.
Rayquaza.
Deep Cross Gaming not falling for any shenanigans.
What an insane back and forth between these two squads. Deep Cross Gaming going extremely deep into the
That might
central
lock it
area
in
of
for them.
Goofy Goobers. In fact,
There's only 40
overextending
seconds
in a big
left.
way, getting caught out for it. The
Yeah,
fight
I
starts
think
to
I
spin
think Deep
towards
Cross
the
got game
Goobers,
1
but
here.
It lasts so long that Deep Cross is able to make their way back. Rayquaza heals up, and by the time they are ripping it, Deep Cross is there to stop them. What a bizarre Ray fight. What an odd match. What
That
an
was
interesting
bizarre.
comp from the Goobers, but none of it seemed to fully work for them in game 1.
No, I'm looking back, or I'm thinking back at that final fight, and I have to call out, I feel like the Goofy Goobers got a little over anxious, maybe like the dog that finally caught the car that it was chasing, and all of a sudden they had a couple knockouts that they needed. They were in a decent positional advantage, and then all of a sudden you have everybody's attention
The
split in
Delphox
different
position
ways.
got
You got
real
Radis
weird
with the
during that
Comfey,
fight.
going into the middle, I think it's Dragon is the Comfey. They went into the middle, they start ripping through this Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Reverie is just trying to schmooze through. They get the Garchomp to engage with them, but then the Zoroark peels attention back into that Garchomp engagement by 9-4. As we're taking a look, we've got our replay on our screen right here going into Ray, and you're gonna see that catch.
Yeah, I mean, so here's this very odd moment, right? You have the Zoroark kind of jump over, they're running around. Mimikyu goes really deep. They hit the Delphox, they go super deep. They hit a Unite move onto the Blast.
Delphox goes out, pops their
goes for the
Unite
Hydro
move.
Typhoon. Delphox Unite on it, which I think was actually a killer place to throw this Unite. You could see how devastating that was for a couple.
They take out the
Cross.
Blastoise.
Mew now down. The Zoroark on the
And the
chase.
Mew.
looking
Okay, so
for
now
KO.
it's down.
You have the Mimikyu
Now
go
it's
down
3v4.
as well. Psyduck almost going down. Snorlax, an absolute
This, like,
unit
this,
there, just making
the Delphox
sure
getting
they
stuck
can't
in
get
this
to
little
Psyduck.
lane
They
there
also dispatched
on the right side of the
Delphox.
Rayquaza
So
was
by the time Ray is getting chipped here,
kind of killer for
it's really
the
anyone's
Goofy
game.
Goobers.
Like, this is so close. You see it gets down to like 0 HP.
What is blowing my mind here is Adam Ninja, I believe, on the Leafeon, goes in, gets the KO on Garchomp, but is that a heavy slam by Slash to pop up and break up the secure out of IMAX as the Comfey tries to jump on? We saw the Leafeon, they did an entire rotation of the clock around the middle without throwing a move or touching anybody. And you have to ask what the
Dang.
thought process was.
He went
there.
11-1 on that
As
Mimikyu.
Sirius getting credit here as our player of the game.
Yeah, 11 knockouts on the Mimikyu. They had massive moments throughout that game. I'm not shocked at all that they are the player of the game. I thought they were diving in so well, dealing with them. You take a look at the side here of the Goofy Goobers. The Zoroark has 0 KOs. I mean, it's just
That's the wrong amount to have.
I gotta assume you
0
want
KOs, that's the wrong
that.
amount to
This
have.
was a wild match from the Goofy Goobers, and you know, with the world spot on the line here, it kind of felt like they were had this worked, it would feel genius. It not working, it feels like what a wild play to throw at Deep Cross with, you know, everything in front of you.
I have a tendency to agree. I do want to give Goofy Goobers credit, though, because they got down throughout, obviously, the course of this match. We were all watching that materialize, but they did a very good job keeping pace with the experience, and they did a pretty good job taking advantage of a bizarre engagement. We're both watching our little telestrator here, because what I want to see is when...
You want to see that engage, like
I want
that
to see when the
final
Zoroark
moment?
goes to the middle. Watch Adam Ninja, the Leafeon. They start peeling up top, and they're doing a whole lap here.
Yeah, let's get the telestrator on the screen for 1 second if we're waiting for these teams to hop in. We're just taking a look at this footage one more time. It is pretty interesting. All right, let's peel back a little bit. So which moment were you looking at here?
Let's go right here. Keep your eye on Adam Inja, the Leafeon right there.
Okay, so we're looking right here, everybody.
Yeah, okay. So you've got 9-4, you've got Slash, you've got Radis in the middle, right? And Dragon that jumps onto the Zorak. Watch the Leafeon. They start rotating top left, and then they decide to collapse where Reverie was getting collapsed on the Delphox. But then the Leafeon, right, still has a decent amount of HP. Reverie pinned against the wall. Garchomp is nowhere, but they're rotating away. So they're not even committing anymore. Look, and they don't even throw any moves here on Rayquaza.
Yeah, what is the Leafeon doing?
They don't commit to the Ray, and now Radis is stuck alone in the middle. There's enough time bought back. Here comes Psyduck. Then you can see the over-rotation Z-Ray the Mew.
The Leafeon's going like, he's right. He's just running around in circles.
IMAX has to join at a delay, and Adam Inja, it's almost like they're biding their time and can't quite
and then they go
what
in.
they want to do. And in some cases, indecision is the worst decision to make.
It's interesting. They have very little HP.
I mean,
right
that playback
here.
did make it seem like he didn't know what to do.
Heading into our draft, they have very little HP. They kind of jump in. I'm just gonna pop back like right here. You can see Ray is almost at nothing at this point. There is your Leafeon, right? It just goes down as it makes its way in, trying to get the secure. So they were holding it all for the opportunity of a secure as we're getting ready for this next draft. I'm curious to see what the Goobers are going to throw at Deep Cross here, because unfortunately for them, that first match was not ideal.
Less than ideal, but you get another bite of the apple here. Umbreon, Hoopa, Crustle banned out. Snorlax, Moltres, and Zacian also banned. First pick to Chin, and that is a Psyduck.
Yeah, Psyduck for Deep Cross.
Ooh, Latias
on the side of Goofy Goobers. I'm excited to see this. Do we have another Comfey game from the Goobers? No, it's Greninja. Greninja Latias.
Okay, Radis jumping to that top pick, grabbing Greninja to go along with this Latias here. Deep Cross Gaming
for Alligator
has the pick of the
for Alligator's been a very strong pick in a lot of games.
Pokemon kind of in this mid-draft section. For Alligator is no exception. 9-4 grabbing that real quick.
And here we go. Deep Cross deciding whether or not they want to take the Latios away from them, but no, they say we're fine with Mew right here. Next couple of picks for the Goobers. We could be seeing the Greninja in the central area. It also could be playing the top.
Oh, I haven't seen a Trevenant yet.
We've got ourselves a Trevenant, very powerful pick, but you don't see it as often anymore.
Nope.
Oh, the Blissey. That's banned all the time by our team.
Is going to have the final pick here, the gutter pick for the Goofy Goobers. Deep Cross Gaming have a lot of options ahead of them. What are they seeing the Goofy Goobers put together that they want to respond to with?
It's a good question. I mean, it's really interesting, right? You have two supports and a defender on the side of the Goobers, and I know Latias is a very unique Pokemon. I wouldn't say
Lapras, haven't seen that one either.
See as a
ooh, and the Machamp pick.
We have, as Slash famously said, Lapras on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and Machamp, the final pickup for the Goobers. So we're expecting a lot of damage here out of this Latias.
Yeah, definitely going to be attacking. Of course, Reverie was the player playing Delphox in that first game. I think they might have been a little shaky at the start, but they had some real bright spots in the final moments of that game, really helping facilitate the opportunity that the Goofy Goobers were able to cobble together. So I'm excited to see how they can get this Latias online and really help shellac in damage, because they're going to need them to do so.
Moving some of their Pokemon around that we can still see on the selection here. I'm just not sure which player is taking what right now, but I'm excited.
All right, Deep
to see
Cross
this
takes
goes.
this one.
Again, Gary,
they're fighting Evil Geniuses in the semis.
World spot.
Goofy
Deep
Goober wins. We
Cross
go to game 3.
Gaming has a two-time world champion on the team that is still not qualified for the world championships. Goofy Goobers, the exciting squad out of North America, representing the grassroots scene, not in the official league, but having an insane run here at NAIC. One of these two teams will be walking away with that spot. Deep Cross Gaming is going to be your purple team. Goofy Goobers, your orange team, and this could be it, Dupe Snacks.
Let's get into it. Adam Inja and Dragon going into the top path here with kind of a more traditional look than what they had here in game 1 into that top path. However, the rest of their competition or composition a little fresh, pretty fresh.
It is a pretty fresh look here as we have the Totodile trying to get us secure.
Rosina, hello. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you watching the vending stuff too.
A little something from the side of the Goobers.
The oppressiveness of an early game Psyduck
Yes,
is
we're
just miserable to contend.
we're watching the
That headache
NAIC
is very difficult to
Pokemon
predict and
Unite
keep,
tournament.
your eye on
Cheering
as
on
you're
our
trying to work
boys
through and
at
secure past it. Deep Cross
Evil
Gaming gonna
Geniuses,
leverage that and take as much of this early
who are in the
experience as they can and
semifinals,
try to slow down this Machop. Right
which
now,
will
they're pretty
be
successful.
Yeah, nice security.
two matches from now, including this one.
Online. Here comes Greninja to the top path. 3 members of Deep Cross.
Whoever wins
actually
this
scoring in the
match
bottom
is who's
path.
playing
They
us
know
in the
this now for the
semifinals.
side of the Goobers. So Goobers are looking to push in the top path. Z-Ray running all the way up top here. We have the birds already spawned. Teams fighting over it, and here comes Leafeon.
Huge E-ball onto Radis. Dragon can only run away. Animinja goes down.
2 knockouts.
And what a rotation by Deep
Some big
Cross
scores.
Gaming. One thing Deep Cross Gaming did is they leveraged all their early Pokemon, over-rotated downstairs, blew the doors off of that bottom path. Everybody goes up top and takes a win in the attic.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Deep Cross. Another strong start to a match right here. As you see, Trevenant trying to get some information, looking for a wood hammer.
And
right
of
there,
course,
seeing who they can catch
I'm
on
sure
side
the
of
Evil
Deep Cross.
Geniuses team is
Leafeon
watching
kinda
these
toying with them a little
these
bit as
games
well,
right
throwing the
now too,
razor
because
leaf,
this
but
is
it looks like
one of these guys is
going
going to be their competitor in the
Good
semifinals.
reposition by IMAX with the wood hammer, allowing them to get at least something there, so you can't be too upset. But the Goofy Goobers are already on the back foot 2 minutes in.
That's right, 90-9, misses the wood hammer right there, but they're looking to make some big plays. That wood hammer will not only hit and stun your opponents, it can also kind of reposition them in a really interesting way, where if you're hitting them on the sides of that half circle, you're swinging them all the way to the middle of it. So some, top-tier Trevenant players can really make plays.
Exactly. Moving forward, Z-Ray looking for Radis is their prime target here. They want to slow down this Greninja. Nice E-ball. Getting in the way is IMAX, but it's not going to be enough as they go down for their attempt to save the Greninja.
Deep Cross is definitely, they're getting the knockouts on this Goofy Goobers team.
Easily look for a big Unite move right here. They don't need to if they're just able to push the Latias off. It's going to be 21 points right here. They're just going to try to continue.
So Scarlet, basically the point is to collect orbs or energy and then basically score with it in the opponent's goals.
Goofy Goober, excuse me, you reverse that. 3 and now 3 as Slash Step scored. Woodhammer reposition is there. Emerald 2-step goes straight into the back line. Latias is gone. Radis is still standing, but now might not have.
So the goals are basically what would be traditional towers and things like League of Legends or Dota and stuff like that.
However, here comes the Trevenant. They're looking for it right here. Leafeon getting caught. They do go down.
Good reposition. Solar Beam is there. IMAX needs to go front line and get in the face of Z-Ray. They don't. Boosted Auto hits the Greninja clone as they are able to knock out Dragon. Slash is still working on this Lapras and feels pretty unencumbered here as now Radis is pinned against the wall. Slash can do a lot of work here, and here's Feraligatr just
and Lapras has just been going ham, and they get the Registeel.
Take care of the other water type.
Boy, if you would have asked me how that fight was going to go, at each moment I would have been wrong. And it ends up being the Feraligatr coming down, the Lapras getting the KO.
But Deep Cross is taking a pretty commanding lead, 185 to 19. 247 to 19, excuse me.
It was a very bizarre sequence of events here. In the top path, though, we finally have our Machamp that looks to be doing some sort of work. Feraligatr meets them upstairs as the chase is on. They're able to suplex through the Feraligatr as things in the bottom path seem to at least be calm for now.
Yeah, one thing that is not calm is Deep Cross's gaming scoring. They are at 247 points already.
About 30 seconds away from the halfway mark.
So they're way up on this scoreboard right here. Blizz assistance, Greninja Unite on nothing.
Yeah, and now
no, you can't have mirrors. There's a draft at the beginning of the game, and whoever picks a Pokemon like that Pokemon can't be picked again.
Machamp's in trouble.
Machamp got out.
Feraligatr. They're looking for the next target. IMAX is low. IMAX is down. There's the
I don't know. Deep Cross just seems to be commanding these games against Goofy Goobers.
And they're dispatched of, and that's a plus 35 in that tier 1 goal zone. Yikes.
287 to 55 live right now. Deep Cross Gaming eyeing that world spot, and they are ready for this moment, Dupe Snacks. Goofy
That's a
Goobers
speedy
need
Lapras.
to
Holy
wake
moly.
up because their chances at worlds are slipping through their fingers.
The Lapras Express avoids all the damage and pulls up with the Leafeon to let them know what they're all about. Another quick knockout, and it looks like it's going to be another objective over to Deep Cross Gaming.
This isn't too bad for the side of the Goobers. I mean, you really don't want this walking towards your goal zone, but with only 18 left in it, it's very possible that this is going to break, and they may not have enough time to get the next one before our final objective. Nice little KO right there, and you can avoid the Leafeon Unite move. Still, they go down to Leafeon, and Leafeon picks up a double.
Man, the KO count at the end of this match can be
Goobers, they can't
crazy.
get any value anywhere. This Latias might as well be a ham sandwich. It's just getting eaten.
Yeah, it's been really tough. The Feraligatr crunching it quite nicely. 4 minutes on the clock, 307 to 55, and they did let it walk in the top path. I do believe there was enough time on the clock for another Reggie Alecki before we have our final objective. If Deep Cross can rip it fast enough, we're going to have to see.
Sirius gets out of dodge there before they get repositioned by the
Yeah, the
Warhammer.
skins are
IMAX,
strange.
Ninja, Reverie, Dragon,
A lot
gotta
of
find an opportunity here. Great side
clothing.
pull, bubble beam with runs of bubbles on them. Sirius
Some of them look
almost
really
getting
cool, though.
plucked. They have to get back through.
Oh. Let me refresh. Maybe it's on my end. Uh-oh. Hopefully it's not me, chat.
Gaming equation
There we go.
right
We're
now
back. We're
is
back.
This Lapras. I mean, they haven't knocked it out at all this game. They can't even work through it. And really, because of the mobility that it has through the Lapras Express, it's kind of just done laps around the Goofy Goobers.
Here we go. Reggie Alecki is going to be walking towards the home goal zone of the Goofy Goobers. With only 15 seconds left until our final objective here.
Yeah,
this could be the
Groudon's
end
about
of
to
the
spawn.
Goobers. They need to make a massive play.
I mean, Goobers would have to...
However, they get a catch right here.
Okay, they
It's
did catch him,
down.
so
It is
45.
not over, but they have to play right now. This is for everything.
I mean, the
Ninja
Goobers...
Unite right in the
Oh!
back, like Psyduck's down, they get two.
Okay,
Transformers
okay,
up.
the
Chase
Goobers
is
are
on,
back.
Slash is half HP. They do have a shield.
This is
Attack
what they
Dragon is
needed.
low as well. The wood hammers around. Big Latias Unite, is it enough to get the Feraligatr down? No, they're on a sliver HP. Start ripping the objective.
Oh my gosh,
They're
that
coming
Latias,
back,
that
Goofy Goobers.
Lapras
You
is so
have to
tanky.
pivot now. Your
Okay, but they did
attention
lose
is
2
being drawn
members.
away. The Mew has bought so much time. Sirius on the
I
Leafeon
legit
back.
thought they were about
The
to sweep,
opportunity
take the
the Goobers had is
Rayquaza, and like
gone.
turn this game
One thing
around.
they do have, or I
But
guess
now
two
it's
things they
the
do
teams
have.
are resetting
Bliss
here.
Assistance and a Machamp Unite move. They're going to look to use it right now as they move back in.
Chin is low on HP. They're popping their Sai. It's on a bunch of characters. Huge Horn Leech
Trevenant
back,
goes down.
and Sirius is back.
Oh,
Machamp
Feraligatr
back,
goes
pops
down.
out, gets
The
Feraligatr.
Machamp's going
They're
ham.
suplexing back to Psyduck, but still, we've got Raditz up top. I think working on the Rayquaza. You need to shellac more into it, kid. Keep pressure. Running away is the Machamp. They're trying to buy time.
Oh.
Raditz thought they had a chance.
The Mew.
But they
Oh.
died down
And
dusted.
I think
The
that's going to be
Goofy
game.
Goobers
Deep Cross Gaming got the
are
Rayquaza. They're going to
gone,
just push it down
Gary.
now.
The Goobers are
Oh,
gone.
that was close. I legit
327
thought the
to
Goobers were going to
99,
turn that around.
A KO from Deep Cross Gaming and a Bliss assistance that was never used by the Goobers. An absolute disaster for them here with Worlds on the line. Deep Cross turned it on. Played the best I've seen them throughout this entire
Bummer for the
tournament,
Goobers.
hands down. And unfortunately for the Goobers, their valiant effort was not enough. Deep Cross Gaming has
Man, when they got that
25
catch,
seconds after this
and then they
match,
got another,
but
I was
we
like,
all
okay,
know
they're
what
going
has
to
just happened here.
sweep. They're about to
They
win
just
this massive team fight. They're going to get Rayquaza, and then they're going to
Pokemon
push.
Unite World Championships
But
in San Francisco.
they were not able to close it
Flying
out.
around the world to come to this stage, finally get your mind right, and secure a big-time win in a big-time fashion is exactly what DCG wanted to do.
Amazing stuff here.
All right,
The
so
best I've seen
Evil
all
Geniuses will be
weekend.
taking on
Really humming,
DCG
playing as a
in the
squad,
semifinals.
Finding their moments.
And Deep Cross Gaming now have just earned their spot to Worlds as the last Worlds qualified team.
Finish as Deep Cross is your last team qualified for the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Deep Cross Gaming enjoying their moment here. They traveled far.
The
and they
Goober's
put
done,
all
gone, and
their
goofed.
chips in the middle of the table and said, we are all in on this run. No, the tournament's not over. We still need to crown an NAIC champion, but you better believe that Deep Cross Gaming just checked the biggest box they were hoping
All right,
to
so the
by
next
showing up
match
to this event
should be the
and knew
first
Let me
semifinals
tell you
match
something. If
with
Deep Cross
Dignitas
Gaming
versus
keeps playing like
someone
that,
for
they
best
could
of
win
5.
NAIC. The Deep Cross we've been watching throughout the weekend has been good.
Some
Of
use
course,
phones,
they've
some
made
play
it
on
here.
Switch.
That was great.
It's whatever,
They were
each
excellent.
player
They
is
played
most
together
comfortable
better
on.
than we've seen them throughout this entire tournament. And you do have to say, hats off to Slash. This guy can make it to Worlds.
Yeah, and
The
especially
semis are
off the bat
today.
for Lapras, like I said, which was a real
So we've got
highlight
2
here.
more matches today. Both of them the
These goofy
semifinals,
goobers,
and then
though,
we've got the grand finals
represented
tomorrow.
The grassroots scene so incredibly well.
So we've got 4
Put
teams
so
left.
many good teams on notice this weekend, and
Deep
their
Cross
performance
Gaming,
cannot be
Evil
understated
Geniuses,
either.
Dignitas,
Obviously, when you
someone
do so
else.
well and you have the world's invite in your sights, it feels nothing but awful to fall a bit short. But that does not mean they
Man,
don't have something.
besides
to be
for
incredibly
like
proud
one
of
of
here,
one of those fights, it
because
felt
they
like Deep Cross
represented
Gaming
themselves
really
well,
commanded
they
both of
represented
those
the competitive scenes that
both of
they're
those
in
games against Goofy
well,
Goobers.
And I think it shows that there are a lot of good players at Unite out
So
there.
now I'm bummed I
No
wasn't able to
question about
see
it. What an
Evil
impressive
Geniuses
run
play
from
Goofy
Goobers and
Goobers
a
because
great squad.
I'd be curious to see
I
what
know,
happens.
Unfortunately, this is going to be a Bliss assistance that they regret forever. I mean, it's just such a rough moment. Blissey didn't have it at the start of the fight. They came back and had
Wow,
it
14
the
and
next
5.
time, and they just didn't find the opportunity to use it. But man, you hate
32
to walk away from
knockouts
the Worlds
on the
qualifying
side of
game
DC
not
Gaming.
making that play. However, from Deep Cross, what a match for Srias. 14 knockouts on the Leafeon.
78,000
And
damage.
They ended the match with 5 of those. It was a penta KO from Leafeon. Amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, Sirius was the catch they wanted, right? They got Z-Ray, they got Sirius back to back, the Goofy Goobers did. And they just squandered away the time window that they had where they needed to pivot, in my opinion, right? Pull the Dream Max aftermath move and see that you have an opportunity and just go all in, right? Throw everything in the kitchen sink, but here comes Z-Ray, here comes Slash, the Feraligatr. They all bought enough time for Sirius to get back in the mix, for Z-Ray to get back in the mix. And once they were back, that opportunity that the Goofy Goobers earned and unfortunately didn't capitalize on, of course, dissipated.
Yeah, you know, it's always easy for us in the cheap seats.
Yeah,
I have
for
so much
the
respect
cheapest
for.
seats.
In
In fact, there
there's
are no
there-
seats.
There is a seat.
That is embarrassing for us.
Unfortunate. Normally, there's no seat.
There is no seat ever there.
I do have to say, you know, it's easy for us in the cheap seats. I think you're right. Either they go for it, or in that moment they pivot, right? They do reset. They have Machamp Unite, Bliss Assistance. They go all in immediately and just see what they can get.
Okay, so
from
yesterday,
Deep Cross. They weren't able
I
to make
thought
it
that
happen.
the desk
Again,
was
an amazing
CGI
run from the
on a
Goobers,
green
and
screen,
congrats again
but
to
now I'm
Deep
not so sure
Cross.
because they're
They're heading
casting
to
shadows
Worlds.
on it.
They are headed to.
I think it's a real desk now.
Wow, what a set. What a flash that we got to see from the Goofy Goobers, and I hope that was just a little bit of a taste of what they served up to all the teams in their bracket yesterday in day number 1, because they were certainly operating on a different wavelength, and unfortunately they didn't find success on the big stage, but they certainly found enough success in day 1 to, like I said, put a lot of top teams on notice and make people question what the heck did this team do to 4-0 their group, including Evil Geniuses, who is still in this tournament right now, and give everyone a wake-up call.
Whatever it
But
was,
make a real
Deep
desk
Cross
poll.
really had an answer for it, and we are going to, of course, talk to the entire team of Deep Cross. They just qualified for Worlds. Congratulations. Let's send it up to the big stage.
All right, thank you, Spraggles and Doopstacks. That's right, I am on stage with newly Worlds qualified Deep Cross Gaming. Yeah, let's give it up for Deep Cross Gaming. Congratulations on a big win. You traveled so far to play in this
Yeah, 30
tournament,
hours they
and you
said they
got
traveled.
the last spot for the World Championships. Z-Ray, how good does that feel?
Yeah, I think this journey is like, it's a miracle journey, you know. Like, first day we lost to teams, and then we got second seeds in the groups, and I feel like the tournaments in here, like, we just like do amazing things. And
amazing. Yeah, well, I hope you like it here. You're going to be coming back for San Francisco, obviously, very soon for North America. Slash, you made the trip over there. You brought this team
So the World's
back,
Tournament's
and
in
you got
August.
The win. I mean, how good
So
is
just
it to
2
go
months
top 4
away
now,
from this
NAIC,
tournament
with a
for
chance at the
Worlds.
championship now as well. How you feeling?
I mean, I feel really good that we qualified for Worlds, but job's not finished.
Okay, I like that energy. Good, job's not finished. I got a question for the coach of Deep Cross Gaming, actually. I saw you popping off backstage. You were so excited to see the team win. I mean, how proud are you of this roster for getting the job done?
At first, my English is not very well, so I like my teammate.
Okay, good.
And everyone do very well, so I
think this trip we just like trust each other, because we all get sick from the travels, and then we just do better, and keep practicing, and yeah, I think we did like good results here. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Absolutely. I mean, incredible results. You're headed to the World Championships now, but you still have a chance at winning the championship here at NAIC. So how confident are you as a team that you can win the North America trophy?
I think we're gonna keep winning. I think, yeah.
Good.
I don't know.
That's a great
You got
strategy.
Evil
I love
Geniuses
that
next.
strategy. All right. Well,
I think
good
that's
luck
where
to you
your
in
run
the rest of
ends.
the tournament. Good luck in San
We'll see.
Francisco. Another huge congratulations to Deep Cross Gaming. Spraggles, Doof Snacks, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Congrats again to Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, Slash has a way to do it. He has qualified through 2 final stretches. He's also won 2 world championships. What a player.
Dang,
what
Slash
a
is
slaughter.
good.
What a way for them to finish it out. And now their day is not even done, because we still move forward. They are looking to become the NAIC champions. What a way to end the weekend for them.
Yeah, that would be the cherry on top, right? They just got the Sunday.
All right, so-
to them, and now just put the cherry on there.
Yeah.
Don't forget the cherry. Put
Dignitas
it on
plays
If I get a Sunday without a
Lunex.
cherry, I'm leaving.
Another question for you: is a milkshake a drink?
And then we
Think
play
about that as
DCG.
we, get into our bracket right now. Semifinals, we've got Root Dig and Lunex Gaming representing NA. Again, 2 already qualified Worlds teams now fighting for the NAIC champion title. And across from them is either going to be Deep Cross Gaming or Evil Geniuses. We now know our last team qualified for Worlds.
That's right. All 4 of our teams here in the semifinals are going to be heading to Worlds, but the question is, who is going to be heading to Championship Sunday? Root Dig, Lunex. Lunex is a team that actually could take games off Root Dignitas, the only team to do it throughout the regional league. And on the other side, what an interesting matchup where we have Evil Geniuses with Curios, the 2-time world champion, against, of course, Deep Cross with Slash, the 2-time world champion. Fun fact, they were on the same team to win those titles, and now they are facing off here at NAIC. So many good games coming up. Do not go anywhere. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
Taking a break.
All right, Dig versus Lunex, and then we've got, so now it's best of 5, I believe, for the semifinals. Instead of best of 3. They're in New Orleans for this tournament. And then they'll be in California for Worlds in August. Yep, so you have to win 3 games instead of 2 in the semifinals. So more chances for comebacks. Also means each match can be a little longer. Since each game is 10 minutes, if a match goes to 5 games, you're looking at 50 minutes of competition. Teach me how to play Mimikyu right now. That Unite move is pretty crazy. You jump on them and fight them under the rag. But Genius, how it seemed like it was super crowded yesterday, based off what they were showing, like of the crowds. Friday as well. Like it was just a massive amount of people. It seemed like. What did you watch? TCG, VGC, Unite? Oh, Thursday was crazy? What was going on Thursday? I was thinking the competitions didn't start till Friday. TCG and Pokemon Go, nice. I'll be honest, I don't understand Pokemon Go competition. It looks like people just are going like this the whole time. Just clicking their phones. Is there like strategy and skill to Pokemon Go? I mean, there must be if there's a competition. Thursday was influencers, professors, and competitors. Ah. I mean, I've played some Pokemon Go, but not enough to understand it. Like the competitive side. Surprised I'm looking at Unite. I mean, I did play League for like 12 years. I'm no stranger to MOBAs. I'm here to cheer on my boys, my evil geniuses. As they become NA champions.
Has qualified for the World Championships in San Francisco, and now we have figured out our entire playing field for that. However, there are still 4 teams remaining to see who our North American international champion
12 years I'll never get back. Very true.
Be. Of course, I am Wonder Chef, joined by Soph, and we are bringing you the first of the semifinals matches to see who will be making it to the grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Exactly, Chef, and for Pokemon Unite, we have in this first semifinals of North American International Championships, Evil Geniuses versus Lunex Gaming. 2 teams that are very well acquainted with each other. They have been playing Regional League all throughout the season, and Lunex played on LCQ Evil Geniuses didn't, but LZQ was the last experience that they had before coming into NAIC. Therefore, NAIC, they were super prepared and they look very good, much like Evil Geniuses.
Right now, of course, just to kind of run down the history between these matches because it's so interesting. North America versus North America, like you said, both league teams. One of them, Evil Geniuses, went nearly undefeated the entire season and was looking to be kind of the top spot of North America, almost tied with Root Dig, who's going to be on the other side of the bracket. Now, those two were leading North America. However, Lunex, even in a previous iteration, came back, started finding their pace, and was able to defeat both the top teams at different points. Now, once they didn't qualify through that, they managed to add some new players. We've been talking about it a lot. It's going to be Flareons and Frank, and then kind of dominated, honestly, the last chance qualifier, qualifying that way. Now they've gone all the way through here. So with an improved team, a team that's gelling together, a team with new players, and a team that's already taken down the top dogs of North America, the question is, can they do it again? Is it going to even boost their chances this time around?
Well, we know that from the players that you did just mention, Chef, Flareons and Frank. Frank has been an insanely good supporter today. Plenty of comfy plays, plenty of...
Well, yeah, one of the competitors' name is Flareon, so it gets a little confusing.
Versatile attackers in NAIC right now.
I was like, is she talking about Flareon, like,
honestly,
in the game? No,
talking about
Frank,
a
competitor named Flareon.
It's almost like Frank's not even playing support, right? Frank, they're just like, oh yeah, Frank comes from attacker. Just go play attacker. We're going to give you some more Pokemon, but you might get 75,000 damage on a Psyduck. You know, it's just going to happen. So realistically, the addition of both of them is a lot of ranged damage, no matter what's going to be picked from both of them. Just
I guess.
in general.
I mean, his username is Flareons, I believe.
Play style, I guess. They've kind of settled down in Lunex and been like, you know what? We're just going to be aggressive. We're just going to attack.
Flareons was with a group of other evolutions in a competitive, but they disbanded 2 years ago. Oh, like they all just had different evolution names.
Mechanically strong. They've got some flexibility in the rest of their team, but really all of them, I think, tried to play very aggressively, and so that's why it's been working so well. It's why they're now, I believe, undefeated going into this match. But of course, like I said, it is kind of the up-and-coming team, and we've seen their path up, but against one of the most solid, strong teams in how are we even going to... I'm sorry, wait. Did I say Evil Geniuses? Who are we playing against? We are not Evil Geniuses, right? This is Root Dig.
We are all Evil Geniuses.
The other way around. We just saw Evil Geniuses.
You can say Evil Geniuses as much as you want.
Right. Yeah, so we have on Deep Cross Gaming, we have Evil Geniuses.
You're an Evil Genius. You're an Evil Genius.
We apologize for that. Honestly,
we're all
Evil
Evil
so
Geniuses.
Much of Evil Geniuses and Root Dig throughout Regional League, and they were the top 2 in Regional League, and they just played, so... yeah, apologies for that. But yeah, it's Root Dig.
Well, I mean, realistically, though, what I was talking about here was Lunex, right? Which is the storyline.
Yeah, we were talking about Lunex,
and
exactly.
Realistically, both EG, I just said the name because we were watching those. Both EG and Root Dig kind of have the same storyline, very similar storylines going into this tournament. So
first year that NAIC has been sold out for competitor passes and Pokemon Center reservations.
We'll see if they do end up meeting. Obviously, this is pretty tough competition.
Dang.
Root Dig, we haven't
it's
seen
getting popular
on broadcast after seeing a million Evil Genius matches who have been really, truly, again, that solid wall top of North America that's so hard to defeat.
Exactly, and like we were mentioning, Root Dignitas did qualify for Worlds through that first spot in the region.
Hungus is Slash that guy?
Point system right before the bracket, before the playoffs.
For the one who went to APE.
They qualified through playoffs in first place as well. So a team that has been
on
incredibly strong. They
DCG.
did get the title at LAIC as well, getting their spot into ACL, which they perform around 3rd, 4th place too.
Yeah,
so
we just watched the DCE match. That's who Evil Geniuses plays in semifinals.
Through this season, but through regular seasons before within the Zagrag, Otta, Zealot, and Toon. And of course, I know that because we have been talking so much about them throughout regular season, it's good to mention as well, Inda played on EU before, Toon played in EU before, but now they're all in NA as well, much like some of these changes that we've had with Frank, for example.
Right, yeah, that's going to be there have been a lot of shifts around these teams, both these teams now, as far as, people changing region, which, by the way, is a pretty intense thing if you're not familiar with how it works. These players have actually, moved physically regions to be able to play in a different region. Sometimes it's just, by chance, they just move over there for whatever other reason, or sometimes they will uniquely move to another region to play.
Hungus, that's all about to change. Evil Geniuses is going to Worlds, taking the trophy.
Congratulations, Overlord, who qualified for Worlds a long time ago. So long, old congratulations, yeah.
it's so nice. I feel like this season has been very
We're going all the
because of
way.
that. And in some way, because of the format that we've had throughout regular season, the fact that these changes had to happen before the season started also like solidifies the fact that they wanted to commit to the changes as well, and not just be like, yeah, let's try this out, let's do this. No, people have changed countries, they've changed regions to actually commit and really just get that focus and the pressure practice in through United Championship Series.
Yeah, it's been some solid. This is really truly is kind of so. Obviously, we've been focusing, I think, a lot on these storylines of who's going to qualify for Worlds, who will be the last team qualified for Worlds. So many international teams, so many grassroots teams. But this is cool that kind of near the end of this, obviously, we still have DCG. But aside from that, it's 3 teams that we did get a chance to see so much within the actual North American Regional League. So this does kind of feel really truly like our North American Finals, which is a really cool thing to see. All of them, of course, already qualified for Worlds. Everybody who's still now, of course, in this bracket is qualified for Worlds. So we get a chance to see kind of the end storyline of just one particular league, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of big names that people really like. A lot of big Root Dig fans out there, I know for sure. We were watching one of the matches earlier, and we heard somebody just screaming in the crowd, and we're like, who are they cheering for? And Zoinks looked over, and he's like, I think it's Root Dig.
Nah, I think they're cheering for
EG. I totally agree. It's wonderful overall, like the format that we talked about, the changes that it enabled, the fact that the league really just attracted attention for orgs, much like Evil Geniuses and Dignitas, to come through to the ecosystem. And you mentioned, of course, talking about these changes overall.
Thank you, Hongus. Good to see you.
2 NA teams fighting together, but the other semifinals we have APAC versus NA2, which is super interesting and super fun. I would say it's the livelihood of an international to have different regions coming together in these later stages of the bracket.
Right. I mean, you know, there's a little bit of split. You know, we're talking about players going to different regions. Of course, there's a little bit of North America in DCG too, right? Got to carry a little bit of that as well with Slash. So, definitely an appropriate ending for the North American International Championship. But a big question for me is I kind of feel like, so for example, you know, obviously I was saying Evil Geniuses earlier instead of Root Dig because we've seen so much Evil Geniuses. We've seen so much Lunax. We've seen so much DCG. But
I'll be in Houston in December for Trading Card Con.
We haven't really had a chance to see too much.
I head to Austin in July,
like
and then Houston in December.
Their games were very
Houston's actually my last show of the year.
A lot of hugely close matchups, I would say, and it's against strong teams as well. It's not to say that, you know, they had an easy path or anything like that. It's just like we know they're good, we know they're playing solid, but that's what we've been seeing from them the whole season. So we haven't yet gotten to a point, I think, in this particular event where we get to see them challenged, we get to see them have to bring out something new. And I think they've got to be at that point now, right? I mean, we're in the top 4.
I was gonna say, we're not just top 4, it's top 4 that is a a best of 5 format for the single elimination bracket. So it means that this is the final, I would say, yeah, this is the point where you need to take the rabbit out of the hat and just make sure that what you got going on, of course, is not going to spoil what you're going to bring at Worlds, but if necessary and if it is needed to spoil, that's fine. You got to bring your best A game.
Right. Also, of course, I mean, there's only so much value, I think, to being able to save something for Worlds at this given moment. The Worlds is a pretty long time away, so that's something that we're going to have to be able to look forward to in the future. Is that NAIC usually ends up being a pretty good sign of kind of where the season
I am
ends
curious
and where
if
the meta is at the end of the season.
Some of the Pokemon, some more Pokemon will be available for Worlds or
about a month
not.
and a half. There are going to be, you know, probably Pokemon releases in between. I don't know the schedule personally, so don't call me out on that.
All right, first semifinals match here.
Pokemon that we even saw like Meganium and Skeledirge that are
Dignitas versus
recently released to be legal.
Luminex.
So a lot of that
Something
stuff is going to change the meta. Obviously patches theoretically too. So I don't think you can save that much for Worlds, right? There's a few things, but it might be gone by the time you get there.
It's very possible. The meta has been changing all throughout the season in a very, I would say, interesting way as well, enabling much more of those attackers all throughout the season when we had those patches focused on them. And of course, the releases you mentioned. I'm so excited for when we actually have Meganium and Skeledirge.
Yeah, so for example, Skeledirge, I think, released recently, but is not legal for this tournament because it's so new. So I don't know if Skeledirge, for example, will be legal to use in Worlds or not.
Do their very best with what is given by the actual game.
So Brooke denying something happily.
So I don't know when they lock down the roster of legal Pokemon for Worlds.
valuable asset in that factor. Are they talking to each other? Is that Flare talking to Zugra?
I think it is. That's sweet.
You know, they may or may not. Oh, they
They are. They
Look
totally
at
are. Oh my
that.
God, love that camera
That's
work.
Great. Of course, you know, there's some history here, of course, within this as well. Great storytelling here in the fact that those two were on a team together that won here at NAIC. So they won technically the regional finals that was held here at
Yes.
NAIC in the previous year. So now they're on the other side of the literally exact opposite side, which is really, really cool. Obviously, there's some friendliness there and some really, that you can actually say that for most of these players, right? I mean, at this point, North America, most of the regions, they have.
When did Pokemon Champions come out? 2 months ago?
They all know each other.
Give or take.
I got super distracted by the Sylveon in the PJs. It looks adorable. I'm in love. It's wonderful.
Yeah, they
And
just made
like you
Champions
said,
the
it's
new
not just
standard
about
for how they run
the,
VGC.
friendliness that you have between the players because they've all played with or against each other at any point. It's also about the fact that they're so used to the environment, right? As you said, with NAIC last year, and how the regional finals went with Orange Juices. That was such an incredible moment to watch, and I feel like that's what we get.
All right,
to
best
be
of 5.
internationals, right, Chef? Just the feeling that you got some new people forcing out the home crowd to actually make changes and push through to different stages. And as we get into the first draft of this best of 5, we have Root Dignitas on the purple side, Lunex Gaming on the orange.
See that picture as well, Zugrug happily denying something, so just sticking with the theme. We are going to see what the fans are. They are going to immediately take away that Psyduck. Knowing
Psyduck
that
and
Frank
Hoopa.
is such a specialist on that Pokemon, I think that makes a lot of sense as
Hoopa
well.
seems like such a matchmaker with its like teleports and stuff.
Frank specifically into a corner,
Portals.
see how deep that support pool goes.
Ralligator
and
Band.
I would say in this regard, it would definitely lean towards the Eldegoss, but I don't think that is a
Ooh, the
pick
Snorlax
first,
pickup.
As Snorlax is such a reliable defender, much like the Blastoise or the Mamoswine, which are great options. We've talked about Garchomp, right, in the previous series that we saw, that we have been seeing Machamp and Garchomp really picked or banned, which is interesting too. We still have the likes of the Espeon available for first picks here. We saw a Surfetch very well utilized recently too in this day 2 of NAIC, and we might have a draft situation here. We will get confirmation with production if we're gonna have a draft reset, but regardless, I feel like all of these that we mentioned are options. Yep, this exactly.
There we go.
The Espeon and
just had
Garchomp.
to catch up.
Espeon and Garchomp. We've seen so much
Exactly like you
Espeon.
were saying, some really solid picks. But now one thing that's going to be really important
You,
here is
Mr.
exactly what
Mime.
they do. So they got rid of a lot of the supports and then saw that Lunex did not go over support in their first 2 picks, which means that they can steal away some of the other options. Now, Mew can be played a little bit support-wise. I'm not really sure Frank has ever done that, but, or really, I mean, I guess theoretically there could be a chance that he
Blissey.
just has experience with Mew in general, but also getting rid of
Delmise. I have
Mr.
not
Mime
seen
throughout the day.
Delmise.
So that is going to back them into the corner of picking up this Blissey. However, that is something that they've
Duraludon.
chosen before, especially alongside a lot of this comp, which is very similar to that dominant comp that Lunex used in the last game that we watched from them. Is that a real Toon Slim pick?
That is Toon, and that is a Duraludon. You are correct, which is definitely interesting. Well, we'll get to that point while we finish the draft here on the side of Lunex Gaming, as they chose a Blissey, Delmise, and an Urshifu as the last picks there. We have been seeing a lot of rapid strikes. There we go. Not rapid fire. Rapid strikes from Urshifu, considering the muscle
Interesting.
band. It makes sense.
Right, yeah, it's been 100%, I think, Rapid Strike. But we, of course, have to talk about the ridiculous choice here, Duraludon, a Pokemon that, despite the fact that, you know, we don't ever really see it, has received a few buffs. However, I think a lot of people were saying it wasn't quite enough. But if you want to say, you know, if there's one signature move that Toon Slim has, it's picking something interesting, you know, one way or another. But they're here. They're in the top 4 of North American International Championships. They've got a 3 out of 5 sets. There is going to be time to test some new things. Will Duraludon truly work out? An interesting choice. Hey, if they win, hopefully whoever's doing the interview can ask them about it. But hey, take risks now before we get towards the end of the set. That's when you can no longer take any risks.
Yeah, I guess game one you can kind of be a little risky.
Game of the best of 5 route. Dignitas versus Lunex Gaming in our first semifinals of the North America International Championships of Pokemon Unite. And like we mentioned, so much history in these teams in this season, so much growth and arc of the hero for Lunex Gaming, the changes they made, and just the reliability of all players on Dignitas. They haven't changed their roster at all.
Oh yeah, they have been sticking together. They are so solid. It's really the unstoppable force in Lunex Gaming versus the immovable object of Root Dig. Root Dig on your left side, Lunex on the right. First game of our semifinals, best of 5. Time to test the waters.
There is, I was going to say, there is a 3-people push on the top side, but that's Snorlax immediately went into an invade position, Chef, and that means that Lunex Gaming is really prepared for that, sending the Delmice, the Chansey, and of course having the Cupfu getting the buffs themselves. There was a knockout on the Gibble. Was that it? Did I just miss that?
Yeah, I think we just barely missed that. Thanks. We ended up going back to the home base. It was a pretty quick little knockout, and Gibble not usually one to be knocked out that easily, that early, but we're also seeing this huge double invade. We're going to get a KO on one of the defenders, a nice little nap to try to get back a little bit of health, delay a little bit more time, which is the resource you're trying to fight. Did I say double invade? I think I meant triple invade.
It just
a lot happening in the jungle.
Right now, Zealot with that Zacian being able to get this objective, or actually this buff rather, for the Zacian themselves is just very powerful for this laning phase order here on the top side. So a very interesting positioning overall for the team of Root Dignitas, just utilizing all the resources at any point that they need.
Right, this is looking to be such an aggressive game, and honestly, there
That's
have been a lot
Snorlax
of
keeps getting
KOs
beat up.
back and forth. The biggest problem, though, is that the KOs have been really a lot on the low EXP Pokemon, the defenders and support on the side of Root Dig, and then Lunex, their damage dealers have been KO'd, I think, a little bit more than that, but realistically, it's kind of been a lot of the supporters and defenders on both sides, so they're just willing to sacrifice some things, and that is not a bad strategy in Pokemon Unite. The problem is, when, for example, the Gibble gets taken out, well, that was great timing, that's going to be a problem.
Not this time. Now the Gibble getting taken out, the Gabite instead,
yeah, right,
as they already got that level 5. But like you said, a lot of trades back and forth, very aggressive from both teams. But I would say overall, it is still Root Dignitas coming out on top considering.
Yeah, I mean, Dig has a slight level advantage.
That's actually
small point
really
advantage, but still early.
We have seen the Zacian fight quite a bit, but we haven't really been seeing Toon. I think that is Toon on the Duraludon, right? I didn't see if they switched in the end, but we haven't seen the Duraludon really fight at all so far. It's really been farming up, and it's going to be the first level 8 in the game, by the way, as I say this. Not a lot of points scored on either side either. That is going to be Toon Slimothy on that Duraludon. So when they get to their first fight, they're going to be pretty far ahead as far as level. That's scary. Also, though, maybe a really good target for this this pull from the Delmice.
I'm stuck on a Toon Slimothy. All right, going into the back line here with Celeste on this Shifu. They managed to land a knockout there on the Mr. Mime, which allows Lunex to have even more space to go for the bottom Reggie. Although the side shock doesn't land with a good eject button there from the Snorlax, it's still a good position for Lunex to be in.
Oh, wow, that Surf is actually going to almost push away Urshifu into a safer position. That's really unfortunate, and Snorlax as well, trying to chase down, was taken out. So, again, defenders and supports being taken out all over the place, and again, Gabite being taken out in the center area. That's rough.
It really is, but we saw a trade here where
I thought Dig stole the ice for a second.
Out, but Lunex still confirmed the bottom Reggie, and that Mew also getting out alive is pretty useful for them, so they don't lose any moments to get EXP. In the meantime, Lunex confirms the bot tier 1.
Yeah, Lunex took out the first tower.
Experience here. Obviously, there's a big invasion going on, but look at this level 7 Gabite on Lunex Gaming. That is lower or as low as the supports and defenders on both sides. That's a problem. Duraludon going to pick up actually a huge KO on that Espeon and the Mew as well. So they've got some assists on their side. Lots of good fights for them.
It really is, and I was going to say, not even having Zealot in the fight on that level 10 Zacian, and they are still doing amazing on their own on the side of Root Dignitas. There's a rotation from Lunex Gaming towards this top side of the map, but honestly, it just looks like them trying to escape Zealot. They score some goals, but this Zacian is just looking for more. They go onto Oblivion, but there's a 2v1. Maybe it's going to be bad for Zealot, and it is.
I feel like he had a little bit of hubris there.
Great defense offensive option against anybody who has to get into melee range of you, because you realistically want to try to run away from it, but you can't fight while you're running away. Plus, you're already just so close. Now, we are going to have a few other members rotate up here from both sides to try to take this Regieleki. You'd have to be kind of a miracle steal with a heavy slam or an electro ball, but yeah, that's just going to have to delay more time.
It does. Now the down mines as well. Pulls out on the Snorlax. There's time for decision to come in, but it's not enough. It is though. Dignitas does steal it.
Wow.
On this
Good steal.
He's able to guarantee that now Lunex is in a position to just try to defend this goal zone. They managed to get 2 knockouts, so that feels pretty healthy for them. Although they still need to focus on the Regieleki. There's Duraludon with the Revolving Ruin, and they're trying to get some more damage on those 2 players there, but Duraludon goes down. Lunex Gaming does manage to get a nice defense, although Dignitas did steal the objective.
Ooh, and this Urshifu was kind of running through the team. Let's see if they can even escape. It looks a little unlikely, but okay, that mobility, just kidding. That is
Yeah, the mobility on some of these champs is crazy.
To take down Blissey with that big electro ball, but at that point, I don't think that's necessarily a target that really matters all that much. So a pretty big win overall for Lunex in that situation. You can see they're catching up on points as well. Garchomp's still a little bit low, but at least higher than their Blissey. Look at this, the wall just delaying them, pushing them away. Heavy Slam's going to be a really good secure steal here. Oh, I like that stop on the attack.
Oh, Snorlax stole it. Snorlax stole it with an auto attack.
As well. That anchor's not going to land, and the Garchomp goes down. That must feel so upsetting for Lunex Gaming.
Remember what I've said a few times about Zugruk's favorite thing to do, denying things happily, and that's exactly what happened right there. Truly the epitome of a tank player, but wow, look at this aggression, even more from Root Dig.
Oh, every time Oblivion is so close to getting a good hook there, but it's just a little bit off on the mark. There is no bot tier 1, bot tier 2 actually, because Root Dignitas have taken it down. Lunex in a position to potentially flank here with the Blitz assistance as well, but now there's Zealot around trying to get an angle back into the fight because the heavy damage.
Oh my gosh, Dig is cleaning up now.
What happens? Lunex once again falling shots on the team fight.
What a huge back and forth game so far. There have been some really big team fight wins from both sides, and I really just don't even know what direction this is going to go, right? We don't have all that much time left. We're kind of already past this time where a lot of these Unites could be used, so they are probably just going to be held onto unless they find somebody immediately right now. And Zacian's kind of the only one that's close, but we are going to see potentially some objectives here.
Are we winning?
Looks like a lot of just
we're in Evil Geniuses plays in the next match.
Isn't always that useful. Maybe they were trying to wait for somebody else to come up, but they realized, oh, well, I'll do one thing. It's going to be.
So this match determines the first team that goes to the grand finals tomorrow.
Not get stolen. Zugger has to use the eject button in, but they don't manage to get out. Well, actually, they do manage to get out, but in the meantime, Root Dignitas gets the Garchomp sent to the Pokemon Center. It's still a Regieleki on the top side that will have the attention of the Mew for the moment. Zealot using that berry to get away, but now Espeon's going to get taken down by the Duraludon, and that Pokemon is proving to be quite powerful on level 14, Chef.
That Stealth Rock stun, I think, was actually what stopped the Espeon as well from escaping, which is pretty funny. It doesn't really usually work exactly that well that way. Usually you see it defensively, which is why
picking up the Registeel there for the buff.
Up on the Duraludon, so free take on the Registeel. Extremely close score. Actually, it's now only 3 points apart, but Lunex with 3 points up, and at 2 minutes and 8 seconds, they're actually pushing into the center area.
Wow.
That's pretty bold.
Rayquaza spawns in 2 seconds.
Half HP there onto Zugger. They have to use the power nap as well alongside
Ooh.
Zella gets taken down.
Oh, they got a pick.
That is on Urshifu. They're still trying to take Zugrek down. And on the other side, Lunex Gaming is focusing on the Mew. They're trying to chase after Inda, but they're not able to take them.
Alright, it's 1 for 1. No, 1 for 2.
Attacker back up. Now going with the Urshifu. Inda is gonna go down. No, 1 auto finally. And Lunex Gaming is just setting up to get into this Rayquaza. But Chef, they're so low on HP.
Extremely low on HP, and there's a chance to steal. So many good opportunities left. Look at Otter here.
Oh, the Mew stole it!
The Electro Ball, you always
Mew stole the Rayquaza!
But not that many players up for the side of Root Dig. This isn't over either
Oh my
yet.
gosh.
It is not, but it is Rayquaza, so we know that it's a different thing from Groudon, from Kyogre. There's the top side exposed.
Hey, Gogeta, thanks for gifting us love to glitter.
Actually going to get a beautiful overdunk here on this one, 488 to 220.
What a steal.
And Lunex Lunex Gaming. They can't really steal anything back because Rayquaza doesn't allow it.
If there's one positive here, it's that all of the goal zones are gone except for the home goal zone for the side of Lunex Gaming. There's some vulnerable tier 2s on the side of Root Dig, and they only need 3 hundo burgers-ish, you know, what, 2.5 really, if you want to try to make this comeback. There's some split pushes happening in different directions. Otter being caught out, only has 1 point in pocket, but, I mean, is going to be able to at least waste some time. 37 seconds left. If you're holding on to multiple people, they might not get a chance to score.
It is possible.
Yeah, why are they chasing the Mew all the way back to their base when they could be? They need the points. I'm surprised.
So maybe there's still time for
23 seconds.
to try and push here on the top side. We have 2 players. It's Lunia. It is Flareons. They're looking to get an angle here, but on pad is Zealot with the Zacian. They're gonna go in. They have enough points to score, but it takes too long. They have a little bit of shield with a safeguard.
6.
It's not gonna be enough. Lunex Gaming doesn't do it, and Rude Dignitas will
All right, Dig takes game 1 of the best of 5. Man, that Rayquaza steal was crazy.
I almost feel like maybe they should have tried to push a little bit earlier than that, even if they didn't have everybody, because by the time you just don't have enough time, there's no chance. And unfortunately, they were very, very close, but just not quite able to turn that back around. And obviously, I think we can all point at one specific moment there, despite an amazing team fight from Lunex Gaming. Otter, my self-proclaimed, I've said this a few times this season, favorite player probably in the world, able to steal things away. What a play, but really, what a back and forth game. I mean, so much fighting, so many
I need a replay of that steal.
As far as who's actually winning these fights too.
Oh yeah, because if you looked at the points scored, it was always so close. This was crazy. This replay was crazy. Livid outrage from Lunex Gaming, and they still didn't land the objective on the bot side because Zagreg stole it.
Okay, so Lunex gets a pick. It's now 5v3 in favor of Lunex.
Now, I will say I had a little bit of hope for Lunex on that one because the numbers on Root Dignitas, they were so high.
4v2 now.
Lunex actually winning the fight, I said there is maybe a chance, but then when you see Zealot coming through, it's just so much.
Boop!
Otter, of course,
Oh
with
my
his
gosh.
it's very difficult to
What a
compete with
steal.
SEO.
Right, and they had to make a decision as well, right? Zacian was running back, who's also going to be an extremely strong secure Pokemon. So they decide, do we go and try to...
Yeah, you got to give it to Otter MVP for that steal.
Full health, and it's going to be our MVP. Or do we, you know, try to just burn it before the Zacian even gets back? Because if we go and chase Otter, and then Zacian comes back, then now all of a sudden we're 2, you know, strong secures, and we got to deal with them, and then somebody else is going to come back. So I do like the fact that Lunex just committed to trying it, but
all right.
It's Otter. What else can you say?
One
Otter
up
on the Mew, one of the most signature picks in Pokemon Unite history.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like that is a very true statement, and it's amazing to see them doing, you know, these plays exactly as they did on the stage right now this weekend in New Orleans. Now the sides have swapped. Lunex Gaming will be your purple team having the first pick, and Root Dignitas will be your orange team in last pick.
We'll see if any of these bands are any different, but so far it's looking like it's pretty similar. We are going to see the Snorlax band away. Now Snorlax, of course, was going to Root Dig in game number 1, as Zagrug so happily denied everybody with, but that does mean that they are going to happily deny that pick from the other side. Now I do assume that means there's an assumption, that would be a first pick on the side of Lunex Gaming. So I think Root Dig thinks Lunex values it highly, Root Dig knows they value it highly. They're just going to get rid of it, get rid of the Espeon. A lot of different changes here.
I would say this could be an angle for Feraligatr first pick, considering that's what Root Dignitas, or actually what Lunex was picking in the first, banning in the first game, because they're purple side, that's what they decided to do. And Root said, because you're purple side, we deny you the Espeon since it's on the ban.
And that's exactly what's happening. Are we going to see an Articuno potentially? I was specifically talking with Zoinks a lot about how we expected to see a lot more Articuno. We actually did see a pretty good amount of Articuno in day number 1, but just at the start of day number 1. And hey, that's the answer. I mean, surprisingly seeing it as a first pick as well. We haven't seen an encounter for Articuno, ban or pick, in a long time, maybe even all of today. So, gonna be prioritizing it. We'll see how Zug does with it. I mean, we already seen it yesterday.
We have, and of course we know that when these two teams
of this caliber
Alligator.
All right, Articuno. Articuno has a good Unite move. It puts like this ice block on the tower to protect it.
where the knowledge lies the most. Lunex Gaming with a Hooper in the Crystal pick here. I would be happy to see something like an Inteleon alongside that, because Rock Doom set up really well for the snipe shots or something along the lines of an Espeon, while Root Dignitas goes for the Machamp that has been constantly banned as well, plus the Blissey again.
Now, one thing that we gotta look at as being very different from last game.
Am I gonna start playing this? I might give it a shot. I'm gonna get Evil Geniuses to come coach me.
Still not gonna be allowed.
Turn me into a North American professional.
But they are not going to be just trying to control the support line as much, and they actually took the Blissey that Lunex Gaming had last time after they decided they didn't want it. So Miraidon, okay, very similar, I think, in concepts to what you were saying about trying to pick the Inteleon. Similar in the sniper, maybe not going to be these single shots, but Flareons we know is just so good at aiming.
True, and we have a repeat pick as well with that Duraludon. That honestly did really, really well, and sometimes becomes a little bit of a hidden damage kind of damage.
Hey, maybe I'm a natural.
DPS front, where especially with the stealth rock, like we saw previous game too. But Revolve and Ruin always good to set up a great area of effect as well. I am so happy.
Glitter said, "How do I look Pokemon?" You look great. You look really good, Glitter.
It's been just an interesting way that people have been approaching the melee fights.
I like it as well. I mean, it's been doing really well. Its win rate today has got to be ridiculously high, but also it's really interesting.
Now every additional month you can upgrade your Pokeball.
Side of Root Dig, even after they saw that the Metagross was an option, but I guess they did really like that Duraludon, and it's a weird one to even kind of analyze, right? Because obviously Duraludon, a very strange pick. It was looking pretty good, but Root Dig did honestly lose kind of that last fight until Otter came back and saved the game. So it's kind of hard to say, oh, I did like that or I didn't like that Duraludon pick. So I'm glad that we're getting to see it again. It's kind of like take two on this kind of weird, unique choice.
I am thinking, honestly, the only, I'll be bold. The only reason actually that they won that fight was because Otter was still on a respawn time. Because it was 5v4.
Some might say
it
it would Gucci.
Where
Where have you heard that term before?
Game 2, Chef Lunex Gaming, now your purple team, Root Dignitas, your orange team. And once again, we see a couple of repeat picks and me interested in the Beldum and an Invade Articuno.
Invade Articuno, that's a really interesting choice.
How long Articuno's tail
is.
is.
Role to invade or anything like that, but I just don't have enough experience watching Invade Articunos. And
it's so funny watching a dweeble fight
very strong
an Articuno.
Right at the early level is going to be rock tombing a lot just to try and make sure this Articuno does not get a chance to even get close to that center area. So just deny it a little bit, and that's all it's going to take. So we'll see a pretty more honest leveling system this time around.
Yeah, already much calmer in regards to early trades, and I feel like it might be a little bit of the nature of what we have here with Articuno, not going to be as aggressive in that regard. But on the other side, Lunex Gaming has decided, yeah, we have to get the Metagross online, we have to get the Feraligatr online, quite a lot of resources, and they're trying to find them right now, forcing out eject buttons away from
the wall.
A good rock tomb to send the Articuno from Root Dignitas on the opposite direction of the map.
Right, they're going to be pushing down pretty far here. We'll see how much they can actually get.
Take out the
Metagross.
Metagross.
Punished pretty strongly. The damage coming out from all these ranged damage dealers is just too much, even for these tanks. I mean, look at this. Crustle getting melted as well.
Yeah, they are, but especially the Electro Ball early game for the Mew. Well, any stage of the game, the Electro Ball is just so powerful.
I have a lot of Pokeballs. I don't know how many I have,
so
though.
It's always just really good at getting those final hits on some enemies. Now, with that central area, this time around being Game 2 and Kyogre, we know that Regidrago is going to be a point of contention.
Right,
is the resolution low? Let me check.
Right, I mean, it's really interesting how these teams decide to or a whole lot of the time.
Yeah, it was.
Some teams like really prioritize it. A lot of times too, it's kind of just an excuse.
You gotta I forget you gotta turn it off auto, or else it'll adjust itself.
2v1, not really a truly fair fight, but hey, maybe Flareons can save something.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's the case right now. Unfortunately, there for Root Dignitas, for Lunex Gaming, they did have that Crystal getting taken down, and Root Dig is still doing pretty well in controlling the area around.
We need
here.
a Derpy emote. Yeah, that would be a good one actually.
Also away from the bot side and guaranteeing that they were
Derpy Torchic.
more EXP on the hands of that Duraludon.
And they're going to be really aggressive with that Duraludon. That Duraludon's really far forward. It is, by the way, going to be Flash Cannon Duraludon. I love Flash Cannon. It's very fun, but we'll see if they can actually get much mileage out of it. They're not getting damaged that much as Zugrock's going to be the one pushing forward.
Yeah, Root Dignitas all over this pad. They have enough to break it, to leave it on a 1 for the perfect overdunk whenever they do so. That's going to be the Blissey getting taken down from the side of Lunex Gaming. So at least they have something to come back to.
Oh, now another member going down here.
Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't realize they let Hoopa through the ban phase.
Goal zone as well. No, actually, they don't have quite enough points to get an overdunk. So they don't want to just do a very, very quick early break. This is a strategy we've seen.
How much is the sub on Twitch?
An objective, but I think they know
I don't know.
more than enough they can take that
Twitch Prime is free if you have Amazon Prime. A regular sub, $5 maybe? I'm not sure.
So now they're going to be up by almost 90 points, something like that, and be rotating up top. Is there even time?
It's $7.99.
We'll see. Geraldine is there. There's the flash cannon you mentioned, but there's a for alligator crunch. You know,
That seems like too much.
The steel does bend, as now the mystical Mirage has to be popped by Mew. That manages to escape for at least a little bit, getting close to that zone. They're going to be safe. That was crazy damage from Lunex. That is guaranteeing the top Reggie.
$7.99 if you're on the app. Oh, it's more on the app because Apple takes a percent.
With the nice stuff. Whoa, interesting time to use this Unite. Maybe we'll see how many people they can actually bring down, but the entire team basically of Root is here as well.
Yeah, it's looking like it's a pretty tough spot for Root Dignitas as they're going really close, really low on HP. Bright Future Mutual.
Dang, I didn't realize Lunex has scoring points like crazy.
Honestly, to try to finish them off, but Root Dig going back to pad, they were healthy enough and they escaped.
Yeah, that was an interesting little challenge. I quite like that. A very aggressive way to use a Hoopa Unite, but they didn't, really for how committal that was, nobody really got knocked out. So it's kind of a little bit funny. I like that everybody was like, oh, nope, never mind. All right, whatever, we tried. Let's just get out of here. They are going to be regrouping, pushing up top. There's not a whole lot to fight for, but they're there.
Yeah, Articuno having to use their Unite move there. They are going to be in a good position for Dignitas to at least take the Hooper down, forcing this top side goal, but they don't know the Crustal is there. They're going to get a nice Rock Tomb, set them out in place. The Barrage Blows doesn't actually hit anybody, but the Computer Crash does from the side of Root Dignitas, or actually, yeah, from Root Dignitas? No, it was from Lunex Gaming, and they immediately got taken down, unfortunately there for them. Root Dignitas has the Alligator cornered, and they are going to get a 3 KO streak for Otter and the Mute.
Nice little turnaround. It seems like they've been not doing all that well in some of the fights. That's the way I'm going to put it. We do have some pretty decent levels. It's not like they are completely run out of this game, but they've lost a lot of points. I mean, they're down by, 150-ish. They have lost a lot of their goal zones, with both Tier 1s still being up for Lunex Gaming. So they're just in a tough positioning battle, and we're only barely halfway through this game, so still plenty of time to try to make a comeback. But losing both your Tier 1s makes it a pretty tough situation. You have to coordinate with a lot less vision, a lot less safety, and try to take down some of these objectives, these goal zones. And you can see even right there, they didn't have the vision to see they were going to lose that Regieleki pretty quickly. They might have assumed it, but it's just going to be nothing is sure for them.
Yeah, it's not sure, much like them being in an ambush on that bush as
big
well.
Fight.
They have to use a revolving rune.
They get the Metagross.
Side of Root Dignitas, and they manage to take the Metagross down once again. That is also the reason that it forces out the Bright Future Meteor Storm.
They're taking the Regirock buffs at the top, though.
Damage.
Yeah. Oh, are they going to get this full dunk in?
Who do we want to win this?
No, just short of getting there in time. That is a huge dunk.
I mean,
some of the first points
I kind of want Dignitas to win.
So
and then for the obviously Evil Geniuses for the next match, so that would be Evil Geniuses versus Dignitas in the grand finals tomorrow.
There's the Gyro Ball as well coming through with the Computing Crush, and that is amazing for Lunex Gaming as they can keep on chasing for the Duraludon to take it down. 2 KO streak.
At this point, I just want Dignitas to do a 3-0 sweep so that we can get to the Evil Geniuses match.
Let's see what the overdunk could actually be.
Do I play this? I haven't played it yet.
Right there. Maybe I was wrong on exactly. No, they got nice. That was actually
just been spectating.
I got that backwards. I thought they scored in opposite order. Some of those animations are a little funny. So pretty solid overdunk.
I've been grinding a lot of Pokemon Champions lately, though.
60 points. And that's going to leave them in a pretty good spot heading into the final stretch. Probably not all that much more scoring unless
the dive ball.
Try to make one big push to lessen, I guess, their point deficit. But
I don't remember.
Point, I'm not sure if they really have that kind of maybe mobility to be able to try.
Coop is a Peggle main.
They might just be setting up for the final stretch really early. The only other thing they can do, I guess, is try to quick burn down this basement, Reggie.
We'll see. I don't think that would be a wise choice at this
All right,
point.
30
Not
seconds for the
position on central area,
the middle
especially
spawn.
because Lunex Gaming having the crystal, they cannot afford giving that much more vision, so they can get
Seriously,
pushed
though.
themselves.
Why
Like we
play
said,
when you can just cheer on a team?
Dignitas getting cornered to the bot side of the central area, but still being able to push them aside, going onto the gyro ball. Metagross.
They got the
And they're
Metagross
going in with
pick.
the revolving ruin, the damage that
All right,
comes
it's 1
from
for
Lunex
1.
actually manages to take them down with the Feraligatr, and now finally the bright future Mutual Storm is looking quite bright itself as Lunex
Tiger
Gaming
spawns,
almost
man.
gets a wipe. Although that's a Machamp that has come back, they are going to go
Can he
in with the
steal?
Dive, the Unite move. Are they going to be able to escape? Are they going to be able to steal it? They are on bad.
No steal, no
Lunex
steal.
Gaming confirms
Dang,
the
Lunex.
Kyogre.
I mean, after the last game, they've really turned this one around.
Was just that Machamp being there for just a moment, and then it was completely eliminated. But Lunex Gaming, they had a lead most of this game. They continue to push, and I mean, even this defense, especially without the Machamp, is going to be more and more difficult to rally on going down. Some points going in finally. That goal zone's getting broken. Minute and 30 seconds left. They've got to be careful not to give away too many buffs.
It's true. Submission here on the Feraligatr. Boosted auto from the Mew, and they get taken down. But like you said, 386.
So the one thing I've learned is that the Rayquaza buff does not transfer, but I guess the Kyogre and Groudon buffs do based off kill.
Lunex Gaming is able to continue that push and really solidify that there's no way for Root Dignitas to come back.
And at this point, yeah, I do really think it's going to be nearly impossible for this to be a comeback. There's still a decent amount of time on the respawns, still 12 seconds left on this Machamp, and by the time they respawn and run all the way across the map, they are going to have to somehow pick up, 50 points and then dunk those 50 points, then stop all these other points from spawning. And on top of that, we're bringing everybody to the party, everybody back over to.
All right, looks like it's going to be 1 for 1 to 1.
So Lunex celebrating a little bit early here, just making sure that they say, you know what, you won that first game, you stole away that objective from us, but we're not letting that happen again. We're still in this fight as we're going to go 1 apiece after this.
1-1 is looking to be the record for this best of 5, 15 seconds to go, Chef. And Lunex.
Honestly,
like
any in MOBAs especially, any champions that can create terrain is just, it's crazy.
So nicely done. 1-1 is your record now.
Being able to create choke points and stuff.
A huge turnaround, honestly. Well, I wouldn't even almost say a huge turnaround. Obviously, they did really well in game number 1 as well, but they just played so much more solid, didn't give any opportunities. And I suppose there was still the opportunity, like I said, the Machamp could have potentially stolen something away. That would have been, I can't even imagine if both games in a row we saw a steal on the objective away from Lunex Gaming. But I do kind of feel like Root Dig are the ones who have to answer. They looked a lot more shut down in that game than in the fact that they won the first game, if that makes any sense. That was a little bit more of like a hard-fought win. This one, just Lunex had their number.
What's about a display case? That's all like gifts from people at shows and stuff. So there's some signed Funko Pops people have given me down at the bottom. I've got a signed Android 16 by the voice actor, a signed Krillin by the voice actor. I've got some like really nice Pikachu figurines that I've gotten as gifts. It's a shiny Poncho, Gyarados, and Mega Charizard Y. Bunch of 3D printed Steelix, some crocheted Steelix, some stuffy Steelixes, bunch of paintings that I've gotten from people. So yeah, it's all gifts and stuff. And the display cabinets. The Coop loot.
And it kind of feels like if you're Toon Slim on a team, you have to kind of, I don't know.
What's my favorite gift? Ooh, that's
right?
tough. That's tough.
Oh my goodness, almost 100,000 damage from Celeste. You know, I was talking earlier about how there's only one
I don't know if I've got one. Because a lot of them are so personal from people. I just love when people take the time to make me stuff.
I mean, you can see even 50,000 damage basically from Frank on even the Hoopa, and then of course Flareon. So
dang, Metagross almost at 100,000 damage, 97,000.
Damage.
It is.
Of course, my big head's blocking it.
Just the aggression that we know that is only rivaled by the Brazilian teams is also rivaled by Celeste, and it really showed in this Metagross game. It's a pick that I'm excited
The shoes
to
are
see
pretty
much
sick,
more
yes.
of, but I'm also concerned
Steelix
if
shoes.
this is supposed to be a pick to be led through.
The draft, I feel like it has to change pretty significantly. I do feel like the first 2 games...
Did I try them on yet? I have not put them on my feet yet. They're the right size, though. They're 10.5s. The Hoopa ban comes out. Hoopa is just too impactful.
Picks, trying to see if any
not to ban it.
Specific targeted bans are going to make a lot of sense, and they have been changing their bans instead of Root Dig quite consistently, especially on who they're going to be targeting, specifically whether it's Frank, and now it looks like maybe even Flareon's could be a little bit of a target.
Perfect chance to put the shoes on. I think you just want to see my feet, brother.
It's not quite yet match point here for either team.
I can't be giving those out for free.
It's true. It's so close. We are on game 3 of the best of 5. Lunex Gaming now on the purple side. Root Dig on the orange, actually just the same that we had in game 2.
Ooh.
And the bans are looking slightly similar with the addition of a Latias that we actually saw in the previous series.
Interesting. Yeah, we saw it in the previous series, however, it didn't necessarily win. So that is going to be interesting as a final ban of the game. I wonder if that's intentional, if there's something
for Alligator
about it, but who knows? It looks like they're continuing to draft, and the for Alligator being the first pick is going to be a repeat of the last game that we saw. Not surprising. That is a very strong Pokemon right now. But what will we change on the other side? Yes, I do feel like you have to do this. You have to take the duck away from Frank one way or another. It's not banned out, so they pick it instead, giving that to Inder, and that makes a lot of sense. Otter as well on the meet.
Exactly, and it's also because of the fact that when you see the Espeon on the bench for Root Dignitas, you know that they're going to get the Mew for themselves because Flareon is such a big Espeon player, and they need to take the opportunity to go for Mew.
Oh, Moltres made it through the bans.
Priority picks in the meta at the moment.
Moltres has been a priority ban for the whole tournament.
Plus the Feraligatr now with a Moltres added to the scene, which is one of the different picks that was coming through on game 2. There was a ban for Moltres from Lunex. Now they pick it.
Is Garchomp viable? Yeah, I've seen quite a bit of Garchomp.
And also just basically ever since it's released, which is not that long ago, honestly, one of the newer Pokemon. But that's going to be a very scary choice.
Another Crustle.
I'm curious if that's actually going to stay on Celeste. That would be a really interesting player to play the Moltres, but there obviously are some chances to switch things around, and we'll see what they choose. The Crustle has been looking quite strong. We did get to see some nice plays from it, and the Mimikyu is a...
Ooh,
okay,
Sableye.
Hold on a minute. Not talking about the Mimikyu, there's a different one.
Well, we made fun of someone hovering that, myself and Kelly, from this previous series, and that is the actual pick on your screen right now. Sableye for Lunex Gaming alongside a Miraidon pick. Now, Root Dignitas will wrap up their draft with a Mimikyu and a Leafeon. So quite a lot of good momentum that can be...
I have not seen any Slowpoke picks.
So, of course, some pretty good picks on both sides, but we got to talk about this. Frank on the Sableye is not a pick that I've seen before, and that might just be me not having seen the games that they've played it, but Frank usually does go to a little bit more of a damage-dealing option, and Sableye in general is a Pokemon that we saw a lot more previously, but not recently. So, I guess for anybody who hasn't really seen it, it's a very disruptive Pokemon.
That explains why I lost most of the time.
It roams, it becomes invisible.
Hey, just because the pros aren't playing it doesn't mean you can't be good on it.
Trick you. There's just so many different things. It can even send you back to base at points. So very, very aggressive Pokemon. However, we don't usually see a roaming strategy from Frank. I'm curious how they're going to play it. Will it be a little bit more in path? Will it be completely invading the entire time? Just everything in general. Very interesting.
That's what I'm wondering as well. When you think Sableye, you're thinking of invading, you're thinking of backcapping, being a nuisance, and just trying to get flanks all around. So we'll see if Frank is going to take that path. It could be just something that they have been practicing that we are not yet aware of. So it could be a brand new, fresh look on this player on Lunex Gaming as we are on the Groudon map for Game 3.
Look at that. Appeared as soon as you said the name.
Love that.
That's right, Groudon. So no Rayquaza stuff going on as we go into game number 3 here.
I've seen some crazy stuff on Moltres, so it's a scary pick.
Lunex on the left, Root Dig on the right. Root Dig. I said on the right, more Western than the Root Dig.
More Western than the Root Dig.
It is in fact a Root Dig. And this time with a Leafeon on their squad, like I said, we are going to see quite a lot of good action in the early game from this.
Hey, thanks so much for the prime.
While on the other side, the Totodile still having to go through the evolutions themselves, they are going to have
Appreciate
to
it,
go
Ghetto.
through path at any point to confirm.
Fergie said, wow, it's Pokemon League of Legends. It is indeed. Much more fast-paced, though. Every match is only 10 minutes.
Exactly. I can't read the name. Who is on this Moltres?
Lunia.
That's Lunia. Okay, so they did end up switching that. Yeah, I was going to say that was going to be an interesting pick if Celeste was on that. So they also, of course, went top path, so I assumed that was going to be the case. But they didn't switch that until kind of the last second, so I missed it. So that does make a lot more sense. Of course, Moltres has been really dominant in that top path. And Celeste, now we get a chance to see kind of what they can do otherwise. And so far, it hasn't been a really aggressive game with the Sableye.
DBZ Mobile win. Let me play with 5 Krillins.
Yeah, Frank, as you say, is coming into the bot side, seeing if there's any chance that can actually confirm.
Yeah, Dragon Ball's mainly been like fighting games, you know, like Tekken and stuff. With a few RPGs here and there.
I mean, they're slowly walking away. I thought they were going to be a little bit more in danger there, but they actually didn't throw out anything. They just kind of walked alongside them. I was like, oh, what's going on? But they're just making sure that nothing is going to go completely wrong. This has been... Oh, okay. Well, I was about to say, until this exact moment, I was saying, this is a very passive,
the thing is, I feel like there's a limited amount of characters.
And what we've been seeing in all of our previous sets.
For, like, Dragon
how passive
Ball.
it was. Even still, I mean, even with this little annoyance, this is like a defensive play from a Sableye.
Oh, there is one Dragon Ball.
We see
Kishi Squadra.
end up being the one to be more aggressive on the invades. Now Lunia with that Moltres we have been talking about comes through but gets completely eaten and chomped by Celeste.
Yummy. They're going to try to chomp down this Red Drago as well. A couple members here. Yeah, oh, try to waterfall over the Leafeon. Didn't quite hit.
Yeah, it was close, although there's an attempt here by Lunia to go through, but the Electro Ball is pretty good.
Dang, they get so low sometimes and then they get healed.
There is Zealot with the Trick Room.
And the Mimikyu comes in and gets 2 KOs.
Now from Flareons.
That Trick Room is going to be really important.
Ooh, make it 3.
This match. I kind of feel like every time that we see Mimikyu, we just talk about how good it is and how good it is in the matchup. And Mimikyu is honestly just such a strong Pokemon. Right now, using it to chase down a
super mobile.
Maybe a little bit too far into the other team's base, but I do think that they just knew that he was gone, so that was going to be it.
Immediately, as soon as they get the level 8 there tune with the Emerald 2 step, will take down that Miraidon, guaranteeing a lot of pressure on this bot tier 1 for Dignitas. They managed to get yet another one with a double KO there for Otter on the Mew and getting this zone pretty close to them.
They had a problem.
Dig takes a small lead here.
Score, I think, as many points as they wanted to early, so it does seem like they've been prioritizing it, especially too. Oh, look, there was some stuff going on up here, as we're going to see. Look at that Mimikyu trying to get out of there, and Trick Room going to be a great option for him.
Yes, it will. They're going to have to use just that, and I think that Zogreg really wanted that Trick Room would work on him as well. Oh, the Thunder. You're going back.
What?
No, why would you do that? Okay, I thought they were already out of range. Maybe it was a hitbox misconception.
Oh, tie game.
At the end of the day, it was still a
Up by 1 for Lunex Gaming.
Also hoping that one of these Citrus Berries was going to spawn because it just spawned right after that KO, which is really funny. All right, that is a 0-point overtime.
Thank you for the kind words.
Literally even exactly, so they just want to take down that goal zone.
Yeah, just to get even more pressure across the map, allow for more even maneuverability, and they managed to do so now, getting a knockout.
All right, if Android 16 is not in the game, I can't play it.
Chasing them to above and beyond with another one, guaranteeing a 3 KO streak to Otter on this.
That's the thing that Dragon Ball games have to do is they have to like split out different forms as like playable characters. So it's like, oh, you can play Super Saiyan 2 version or Super Saiyan 3 version or Super Saiyan 4 version. Because there's just not enough characters in general. Whereas Pokemon has 1,025.
Attackers now on the side of Root Dig. There was some pretty good fights overall, and right now a weird little fight. The Sableye trying to fight the Crustle, who's very low on life, and realizing it's maybe not going to come into play. And so far, I do have to take a look at kind of the state of the game. And usually, when you have a Sableye, you want to be ahead a lot in points, or have been able to really shut down a lot of the levels of the other side. That is the opposite of what we're seeing right here. I want to be positive, but it's not looking good to me for Lunex so far.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky situation for them. Rambo 2-step immediately taking
down.
Yeah,
Lunex is down and levels a little bit here.
They don't want to overexpose themselves too much. Although in the there with a nice side kick, will get Oblivion into a bad position. Although surfing away, another side kick will land on the Blastoise, and Rudik takes 2 KOs.
As usual, side up one of the strongest just attackers in the game as they support. Ooh, pulls in the Miraidon as well, but it doesn't look like they're able to catch too many members. Oh, they use the, was that the Unite, I think, to make
Kaka said, Coop and EG now? I am.
Yeah, just managed to stay alive.
They do, in fact. 10 seconds for the bottom ready to spawn, and Dignitas in a great position and control of the map to do just that, while Lunex Gaming is positioning for a trade of objectives on top lane.
Yeah, this is going to be relatively free on all directions. The only thing that's going to be happening here soon, Raging Drago is going to be spawning in center. But again,
he's going
esports.
Sure
that is going to be something that is prioritized.
Just wait, I'll be at Worlds in no time.
Push forward on bottom, maybe to see who's going to be defending, but they've already got that path cleared. So if there's any aggression, it might end up being on the top path on Lunex's tier 1 that's still available. As Root Dig, they're ahead in pretty much everything except for score, which is obviously very close, but they would love to have a big lead in about a minute and 45 seconds.
A-Team Gaming, hello from New Zealand.
That waterfall with the Hydro Typhoon here just at the edge of how long you can do that before that final stretch, and it looks like 1-for-1 becomes a 2-for-1 for Root Dignitas, as now the play rough is on Lunia as they are trying to get away. This is a KO streak for the Mimikyu, and they keep on pushing, but look at the
My Zelda fan, yes. I'm excited about the Ocarina of Time remake.
And it's
Man, I haven't played Ocarina of Time in such a long time.
That was like 1 inch away from that Rock Tomb taking it, but again, they're fighting. Now we're at the 3-minute mark, so they're just trying to catch everybody who was still around, I think. I think that last fight was mostly just, hey, we got to use our Unites one last time before the final, stretch, before we can get it back. So I'm not sure.
Will I stream it? I mean, I guess I could.
Been caught out. Wow,
I need to get the Star Fox remake and stream that.
If that is a wise choice.
Star Fox 64 is like my favorite game on Nintendo 64.
And Mimikyu has arrived as well, which is so dangerous.
And I think the remake came out for that.
Charge Beam though from Lunex on this Miraidon has been accomplishing.
I don't mind remakes when they're of my favorite games, so
for them, as
that's fine.
Feraligatr reaches level 13 as well.
We do see a nice little retreat, I guess, from Lunex Gaming. So that could have been a worse situation.
Oh, is it just a demo? It comes out this month, though, doesn't it? It's June release, I think.
Going up here just to try and see
if it's not out already. Maybe it's later this month.
They do actually want it, but already Root Dig just sitting, pre-positioning in this center area. They know that they're going to have a team fight advantage in this moment just because of the Sableye, who's actually throwing around these little kind of vision wards, basically, that allow you.
I mean, I still know all the route in order to get mission accomplished instead of mission complete for Star Fox and fight the real Andross.
Different from each other. Night Psychic on that Blastoise will make him use the Hydro Typhoon. The Crystal gets knocked out, and the Meteor Storm actually does some good in zoning.
Like Guild Wars 4, yes. Especially with the announcement for Guild Wars 3, I'm hyped, dude. I gotta get my God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals title.
And now they are coming out on top with numbers once again. Jump on that Psyduck, make it Peking Duck, but it's not gonna be the case this far, as finally it gets confirmed. Even though it's not from the Feraligatr, they started with the Electro Ball. We know how dangerous that can be.
I mean, they're still contesting this Groudon here.
Into that Rock Tomb, but they're still focusing on Groudon. They're standing. Oblivion is there with that Blastoise. The objective is still standing in. It's Root Dig.
Oh my gosh, the Mew! He took it again! He stole it again! Otter is ridiculous.
This isn't over yet, but we've got less than a minute left, and that is going to be a nice buff at least. But Otter just has to be checked before you go for that flip. That's the lesson to take away from this. We are going to see some pretty high amount of points, I would say, in pockets from Root Dig, mostly on the bottom side, on the south side. But they've taken down a tier 1. They've got the advantage. There's 30 seconds left. This is a really difficult choice to make. There's not a lot of points left on this goal zone. 14 points, but I mean, a little bit more than a Hundo Burger is going to be the difference between one team or the other team being in the lead. They're going to try to score up top, and in the meantime, there's a push on bottom as well.
We'll see. Many numbers on the bot side. Otter is not able to score this one, but Zogrok is. Now
Dig's still up. Oh, Dig's up big.
157 for Root Dignitas. The fight's still going here, and it's still them who come out on top. They have the numbers. They have it. A 2-1 is the record of this best of 5 in favor of
Root
Dignitas.
The question becomes, do we go to a 5th game, or does Dig close it out here?
I was going to go kind of the other direction for a moment, but they truly clutched that out. And by they, I mean Otter.
I mean, I feel like that Otter steal, like, probably saved them the game.
It was Otter 1v9 in game number 1.
I mean, if Lunex had secured the Groudon and pushed, I mean, they might have been able to catch up.
Really, again, it's a lesson. You have to check a strong player that knows how to use all of their secure options before you go for that flip. Sometimes you just feel like you can be a little bit more confident with the numbers advantage, but so far, I mean, it's been proven that 2 games have been lost, essentially, by Lunex because they were not able to check that Mew. And I do wonder if the Mew is going to be answered in a little bit of a different way next time because it's been a pretty big deal. But altogether, I do have to say, once again, not trying to be overly negative here, I don't think that the Sableye pick worked out in the way that Lunex wanted it to.
Unfortunate for them, and I agree with you, Chef. It didn't really do what you would expect of this role of a Pokemon to do with invades, being a nuisance, getting back caps. There you go. And unfortunately for them, if the playstyle is like that,
the thing is,
to get even more
I feel like Diggs wins shouldn't be so reliant on Otter stealing an objective. I feel like you need something a little more consistent. You know?
Final hit on the objective was that Zugrug was happily denying Alligator from even being close with an X-Scissor, and that did change a whole lot of how that played out. But Otter, our MVP,
that's my
7,000 damage dealt, and pretty high damage game, I would say, in general across the board from everybody. However, it really came down, obviously, into those final moments.
It did. With a KFA of 10, 1 and 7, almost getting knocked out one time, Otter really showing that they could participate of almost every single knockout of this game for Root Dignitas. And again, like you said, the Mew, such a priority here. But the problem also is Otter also plays other attackers so incredibly well. So how do you deal with this? You need to understand what exactly you don't know how to play against, and maybe Mew is one of them.
Right, and the tough decision here is that if your first pick, there's only so much that you can steal away. You have to make sure that you don't give up something like the Alligator, which is what they've been going to really a lot. If you're given the opportunity to take something like the Psyduck, you really want to try to give that to Frank. But also, if you don't take Mew in the first pick, they are just going to take it away on the side of Root Dig. So it's really about which threat you want to try to prioritize more. And at this point, I mean, I just feel like there has to be some sort of prioritization here. Otter, incredible Mew player, but Flareon's also incredible Mew player, 2 of the best in the entire world. And with Mew being such a key point of why game 1 and 3 were taken by Root Dig, maybe it's just worth it, even if it mathematically isn't like the biggest threat that one could try to take away.
It's true. I think it might be one of those cases that you take it out. And
what do we do? Chair stream.
Rudig might have to, well, not Rudig. Lunex would have to ban it. Rudig maintains the ban on Espeon because I would assume that.
How do you send me something from New Zealand? You'd have to ship it to my PO box.
Or something along those lines for the first pick.
PO Box 193, Moseley, Virginia 23120 USA.
Steal away between these two teams, which
it's also on my Instagram.
Between top teams, just because a lot of the meta Pokemon, you end up having some kind of specialists for them. So
I don't know how much international shipping would be though. So
one big one that's been pretty
might be pricey.
Zugrug actually has had some pretty free reign, I would say, of the defender pool, and even still, Crustle not a really overly popular defender at this particular tournament, but
Game 4, here we go.
Played, I don't know, probably 10,000 matches of Crustle over the course of his life, and it's
I appreciate
really,
it.
Really important at securing a lot of situations. Exactly.
Yeah,
like
ship you a case of Bucky's nuts.
Final hit on
you better be good. You're not gonna hit the Bucky nuts.
So with that, we actually see Lunex choosing orange. Wait, did it
that's my
choose
Bucky's voice. Y'all better be good.
If we ever get confirmation from production, let me know, because I'd love to analyze those things as well. In this case, Root Dignitas changing up their bans quite a bit. When they had a Hoopa, they maintain it, but they changed that Espeon for a Psyduck.
The game already reached bot death.
We did see a Latias, Ben, last time.
Like it just got infiltrated by bots.
That may have honestly been a mistake because that is just such a bizarre ban. But in the place that they did ban it, I mean,
of course they ban Otter's Mew. They had to.
Back to what the game 1 bans were, and of course, like you said, there on the left left side, which I believe is similar to game number 1. So we're still prioritizing the Zugrug pick in that first place as well. Not going to be the Crustle this time. Snorlax is going to be on the table. We'll see if we can go to something else.
The Moltres pick up again.
All right, so interesting. Like you said, a priority for the Snorlax over trying to steal the Espeon away from Flareons. So plenty of confidence here from Root Dignitas and how they can face against this attack.
Well, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
The Espeon alongside a Moltres that has also been one of Lunia's picks throughout this series. A Blissey plus a Zacian. We know just how much a Bliss Assistance does of work on that Pokemon.
This is a really old school comp, it feels like, that Root Dig is building up. I mean, I feel like this combination of these 3 Pokemon have existed for a very long time. And have especially, I would say, Blissey's Ashen is a little bit of a famous, sometimes famously painful combination, but it remains pretty painful. We are going to see Frank this time go again to the Mr. Mime, which seems to be a pretty good fit for him, doing a lot of damage, able to be pretty aggressive, very similar in crowd control style too to the Psyduck. So I think Frank is going to be pretty happy with that. But Oblivion did pick up the Umbreon that I was talking about earlier.
Exactly. With the
No
Mr.
Crustle
Mime
this
as well,
game?
So that would allow even for a different moveset for the side of...
Wow, tune on Duraludon again.
Something a little more...
The
not
Mewtwo
aggressive,
Y.
but, more of a nuisance if the Mr. Mime is going for the heals. While Mewtwo Y is picked here, could indicate a safeguard on that Blissey as well. And the Duraludon, that does come at a return.
This is just a helping hand.
Talonflame.
Right?
Okay, I haven't
That's
seen
something that you just
Talonflame
buff
yet.
Your entire team, and they just hold the A button, and then you hope you win off of that. I mean, I don't know what else it could be at this point. That does seem like that's the combo. Also, I mean, that is a pretty famous combo as well. So when, you know, both the eras of the Mewtwo Y and the Zacian being very different, and the Duraludon kind of, we're just seeing a history lesson here of Pokemon Unite. The Talonflame on the other side, I like that a lot, especially with 2 maybe a little bit less mobile ranged attackers now being picked in the final 2 picks for Root Dig. The Fly especially is going to be a really nice option to be able to try and potentially jump in there, or you could really go either of the builds, but just having a nice speedster.
Definitely. And with the Fly, like you mentioned, it could be just the way that you can actually have access to the Duraludon that can always have just
Hydrate.
so much
Shout out to the Hydro
range.
homies.
And whatever build you choose with that cannon or going for the Stealth Rock. I am thinking that this composition here for Lunax is very particular.
All right, let's see if Dig can close out this best of 5.
For the Espeon having a level 4 power spike and going Psyshock is always a great setup, but still you would need quite a lot of just great positioning from Celeste and to finish off what Flareon starts.
Well, and another big thing that we got to see last game that didn't happen was Lunair needs to, I think, stay up to level, do well in this top path. But here we go. Chance now for Root Dig to win and move to grand
My next show
finals
isn't
on
until
Sunday.
July,
One more game.
actually.
Root Dig on the left.
It's the
Lunax
weekend
team
after
fighting
4th of
their
July
tournament life on the right. Can
here in the
they tie
US.
it up? We're going into game number 4.
All right, central area with the Duraludon.
Yeah, best of 5 for the semifinals.
Fletchling on Lunax Gaming does just that on the other side. Moltres rivaling there on the Chansey, while Mr. Mime and Zacian are fighting together as well. It looks like there's a bit of an upper hand for Lunax Gaming. By the way, they have been stancing here. They are able to confirm the wild Pokemon as well, but maybe that could put Frank in a jeopardy. Now, whilst Aeos Energy being rivaled here, still getting confirmed by Frank once again.
This is 2 tough paths. I mean, or I should say tough comps in the path, right? Neither one really wants to fight each other. They are both very, very strong. So a little bit of a stalemate, which is why we didn't see any KOs quite yet. A few points in from Lunax Gaming, I believe, on the maybe, I don't know, the bottom path or the top path, but nothing huge yet. The Espeon finally evolving.
Armored
though,
Mewtwo be
that's
6
going to change this significantly, and a big focus on bottom path, especially.
Oh yeah, is that how you get Pokemon in this game?
3 of Root Dignitas. They managed to take the Swablotaria, but the Duraludon does guarantee a knockout on.
Because I really liked the system they have in Pokemon Champions to get
Towards the
Pokemon.
top side, or actually, Blissey was already there with the Zacian. Oops, never mind. There is no rotation there. We actually see the Fletchling now going back into central, as you would expect.
That's one thing that's tough for MOBAs too. It's like if you don't have the right champions,
Again, and it's so funny these teams are going between these.
and it's tough to unlock them or
games
it's
into the
expensive, it
passive
just gets
games,
annoying.
the safe games. See if we can actually finally chase something down. Looks like Frank might be the sacrifice here to make sure that Lunair gets away.
Ooh, good light screen there by Frank, just making sure that they escape Meanwhile, we have this.
All right, level 7 on Toon's Duraludon.
With 4 members of Lunex Gaming, a good heavy slam, but immediately getting that level up helps out the Talonflame, and they remain standing. Well, there was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of a Rude Dignitas and a eject button that was forced out of Flareon's.
The double side shock hit right there, though. That was pretty gnarly, and not any follow-up, so unfortunately wasn't going to be able to get anything off of that, and they're going to dunk a ton of points. 69 points now for Root Dig. Nice. And they are going to be able to play a lot more passive, too, just getting even a higher point.
Yeah, just unlock all the champions, and then you monetize via, like, skins and stuff, right?
They've got some range, so if you can force the other team to try and push into your range, that is going to be a big advantage, because suddenly it's just a volley of fireballs and projectiles just being thrown at you.
Yeah, it's so true. While on the other side of the map, top, it is 2 knockouts that were confirmed on either side of the team as the Reggies are spawning. Oblivion has taken a stance here alongside the Moltres on this pad. There is a heavy slam that will just get them out of the pad themselves. Rotation from Dignitas to try and pair it out. They are there on the objective, but Lunex does confirm it. It's going to be Lunia who does it with a revolving ruin.
The biggest
from the side of the
difference I've seen is like people just kind of like walking past each other at times, because like knockouts aren't as important as they are in like League of Legends where you get gold. I mean, yeah, people still go for knockouts, but like the amount of times I've seen people like literally just kind of like go by each other towards objectives and stuff is crazy.
What a tank. Happily denied the KO, of course, once again. But that was a huge turnaround from Root Dig. Just even those final moments. It felt like the fight was over, but then one little...
Wait, the items in this game, like that you equip to your character, you have to like level up and buy?
Yeah, there's going to be a 3v3 here, but they are just gauging if it's a good call, considering, of course, Flareon's with the side shock doing so much damage. They need to understand.
Oh, that's kind of...
They only go in if the side shock has
That's tough.
Right, they were just a little bit too late for that objective to actually fight for it. They came in, they're like, let's fight for it. It's already gone, and just kind of backed up. They realized, all right, we don't want to deal with this range. And it's just a nice.
What's annoying about that is that means everyone's not on the same playing level.
So good mass from them. But wow, trying to chase down this Mewtwo. We'll see if they can find it.
Ooh, Stealth Rock as well, and it does confirm more damage than necessary there to actually not just take the knockout, but also scare Lunex away from the central area. The Flash Cannon too, doing so much onto that Mr. Mime, but having Zugrak there to help. A Flame Sweep though, very nice safeguard used.
Oh my gosh, this Duraludon is going absolute ham.
Flame Sweep and allow for the
3 KO streak there.
Platoon on the Duraludon.
That was one of the funniest KOs I've ever seen in this game. The Flame Sweep goes through because of the safeguard, and then immediately the Duraludon had used the Unite. The Flame Sweep runs into a wall, and just the Talonflame burns in the fire and gets KO'd. That was hilarious. I definitely need to see that moment again in the replays later, but somebody clip that one for me.
I feel like that was a definitely fried chicken kind of moment. Showtime though from the side of Lunex Gaming, but they get immediately retaliated with 2 knockouts against them, make it 3. Root Dignitas is not wasting any.
Okay, it feels like Dig is cruising on this game.
11, 10, 10, and 10. 10.
10.
They might be able to close out this series.
Low for this Rachel Lecky up here, but I'm not really sure what they're going to have to... Whoa, what was going on right there? And they're just zooming in. Another Flame Sweep going through everybody.
I think Lunex stole, yeah, they stole the Reggie though.
Maybe it could have hit, but the mean look did just change that trajectory, so we'll see. Midnight Bronze though, very aggressive there by Oblivion, still healing quite a lot because of the Mr. Mime. Reggie, like he does.
Oh, quite a little turnaround here for Lunex.
So that makes them not that behind in points anymore. Ooh,
it's like a little, it's like a mini MOBA.
That would have been a huge dunk.
Nice little stun, just to be like, okay, we're leaving, by the way, sorry, bye. But wow, again, we're going to see Celeste get very low, should be able to escape out of this situation. It looks like everybody is going to be able to escape out of that situation, but will we see any more aggression? Looks like an attempt to maybe score from this Umbreon before they leave, and even if they get KO'd, they'll probably be okay with that. And in the meantime, it looks on the bottom.
MOBA for little too.
Yeah, and that was 30
I do like how much more fast-paced it is, though, because everything's condensed into a 10-minute match.
Because they have vision that 4 members are Root Dignitas are on the bot side. Good heavy slam onto Lunia. Now Moltres is in terrible position, and the Snorlax doesn't go down yet, but the Duraludon does clean it up on the other end as that team is forced to get out. Top side, 230 points is what Lunex Gaming have accumulated.
The one thing is, this is only on Switch and mobile. It's not on PC.
Talonflame and the top tier 2 that got destroyed in the meantime.
Right, they had a few scores and some minor scores as well from 2 other members right before that, so it did make it a little bit more of an overdunk. Very nice math from them. They were able to get rid of the points in their pockets as well, so that they're not just holding on to too many, whether they get KO'd or whether they need to score them later. Getting them in now is going to give them a nice little lead, and 30 seconds left. Lunex, this could be their last chance.
All right, big fight here coming up.
But they do have the deficit of points. Wow, Umbreon getting pushed pretty far forward here.
I mean, honestly, Lunex is up on levels and on. I mean, they have a 14 Talonflame. I mean, this is going to be a tough fight here.
This one looks like it's going to come down to
we'll see.
More traditional fight, if I'm guessing correctly.
We'll see.
Unless they catch someone out, like that Umbreon. Oh! Talonflame's down to level 4, their highest level. It's 1 for nothing. Droudon hits 14. Snorlax zones the Moltres out. Can they steal? Oh, and it's, oh, I think Diggs got it, chat. I think Diggs closing out this best of 5.
And that might just make them the first finalist of NAIC 2026.
Root Dig scoring in the final moments here. Just, I mean, hey, they had points in their pockets, and it was good that Lunex was able to get rid of some of theirs. They could have had a lot more if they dropped it after they got KO'd, so you can actually see only a 110-point lead. That could be obviously way larger. There's a minute and 20
yeah, honestly,
seconds
this game's not over yet.
Sitting up top. Oh, no, not even going to go try to counter score. 110-point lead, this is actually very doable.
It kind of is. You still have some that they could do here with the bot tier 2 exposed. Lunex Gaming, they managed to take 1 down. But
oh, they've taken 2 down. It's 2 for 1. 3 for 1. All right, now I mean, I think Diggs got it. 4 for 1 fight.
It's grand finalist time now for Root. Dignitas heading for home. Go!
Wow, that will for sure, I think, be wrapping that one up. 1 member up at this current moment, and they're not even out in time to try and defend against these scores. 326-point advantage, 30 seconds left. The only one who could maybe even get to the other side, well, I guess both of the Firebirds here could potentially do it, but they're not even going to try. They're going to fight for the last few moments as Root Dig has solidified their spot. They're just trying to get a little bit more stats. Hey, you're here, might as well enjoy the time that you are. But Lunex Gaming already qualified for Worlds. Obviously would have loved to win.
All right.
The top 4 is impressive.
Root Dig headed to the grand finals tomorrow.
Not as impressive as Root Dig moving to our grand finals on Championship Sunday.
All right, up next, our boys, EG versus GC. I can't even remember. Something gaming.
They're focused in. Honestly, for how big of a win that just was, they're not that happy. I don't think Zugruk's happy until he gets to deny something from somebody. He did deny, I guess.
Imagine he denies the dap.
Yeah, he just goes, whoop, no, just kidding.
Never mind.
And then he smiles. But no, I mean, honestly, again, they look really locked in. And that's really kind of how they've been this entire season, is they have had their eyes on the horizon.
Well, because it's on mobile too, so touchscreen. I don't know if the Switch version is controller only, though.
Even when they run into some small,
yeah, you'll see some people playing on their phones, and some people are playing on Switch.
Whether in the regional league, they just need to move past it, and that's exactly what they've done, and they are getting closer and closer to their goal. Obviously, already Worlds qualified. They're looking to win another IC here with a 3-1 solid win over Lunex Gaming. It's hard to say that they may not be the favorite. Did I just double negative right there? I would say that it's solid that they're the favorites going into grand finals.
Yeah, and we know as well that the two possibilities to fight against Root Dignitas on the Grand Finals are Deep Cross Gaming or Evil Geniuses, just waiting on the other side.
Oh my gosh, the Snorlax is such a crazy champion, zoning like that. He's just like, you're going over this way, you're not coming through here.
Of the top two teams of NA tomorrow, I'd be happy if I have NA and APAC tomorrow. I'll be happy. Otter is your player of the game with an 8-2 and 12 KFA 78,000.
I wonder how they choose player of the game.
Mew, but like kind of like Big Mew. I think that's what they call it. It's like Mew sequel, something like that.
Mew 2.0.
Yes. 2 with over 100,000 damage on the Duraludon. So I still feel like I don't really feel in my heart what the choice of that Duraludon was for. But I mean, it's just Toon doing a lot of damage. So it worked for them. Keep doing it. We got to, of course, ask them later, you know, probably what is the Duraludon for? But Otter, a big, big key player to all of the three victories in this set.
All right, we got our Evil Geniuses match coming up. Best of 5.
There, and then, of course, just being a massive amount of damage and control in this final game.
So well played by them. I feel like this last one, game 4, was really the consolidation of the control they had all throughout the game, although Lunax also fighting out pretty well. Unfortunately, there was a couple of things that didn't just quite land. The safeguard from Blissey countered those flame sweeps a lot of the times. But let's hear some more from the players on Root Dignitas as we have an interview ready on stage.
Hey, here we are up on the big stage. Congratulations, your winner, Otter from Dignitas. Amazing, incredible. You're heading to Championship Sunday. You and I were just talking, you're heading to Championship Sunday against someone you were just on a team with and against someone who won this last year.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's nice to, one of us at least gets to hold the throne from last year. I think that's what really matters, but I know it's going to be me, so.
Okay, amazing. Which team would you rather face? You have to pick one.
Honestly, I think for the NA fans, they'd really like to see us versus EG in the grand finals, but playing against the Asian team as well would be really fun here too.
Nah, it's going to be EG, man. It's going to be EG. I can feel it.
Legendary B-press, I guess, with Mew, just like a basic. Is that what got it?
I don't even know. There were so many. I was just throwing the balls, getting the objective, cheering about it.
We couldn't believe backstage that they were giving you Mew. It felt like such a mistake for you to have it. But then again, it really does feel like anything you're on, you're really proficient with. Is there something that you haven't brought out in the tournament yet that you're excited to play?
I don't really think so. I think Mew and Espeon are for sure the brokens in my role, but I think, you know, part of the reason why they give Mew so much is there's just too many really, really insane Pokemon right now. So it's a fun meta. Every role has super brokens in them.
Yeah, there are so many good Pokemon, so many choices.
Well, if everything's broken, nothing's broken, right?
Make its way. I know that Toon has been practicing it, so I'm like, oh, I hope.
Hey, Sharky, thanks so much for the Prime.
On stream.
Greetings from Dortmund, Germany. Danke.
I'm excited to see that. Heading into tomorrow, that's going to be incredible. Obviously, Championship Sunday. I want to talk to you a little bit about Worlds on the horizon as well. Obviously, you guys had an amazing run at ACL. You know both of those teams are going to be there at Worlds. For you to become the world champion, you're probably going to have to go through one of them. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty happy, you know, just to make it back to Worlds, have another chance. It's a tournament where anything can happen, either positively or negatively. So if we get another chance to face Fennel, I think that'd be the best. Maybe take him down, since nobody else can.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, Otter. Just an incredible run. It's always so exciting to watch you. Maybe the best attacker player in the world. Give it up one more time. Otter from Dignitas. Let's send it back to the booth.
Love that confidence, you know, just throwing out the balls and just seeing what happens, you know, which is exactly what happened. But no, hey, no, perfect timing. Sometimes it's just ingrained in your brain when you've been an attacker for so long. Just like Sprinkle said, very possibly the best attacker in the world. So great to see Otter, just such a key player for North America as well, making it all the way here into the grand finals.
All right, are we against Deep Cross Gaming?
But you can see here on the bracket, who do we got coming up?
Well, it's that Deep Cross Gaming versus Evil Geniuses
Let's go.
semi-finals. This figures in Ottawa. We're just talking about both teams with players that have played with Ottawa before, and we know too that they are very much excited to see what's going to be the vibes, because
I'm pumped.
they are all qualified.
I'm pumped to see my boy Ducky on Mammoth
It's so cool.
Swine.
I mean, either we get to see the kind of rival match that Otter just alluded to between Evil Geniuses and Root Dig, or we get to see the end of the Slash boss rush, right? At the end of the game, the extra level that Slash ends up getting after already qualifying for Worlds. But only one more match here today on Saturday to see who will qualify for Championship Sunday tomorrow, and we're going to see who that is right
There they
after
are.
this with Deep Cross Gaming and Evil Geniuses.
All right, they're headed to the main stage. Dapper Swine, yes. Man, a lot of people went to this. Anyone been watching any of the other tournaments, like the Pokemon Champions or TCG stuff? Wolfie. Kacker said I don't understand anything about the card game. I don't know what the meta decks are right now. I mean, I understand the gist of it though. I should probably know more as someone who collects the cards. You watching the World Cup? All I know is USA won a game yesterday, right? I don't know. Did they play today? Or are they playing today? Oh, not till next week. Thanks. So it's like, how long is the World Cup? Is it like multiple weeks? It's a month long? Dang. I didn't realize that. 5 games in Houston? Wow. I didn't realize, so it's all over the U.S. too? I know nothing about it, I'll be honest. Don't know anything about the logistics. USA, Canada, and Mexico. Okay, so basically... Interesting. Okay, cool. All right, get your game faces on, chat.
One team through to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. One more team to go here at the Pokemon Unite final stretch at NAIC. On a scale of 1 to 10, Zoinks, how excited are you for
We get the Australian caster for our game.
Somewhere in that range.
I think she's Australian.
I cannot contain my excitement. This
could be from New
event
Zealand.
has been so fun all the way through, and our Final Four is incredible. We get such a good best-of-5 set between our last 2 teams, and now we got such a fun one. North America versus APAC East, Kyrios versus Slash. I mean, we could not write this one better if we tried, and only one of these teams can make it into the grand finals for that Championship Sunday match.
Yeah, I think that is the really interesting storyline going on into this next set. Kyrios and Slash, former teammates, now going up against each other head-to-head to fight for another chance at getting back-to-back wins as NAIC champs. But the thing is, only one of these teams
here we go.
can make it through this next best-of-5.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross.
I believe in the geniuses.
So happy with their performance in the tournament already because they have that World Champions invite. On the other side, Evil Geniuses, anything but satisfied. This is a team where an IC win has been eluding them all season long. This is their last chance to do so.
If Evil Geniuses wins, when Evil Geniuses wins this round, then they play tomorrow for the grand finals. For the championship.
And the Feraligatr, Deep Cross Gaming being one of the best Feraligatr teams by far that we have seen at this NAIC event.
Yeah, 100%, especially considering how tricky it is to
Worlds, so they're already qualified for Worlds. World Championship is in August.
Incredible to be worthy of a ban there.
This is for the North American title.
Have that Mega Charizard White, Moltres, and Snorlax.
Oh, Roland got Hoopa. Let's go.
Cross Gaming.
Right,
love to see the Hoopa.
Like Mew and Espeon are still available. Roll It Down does pick up that Hoopa though. Does end up playing that Portal Hoopa. Something that Dukes Next has brought up quite a bit. This support Pokemon, we're seeing so much Trick Phantom Force from the field. However, when it comes down to rolling, they are a master of mobility.
All right, Espeon.
Those big portals.
He stole our Mamoswine!
Picking up some power options.
Yeah, especially
you little
considering
stinker.
we have seen Ducky play a fair bit of Mamoswine here today. We've seen both Vin and Kyrios pick up the Espeon, so taking those picks away from them, I think is a good call from Deep Cross Gaming, but also just the crowd control that this pair can bring.
Yeah, and combo-centric as well.
All right, Ducky on Blastoise.
You're picked up in an Ice Fang. That makes Z-Ray's job hitting those skill shots on the Espeon that much easier. Lines them up for some huge special attack damage. Christmas is going to go to the Mega Lucario. It has been probably their most frequent picked Pokemon outside of the Zacian, and with their own team banning it, they are going to lock that one up, prevent Deep Cross Gaming from getting it. We'll have to see what the top pathway leads to, and it looks like 94 wants to take the Garchomp.
Yeah, and I know we've seen some incredible Garchomp.
His username is just 94.
Much during day one, but we have seen a lot of it here. But you know what? We're talking about crowd control and the Psyduck, I feel like that is just another combination into the mix that is going to be tricky to deal with.
It's a great combo. One more note on the Garchomp
All right.
that I love into the
Mega Charizard X
is its counterplay into Blastoise.
and Zapdos.
Blastoses' Unite move is talked about so often as one of the best team fight Unite moves for endgame. It makes it really hard for melee Pokemon to get within range of major objectives. Well, Garchomp's Unite move does give that unstoppable for a whole long time. You can avoid that big
Greninja.
They're going to round things out with Greninja, but Evil Geniuses picking up some really interesting.
All right, I haven't seen us use Mega Charizard yet.
Mega Charizard X, as well as the Zapdos. Curious to see if we'll see Vin and Curios swap those at all, but currently Vin is going to be holding that attacker type, and Curios with the all-rounder with the Mega Charizard X.
I guess that's the brilliance when it comes down to Evil Geniuses, just the versatility between the roles that the players are able to pick on up, depending on what vibe they're going with, but also what the opposite team are going to go with. It looks like as we head into these final preparations, they are going to stick with these lock-ins, so Vin is going to be on that Zapdos.
I like the lineup of Evil Geniuses into this enemy composition due to a lot of the special conditions they can affect. Zapdos with some paralysis effects, of course, and then Mega Charizard X leaving those marks to enhance their own damage. There's very little healing supports, and even past that, any kind of cleansing abilities that can kind of remove these conditions. It'll be lasting effects for EG.
Is that better?
Now we can
Let me know.
we are roaming the Day of Sky Ruins. Every single game won so far in our event has been this Rayquaza map. No exception for our best of 5 as we are getting set for game number 1. Evil Geniuses, Deep Cross Gaming. This could be a preview of a World Championship match as both these teams are headed for San Francisco.
What's for dinner? I don't know. So I was actually supposed to go out tonight for my brother's birthday, but my schedule is based around when EG was playing. So my wife is out at dinner with my brother and his wife and their friends. So I'm not sure what I'm having for dinner.
Over on the orange, it looks like we are going to send that Charmander into that central area along with this Fergie.
All right, so Curios taking that role.
Bowl of Lucky Charms, maybe? Bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Clear, potentially multiple if they need to get to that evolution quicker. The job won't be done so easily, though, as Slash on this Swinub is making a roam, but Ducky, the master of
Ducky
that
the Invader,
is going to cut them off the pass with this Squirtle.
Yeah, he can't beat them at their own tricks. They are definitely aware of what Slash was attempting to do there. So blocking him off, otherwise up in the top path.
Defense from Slash.
Coming, but also great stun coming in from that side up.
Yeah, I mean, great backup for a Pokemon like Gibble who doesn't have amazing last hit secure.
You're right, maybe I'll have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich instead.
Backup is phenomenal. You gotta be worried about Gibble more so in terms of team fights, though. That early game for the Pokemon can be unassuming, but is powerful.
We are waiting for the birds to spawn on in at the 8:50-minute mark. Nobody is going to move from that tall grass just yet, as here we go. They're going to pop on in. Gibble is there to start them off.
Yeah, good play by Christmas, though, with that Meteor Mash pushing back all the wild Pokemon to their side, making that wild Pokemon even easier to KO for their team. And, of course, by that metric, difficult for Deep Cross Gaming. They're going to lose out on a lot of that early EXP, and that will be 94 held at the Gibble stage.
Oh, but I guess Slash may have not been able to make an early invade that time around. Instead, they're going to continue for put on the pressure, but it's a 2v1. But they are still quite healthy going into this.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's taking
yeah,
some
no
damage
kidding. I mean, they do a great job. Obviously, they don't take the blue buff, but they do force the defender player Ducky to pick it up instead of Curios on that Charmeleon. So we get the War Turtle evolution. Obviously, EXP still getting shared amongst the
Sorry,
squad,
we'll give it to Ducky.
I do think
He'll make
they would
use of
rather
it.
funnel all of it to the hyper carry if they could. Slash playing a great interference game.
Can I
even
cook
with this
food?
first stage Pokemon
Nah.
in the defender.
I mean, I guess I can follow
I guess
directions.
That's
I
the thing with the Swinub. It does
never
actually
do.
pretty well earlier on, but they have gone and evolved into that Piloswine thanks to those wild Pokemon in that central area.
Well, in terms
You guys
of
have been
levels
talking about food's
leading
making me
the
hungry,
lobby,
though.
it is the Greninja for Deep Cross Gaming. We have the Mega Charizard X just hitting level 7, but they are trailing at the moment. Cyrus doing a great job, and that is a ton of burst damage onto the Ducky. Espeon can't quite get the KO. We are just shy of Unite moves. That could be a totally different landscape even 1 minute from now.
Yeah, minute 30 into this game.
It's regular Lucario, but it will evolve. It will Mega Evolve.
Thanks to that Hooper, and
Nice
they are
pick
able
up.
to go and take down this Gabite. There is a lot of wild Pokemon to secure up here.
Yeah, Mega
let's
Lucario
get some
with big
get some
damage.
XP,
Curios
chat.
Also, just a fiery form of that Mega Punch. Power up punch for the Lucario. Opens the path, and then it's 30 points in for the Mega Luca right now. Curios is going to dunk in 26 as well. And Evil Geniuses getting up on the board, but most importantly, stacking those late game scaling items. Every score will increase their attack damage stat, and they are doing a great job of keeping pace overall macro as well.
Not much of of an overdunk up in the top half by Evil Geniuses.
And then Charizard will be is Mega Charizard X
is
too.
going to pressure that tier 2 pad, so they're not going to worry about that, especially considering they can make quick rotations if needed. But that tier 1 pad for them has actually been depleted.
Yeah, this is going to be all the way to tier 2, and if anything, it's going to provide a lot of vision for Evil Geniuses. Regieleki is effectively a member of their team right now, so on the mini-map, they are aware of 3 enemy Pokemon all the way there, and they know this Greninja doesn't have a lot of backup. A ton of damage, but good rotation by Deep Cross Gaming to bail out of danger.
Yeah, they have to bail out of danger back to just trying to get these wild Pokemon that are slowly spawning on in. But I'm looking at how many Unite moves we have on Deep Cross Gaming. They have a total of 4, whereas currently Evil Geniuses only have that Mega Charizard Unite move available.
Yeah, that bottom path is going extremely well for DCG. Slash able to ignore that surf damage, but the Mousewine is going to take a bunch of bursts. Shin on the outside with this Psyduck is playing interference and honestly just being a warning to the rest of the enemies.
Coming up on the halfway point here in about 30 seconds.
Into some scary spots.
Yeah, either pull him forward or push him back. I guess that is the power
It
of
felt
this
like a
stuff.
pretty even back and forth so far. I mean, scores even, only 4 points off.
That halfway mark, I feel like it's been more of a slow burn, a passive game between these two teams.
100%. I mean, we were locked in for a best of 5. So I think at this point, these teams are trying to figure out exactly what each other do. Analyze the movements, you know, figure out
Did you just
what
say
players
analyze
are
the
playing
movements?
extremely well,
Brother.
what players they can shut down, etc., etc.
Brother.
These first round
That's not how you
objectives,
say
you're right,
that
have come
word.
and gone rather quietly. The second round are about to spawn in, though, with Regis in both the top and bottom path.
I don't watch
And
Go,
right
but I
now,
watch
it
a lot
looks
of
like both teams
VGC.
focusing on the bottom path.
I haven't watched
Ducking
any of
waiting in
the
that
of
tall
this
grass.
tournament, but I
Hoping
watch
to
a lot
catch
on. I
someone
watch
from
like
Deep
a
Cross Gaming with an
Cybertron
overextension, but
and
just misses the
Wolfie
side up
on
with the
YouTube.
surf.
And there goes the Reg Ice to come on in along with that Mega Lucario Unite to give him the extra boost with that close combat. We do have Slash looking for a pick. Who are they going to go
Nice.
for?
We got the
Onto
ice buff.
the Lucario, but they still end up getting the secure for Evil
And then
Geniuses.
they're out
Yeah,
with the
great work
Hoopa.
by Chris Smith, canceling
Oh,
that
and then
close
he's in.
combat animation a little bit
They came
earlier.
back?
Power
Why?
punch. They come back through that portal and are immediately punished by DCG. They're going to take down that Mega Lucario, but Kyrios on the other
I'm
side
not sure what that
does
play
find a way
was.
to KO 94 on the Garchomp. So top path looking a bit better. However,
I did
it's
not see Wolfie
translated
brought
into a
Toxapex.
Regieleki KO
He
quite
likes to
yet.
mix
Evil
things up,
Geniuses
man.
wait for the
Took
respawn,
Steelix
wait
to the
rally back.
regional
Let's see where
tournament.
they rotate.
I think one interesting thing
Bringing
to note is they
Toxapex
still
to
have
NAIC.
this Hoopa Unite move available to them, and we can see on the minimap they are going to focus on the bottom path. Meanwhile, we still have this
Oh,
Lucario
man, he
and
committed
Charizard.
to
No
that
longer
pick on
Lucario
the,
up in that top path to try
Christmas.
and put the pressure on, but no, they're actually going to give up this tier 1 to Deep Cross Gaming.
That is a lot of space given up. A Hoopa Unite move to bring the entire team down to the bottom path instantly, and then they'll have the time to jump back and defend against this Regieleki. They're going to keep the score lead here. That is very important. However, that is concerning with how quick that Mega Lucario was KO'd. An X-Attack Greninja is doing absurd amounts of damage. That red pulsating light beneath them, every time, it means their damage is boosted so much. And that Greninja showcasing exactly what that looks like with an instant KO on the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, I feel like despite these teams not really engaging in a lot of all-committing team fights throughout this match so far, they're both keeping up in parity in terms of these points. It's pretty close, but also in terms of these levels. The only thing to note, I suppose, is the Greninja
Alright,
has
mid
unlocked
spawns
both
in
of
54
those
seconds to
movements
Rayquaza.
coming
That's going to be
on
big.
closer to this final stretch.
Yeah, it's a great point, Kello. The back and forth has been interesting to watch. Neither team getting a super strong lead, or at least if any team has a big advantage in terms of play, the other team has an instant response. We'll see how long that carries out as we are 30 seconds away from our final stretch. But another set of Regis are spawning in. A damage buff Registeel has appeared on the bottom of Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, and that would be definitely juicy for whichever team is able to secure it. Mamoswine trying to lock onto the
Oh, Dunky's
Lucario,
trying to-
who's now charging up their punch, but it is
Oh,
a
we got
little
it, we
too
got it, we got it.
early. Nonetheless,
Damage
Charizard
buff,
is
but-
still able to get the secure, but Espeon is actually popping their Unite move to pick up those 3 KOs.
Wow, that is 2
Yeah,
Unite moves
they got
spent
the
by Deep
buff,
Cross
but then the
Gaming with a
KOs came
massive
through.
Fight win, 5v5.
Will?
They actually
Ooh,
walked
it's gonna
away
be
without
close.
losing a single member. It's
10
taking out
seconds.
2 of Evil Geniuses. Roland needs to play
On
this one.
Charizard.
X1 so
They gotta
safe.
come back
That
to
Hoopa
defend
Unite
for
move is
this
gonna be the only way to
Rayquaza.
get the whole team in. Ducky blocking out that Hydro Typhoon right in the corridor, and team members of Evil Geniuses come through the portal. well. Chris Smith on the back line is going to take that fight
Nice.
in the corridor. It's actually Vin to take down
Alright,
the
it's
guard
1 for
shot.
1.
Side up returns the damage to the opposite support, and they take down that Hoopa in unbound form.
One member down for each of these squads as Rayquaza is now getting burnt down by Evil Geniuses. Slash looking for a pick. They need to make a move as Rayquaza is getting really low here.
There is a Greninja and an
Oh,
Espeon
no.
still up for Deep Cross Gaming, but the Mega Lucario is standing in the face of the Rayquaza. 3 KO straight for the Espeon, and include the Rayquaza as Deep Cross Gaming will take our first objective of the game.
Yeah, and that is pretty much a
Bad
team
fight.
wipe across Evil Geniuses. Nobody there to go and defend. These dunks raining on through. Deep Cross Gaming now leading at 390 to 23, and I don't think that's going to be over in terms of these points.
A long journey to this point for DCG, both literally and figuratively, but they don't
that's
look
tough,
like they're
chat.
running out of steam quite yet. This Rayquaza already secured. Kyrios just exploding in terms of damage, and it feels like not a single member of Evil Geniuses can stand up to these Rayquaza buffed up DCG team members. This will be this scoreline skyrocketing even further, and Deep Cross Gaming taking an early series lead.
That's all right, boys.
That is going to definitely be a great boost and morale going into this best of 5 set to take that first win, especially up against
Best of 5,
one
no
of
biggie.
NA's Titans.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming has forged their way to a world championship spot. I asked them if they think they could even play for the championship title, and they thought they could. This is game 1 of the best of 5, and Deep Cross Gaming is posing in the middle of the map. If that's not confidence, I don't know what is. That, so far, has been a tournament-winning celebration exclusive. DCG showcasing they're going to start early and often.
Look, you got to celebrate every single win.
All right, we'll
okay?
start in the hole with.
So,
Hey, we'll
gotta
give
go
him. We'll
crazy.
give him. We'll
Maybe
give
they're
him
trying to
a
use their
small little
just
boost.
manifestation, that future sight to keep that momentum.
I mean, honestly, it felt pretty even
Yeah,
up
some
until that
psychic
Rayquaza
ability
fight.
surely afoot for DCG, or manifest destiny. Whatever it is, it started them off on the right foot. 1-0 against EG in what was relatively a quiet game. Extremely measured from both these teams. It felt like any team fight was never a sure win one way or the other, at least in terms of
The
scoring
pose was
across
pretty
the map.
crazy.
But when
Was
the
that BM?
final
I don't
battle
know.
actually kicked off here right before this 2-minute mark, Deep Cross
Probably
Gaming
not.
taking out 3 members of Evil Geniuses. Felt like the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, that's the thing. Throughout this whole match, it felt like there was never the 10 members all together at one team fight. It was very split depending on where these objectives were, but it wasn't until that 2-minute 30 mark, that Reggie
Right.
Steele, where all members were accounted for.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Kind of coming out of that Hoopa portal, you saw Evil Geniuses sort of won that mini skirmish, right? They take down the Espeon. The Greninja was also removed from the equation. You got a few Mega Evolutions, but when
Dang,
Cyrus
11
and
and
Z-Ray
0 on
come back into the
Greninja.
team fight, that just spelled disaster for Evil Geniuses. We are going to give that
Yeah, look at
MVP
the
award to
difference
Greninja.
between the
11
like the
KOs
kills.
and 6 assists in this game. The damage carry for
It's like
a reason.
24 to
Almost 63,000 damage
4.
as well.
But I think what's really interesting across
We
the
only
board
got
in
4
terms of this
knockouts that whole
KFA
game.
is the fact that 4 members from Deep Cross Gaming didn't faint at all.
Yeah, okay. Well, we were talking about this one being back and forth. You know, I don't know if the stats are going to be backing that one up whatsoever. Deep Cross Gaming is seemingly immortal in this game number 1, but it is a long series. We'll see if Evil Geniuses can kind of muster up a bit of a response. I liked what they were doing in the drafting phase.
All right, time to go 3-0.
See if things change up at all, especially because
3
we
in a
are
row.
getting a map change. Mandatory in our best of 5s. The first 3 maps will be Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon in that order. Let's head to Thea Wet Ruins, unfortunately, with the Kyogre. Unfortunate in name. I actually like the map, but here we go. Evil Genius is going to ban away the Comfort.
You don't use Accelerator? I don't know. I guess
As
not.
easily
You're not
as
seeing it.
Thea Dry Ruins or Thea Sky Ruins.
I don't know enough about the meta game.
No, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, good call. Hey, good call not making
Who are the
that
people
one
standing
the
behind?
official
Yeah,
name
probably
rules
the
in charge of that.
technical people
Yeah,
and
heads up play
judges.
there. But Deep Cross Gaming. Ooh,
Hey, Overlord, thanks for the follow.
Defender draft so far with both Snorlax and Mamoswine bans. Curious where Ducky is going to go. Hasn't played a ton of Umbreon in this tournament, but has pulled it out every now and again. Let's see if Slash wants to double ban defenders and first pick one to really throw a wrench in Evil Genius's plan.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. I guess we do have Blastoise available, but it looks like they might end up saving that one till
Dang,
later,
ban the
potentially,
Mamoswine.
as they are going to secure that Psyduck first pick.
All right, yeah, Blastoise really surging to the top again of our encounter rate charts. Let's see where Ducky wants to link. Christmas also considering the Garchomp this time around instead of the Mega Lucario, but of course,
Okay, got the
Zacian
Zacian
is
on
available.
Christmas.
So that is going to be the
Blissey
immediate
on
rocket
Roland.
for Christmas, and Roland gets to play Blissey. I mean, that's kind of a match made in heaven between those two players. 94 though, now that the Feraligatr is off the ban table, will be immediately locking that pick up.
Yeah, we'll see what the rest of this composition is going to be. In terms of the Cinderace pick, I feel like this is quite early for Cinderace. Usually this is left till that last pick, but they are confident in this one. But
All right, Ducky on
is
Mr.
going to
Mime.
take that opportunity to lock in that Mr. Mime.
All right, would not be shocked here to see Evil Geniuses play a little bit of that double mage potentially.
Ooh,
but
got
no,
Machamp.
actually gonna lean into the melee. So Vin not going to be playing an attacker, but this time picking up the all-rounder Machamp, just too strong to leave on the table, and the brawl is going to be right there to match with Deep Cross Gaming. Feraligatr and the Urshifu are going to be two options that are great at getting that damage done and lasting, and Slash is going to bring out the Articuno.
I feel like there's a lot of choices here for Curios, whether it's going to be one of these evolutions, maybe even a Latios. I know we have seen them play that a fair bit, but they are currently hovering over this Blastoise as this last pick. So we'll have to wait and see whether this is going to be the final one. But yeah, in terms of this, they don't really have that range. Are they actually going to go in for range, or are they just going to...
Yeah, Mimikyu would have been good. I mean, Espeon's still on the board, or still available.
Obviously, Z-Ray with their item build right now is threatening that Blaze Kick auto attack focus Cinderace, by far and away the more popular option. But it would be challenging for them to really threaten that Pokemon in the back line, outside of maybe submission out of Machamp. Final selection from Curios will be shown to us, I'm sure, momentarily.
Yeah, we didn't get to see what
once
he
we
picked.
get in to that game, which had a little bit of a bug, I believe, on our overlay giraffe screen, but we will be jumping into it. I believe it's the Glaceon is the selection in that place, with Curios playing the Machamp and Vin on the Glaceon. Sorry for that, everybody. Just wanted to update you on the screen, but obviously you'll see the Pokemon as soon as we jump in the
All right,
game.
EG, let's go, boys.
This time round, we are going to head on into that Kyogre map. This time, we are going to have that Regidrago come in at the 8-minute mark. But going into game number 2, this is a best-of-5 semi-final after all. But still, winning that first game, that is some great momentum for Deep Cross's gaming marathon, because it is definitely not a sprint.
Yeah, just don't know how much they got in the tank. We'll see how far they can carry it, but I think starting off with a win is so important for that team. Let's get into game number 2. Deep Cross Gaming on your purple side. Evil Geniuses gonna be repping orange in game number 2.
Heading up into the top path, we are going to have this Chansey and Zacian paired together, going up against Totodile and Psyduck. But we have Ducky, even on the Mr. Mime, they're going in for an attempted invade, especially considering it's a Cubfu, and they don't have any protection currently.
Yeah, no help, no backup. This poor Cubfu just gonna try to out-time with their secures. This time around, Ducky gonna get that last
Ducky
hit, I
with
believe,
the
with 2
invade. We
points.
love to see it.
Veil's Energy in pocket. Finally, Slash is going to roam to the middle of the map, and Articuno defending a Cubfu at the moment in time, but Ducky will decide to completely bail from that central area, wants to help out Curios in the bottom path as soon as they can.
Yeah, especially considering it is going to be that Machop up against that Score Bunny there. They do have the 21 points.
You just kind of, you can collect Pokemon stuff. I think if you scroll down, there's like
being able to
a,
secure a lot of wild Pokemon earlier on.
you can like
Yeah,
buy
great
different
look
items
for
and
Evil
stuff.
Geniuses, especially early game. In this bottom path with Deep Cross Gaming, when they lose in one spot, they gain in another. We've seen that all game long. You see Z-Ray picking up a lot of those wild Pokemon in the middle of the map. Slash gets a freeze effects. Ducky having a tough time making it back to the goal zone, but that Mr. Mime does have a lot of defensive stats. Doesn't matter,
I thought
though,
Ducky
for
was
that
going to get
water bear.
out.
Flux zone or not, Xeros is going to be chasing it out at the ends of the earth.
But this really just demonstrates the strength that Articuno brings. Just being able to go and freeze and slow down your opponents, meaning that it's so hard to go and escape from them. Otherwise, we are going to pivot up into the top path here as Zacian's charging on in, straight onto that Psyduck. Their passive though
Nice,
doesn't
good
push them
KO.
back, which means they get taken out.
Yeah, nice work from Chris Smith, utilizing either full heal safeguard or empowered agility. There's a whole lot of options that this Pokemon has to ignore some of that crowd control. One of the many factors that make this Pokemon extremely strong in our current metagame. And right now, they are out-leveling 94 over a full level, but most importantly, are keeping that Totodile in the stage that Kellosaurus loves them.
Yes, the Kelligator. But we are going to have that Reggie
Oh, get that
Drago
pick.
look to
Let's
be
go.
contested by
All right.
this team. But
Didn't get on the
Articuno
KOs
is
this time
wiped
around.
out, which means Evil
Picked up the
Geniuses are going
Drago.
to be able to take that one freely.
Yeah, Kyrios taking down their old teammate of Slash with that Machop play. A little bit of revenge,
Hey,
potentially,
another
or even
KO.
celebration of the amazing times they had. Either way, this match is going to be more important for both these squads at the moment. They already cross-chop with that Machop. Of course, that super strong damage stacks up.
Get some more
higher
points
and
on the board
higher.
here.
Well, all right, now it's just Slash contending this bottom path, and Evil Genius is doing a great job of keeping the levels down on the opposing side. But Deep Cross Gaming has gotten Feraligatr going on top now that EG has abandoned that path.
Ooh, the way Kyrios just zoomed towards that Raboot to get that submission and that KO for them. We do have Urshifu here at that level. At level 9 does have the Unite move available, but it looks like Evil Geniuses, they're going to have 4 members,
Hey,
because I can see the Glaceon on the
Guccino. Thank you
mini-map
so much for the
head
gifted
towards
sub.
the top path where we have a Reg Ice waiting.
Yeah, 94 will
Appreciate
communicate
it,
that to the rest of the team. That means Deep Cross Gaming is going to have to go ahead to try and take down that Reggie Alecki. Will be contested
Got
by
the ice
in bottom
buff.
half, but on the top side, Evil Geniuses do not have to worry about any kind of competition around that basic objective. They will take down that Feraligatr instantly and get a ton of scores on bottom side. Ducky, on the other hand, is going to try to defend against this Reggie Alecki and 2 members of Deep Cross Gaming at bottom. And in the end, we'll have to relinquish that tier 1.
This is very reminiscent of Game 1 in terms of these squads just focusing on different lanes, not really committing to a full team fight in one of these areas. Otherwise, those birds are going to spawn on empty. Cross Gaming looking to secure those, especially considering we want to get more Unite moves available, but they already have 3.
Right. Okay, yeah, I was just going to say, the Unite moves, Kella, let's see if that changes the tempo at all. We got some big ones, and how about a Machamp starting things off with submission and
Big
jumping
fight,
directly
big fight.
into the barrage blow. That Feraligatr executed yet again.
2 for
Make
0.
that 2. Articuno
Let's
down.
go.
Again,
3 for
Kyrios
nothing.
feels like they are aiming for Slash at this point in time. Now the goal zone only has 2 members left to defend, and 5 members of Evil Geniuses are extremely interested in dunking some points.
Yes, and that is going to be a successful
All right, we got their
break,
tier
and now
1
Evil
tower.
Geniuses have the lead at 176 to 158. One thing I want to make note of as well is this Mr. Mime is actually a confusion wall Mr. Mime rather
Because,
than
you know, I'm so excited for
the
Guild
power
Wars
swap
3.
that we
I'm going to be
have
streaming
seen
more Guild
here
Wars
today.
stuff
So I guess
because
just
I'm
the
just so hyped
ability
now.
to push back a lot of those melee range characters being Urshifu and Feraligatr.
Yeah, oftentimes
I swear,
we see
if
that
dwarves
chain
are not a
together
playable
with
race,
what
I'm
we
gonna
call, like,
riot.
Blastoise or something like that to really utilize that defensive effect. But at the time right now, it looks like damage is going to be the focus for Evil Geniuses. It's putting them in the lead, 176 to 158, and a solid level lead specifically with Kyrios' Machamp. They have been doing fantastic. We are about to see a Reggie spawning back into the top side. Not Reggie Alecki will be one of the 3 original legendary Titans. And Chris Smith is going to bail out of the way of that Articuno.
We do have Finn there that
His
has
health
all
regen.
of their icy shards available, going to be doing a lot
Champ
of
jumps
burst
in.
damage as the Articuno now gets wiped out. But here comes the
All right,
Feraligatr
2 for
looking
nothing.
to charge on in, but they
3 for
instantly
nothing.
get
Yo,
flipped
these
and
team
wiped
fights are
out,
going
allowing
so much
Deep
better
Cross
than last
Gaming
game.
to go and secure the Reg Ice because they were preoccupied.
Yeah, that Feraligatr buys them a lot of time, but at the cost of getting KO'd. Now, the thing is, Evil Geniuses are making a quick rotation to try to score this tier 1 on the bottom, but there is an Articuno there to defend, as well as an Icy Pillar created right on top of that goal zone via the Articuno Unite move. So Evil Geniuses would need to spend a little bit of time breaking that in the first place, so instead, they are going to try to enlist the help of Reggie Alecki. That'll have to come after a team fight, though, as both teams are rotating down to bottom.
Well, we do only have the Articuno and Psyduck accounted for, as Reggie Alecki is now below half HP. It's just a moment to try and make a move, but
All right,
Machamp
they're running
and Mr.
top
Mime
to
are on
score,
the job
though.
to prevent a steal.
Yeah, I like that play. They know exactly where they're going to be. They don't even need vision of that.
We got to push
crash.
bot
Securious
heavy
running
because they're up
directly
top
into
too.
it. There's nowhere else they can hide, and that will be Reggie Alecki landing, I believe, before any scores go in. So an even break on that bottom side. You saw multiple members of Evil Geniuses rushing to score, but too little, too late. And now that is an even break, putting them at 196.
We're up on
Deep
3
Cross
minutes
Gaming
here.
holding on to a fantastic points lead at 247.
Yeah, and we always know that sometimes these overdunks really matter when it comes into the late game, especially considering there isn't really a major lead by Deep Cross Gaming here. But a minute left to go until the final stretch.
At least I'm
Members
packing with
trying to
50
look for those
points
level
right now
13
to,
power spikes.
to
Yeah,
dunk.
we got Glacier on there already, made that shit level 14 probably. Chris Smith hanging on the top side is only at level 12, but there's not too much wild Pokemon experience to take down, especially when Machamp needs it. So they're going to clear
All right, 40
all
seconds
those
for the,
immunities. And it looks like Evil Geniuses
for the
do
spawn.
want to fight over this topside Reggie. I don't know if they've been able to take down a single one so far this game. Deep Cross Gaming have been doing an awesome job out securing them, even in space. Chris Smith is pulled.
Oh, he gets out, he gets out.
Safeguard, just barely going to pull Zacian out of danger.
Safeguard saving the day for that Zacian, which means they're able to take that ship back home, get some HP, but that does mean they have to go and give up this top Reggie and find some positioning because Kyogre is almost here.
Yeah, price you're going to pay for that is Zacian is going to be taking this next team fight only at level
All right, this is
12.
critical.
They're not even close to that level 3 benchmark right now, and Kyogre is
2
going
minutes.
to enter the map. Final stretch has begun. Feraligatr roaming around on the top side, lurking in that tall grass. As Cinderace already starts doing damage, they do a check button over the wall, and then Mr. Mime chases him down.
Yeah, it is showtime from this.
Oh,
Mr.
nice.
Mime as
They
chase
jumped
him
hard
down.
on Cinderace.
Has been eliminated.
They went
There goes
so
the
hard
flip
on
straight
him.
onto the Articuno,
Nice.
and now they have
2 for
also
nothing.
been sent back to home base. 3 members of Deep Cross Gaming are up.
3 for
Evil
nothing.
Geniuses have all members accounted for, but here comes the Feraligatr out of the water.
Yeah, and backed up as well by that Urshifu. Unite move, channeling towards the Machamp. They will get that KO, but in turn themselves go down. Feraligatr,
They'll
the
let him
low
steal.
member of Deep Cross Gaming, and
Let's
try to
go.
out-secure the Kyogre, and
Let's
they
go.
will not. Evil Geniuses with
Let's
3
go.
Kyogre buffs to their name, and they only need to make up around 50 points.
And this is their chance to go and overtake the lead, but we have some protection here from Cinderace. It's just a matter of whether they can hold their ground.
Guys, we need
But it looks like
points.
Evil
We need
Geniuses
points.
Are aware of this. Instead, they're going to retreat and wait for more members to come for a push.
Yeah, benefit of knowing when you had those knockouts. You know that no one from Deep Cross Gaming is going to have the time to roam to the opposite side and counter score. So they can wait for the backup, probably send these members without the Kyogre buffs in first as a distraction to open up space and allow this Kyogre buff to increase their scoring speed and give you an advantage. There goes the Machamp towards the Cinder, and they pull him up into the air.
Yeah, even with the fade, they do manage to make an escape. No dunks from Evil Geniuses just yet. As Deep
36
Cross Gaming
seconds.
is putting up a great defense.
Oh, we got it, we got it, we
There
got it, we
goes
got
the
it.
Blissey with the hundo dunk, which means EG now have the lead. Less than 30 seconds left to go. Deep
got the
Cross
hundo
Gaming
dunk
need
with
to
the
make their
Blissey.
way across the map.
Yeah, Zacian was able to score a little bit as well, so that extends the point lead over 100 points. Deep Cross Gaming will need to get multiple scores in. Plus, we have Vin on the Glaceon about to dunk a Hundo Burger in uncontested, and the Articuno will not recall in time.
Nice.
So, Evil
Glaceon went
Geniuses
top and just
extend
dunked
their
100
lead
points.
even further, ensuring them this game number 2 win, and ensuring that we get a fantastic series in our semifinal. We're all tied up 1-1.
Wow, what
Let's
an
go.
incredible game to see there.
I can't yell
that's
because
the
my
thing. I
son
know
has
Deep
gone to
Cross Gaming,
sleep.
We're talking about this momentum, this
And his
morale,
room is,
especially
like,
coming
underneath
out
my
of that
office
win of game
a
1,
little
but
bit,
Evil
so
Geniuses, I feel like they've
I'm
really
very
just
excited.
honed on and locked down
Yeah.
to go and take this one.
Yeah, such a fantastic end game team fight. All on
Am
the
I
back
played
of
the
this
league
Machamp.
for
I mean,
like 12
Curios
years,
making
so
some amazing play calls. One of my favorites. is
We're
we
in
saw
for Evil
Curios
Geniuses,
kind of move
man, to
through
go all the
3
way.
enemy members are in a 5-minute fight when Vin was able to hit a huge icy wind. You know, Curios kind of throws caution to the wind and chases them down. This play though, so fantastic. Out of the Mr. Mime, Ducky makes the
So not so
call.
much
We're
capture
gonna
fight
check
as it is like
button across. I'm
you
gonna try to trap that
rack
Cinder
up
in the
points
corridor,
as
whether it's with
you
walls or my
knock
Unite
out
move, but
Pokemon
at
and
all
enemies,
costs,
and then you have
Cinder
to
is
score
gonna
those
go
points
down,
into the
followed
enemy's
up
like
amazing by
goal.
the team. And at this
And
point,
there's
it's just Evil Geniuses.
there's
dotting
3
their T-
goals.
dotting their
There's
I's,
2 goals on the
crossing
bottom, 2 goals on
their
the top, and
T's,
1
forgot
goal
which letter
at the
gets
home
which,
base.
and they will take down the Coyote.
Well, luckily this isn't a spelling bee. It is a game of Pokemon Unite, so we
All
don't
right, I'm
need
not
to
good
worry
at
about
either,
that one.
but that is still a relief.
Oh, but yeah, definitely an incredible defense from Deep Cross Gaming towards that start, but just unfortunately
Dang,
it wasn't
Vin went
enough
10 and
to
0
go
on
and stop
Glaceon.
that hundo from
10-0,
rolling, coming
10.
on in. But our player of the
That's a
game
KDA
is going
right
to
there.
be Vin on this Glaceon, getting themselves 10 KOs, 10 assists, but 0 feints, and
Yeah.
81k damage.
I mean, a cough of 20 is phenomenal. I mean, a phenomenal KO and assist to feints ratio, liking it from that central area player of Evil Geniuses. That's a great look. I mean, we have seen pretty passive games. I think these 0 feints games out of the victors are going to be pretty common between these two teams. Let's see what happens, though, when we head into our third map of the locked-in rotation. Groudon
Game
will be
3.
the selection, with Deep Cross Gaming electing to choose that first pick position. Evil Geniuses sticking with this Comfey ban.
Yeah, they don't not want to risk this one being paired up with it. Just giving it a Comfey Poke, but we are going to have that Mega Charizard Snorlax still banned on out by Team Cross Gaming. And you know what? I feel like Blissey has been quite the threat here on the side of Evil Geniuses.
It has, and people aren't really willing to pick what I would consider the natural
Yeah, I think it's good
counters
for
in some
Alligator
ways, where
ban.
the Umbreon has been kind of falling down the priority list a little bit. So Deep Cross Gaming is just going to say, let's take out that Blissey entirely and give Slash maybe some more options in terms of selection. Also, we get Shin on that side up. So Evil Geniuses are banning away the Feraligatr. We'll see if 94 goes to something new. I have to imagine Christmas will pick up the Zacian if made available.
Yeah, well, that is going to be available.
Ooh,
They're going to
Moltres.
lock in Moltres first pick along with this Machamp, which I'm going to say, yeah, some incredible plays in that last game to get these setups with this submission.
All right, well, yeah, this has been a permaban, or at least for the last two games for Evil Geniuses.
They do not. Evil
banning away the
Geniuses has a
Moltres.
Valorant team
Honestly,
and
didn't know
Pokemon
if
Unite.
Any of the members of this team were really comfortable playing that Pokemon. I mean, so far, it is still in the prove-it stage, but they are putting first pick priority towards it.
I was going to say, given Evil Geniuses' track record,
Yeah, they're pretty good at the game, yeah.
100%. I'm sure they would have, every single new Pokemon that comes out, I'd say they definitely spend some time practicing that up, seeing how well they can go and utilize that.
Crustle.
However, we do have
Ducky on the
Espeon and
crab.
Mega Lucario selected onto Deep Cross Gaming's side, and Ducky's going to opt for Crustle this time around.
Interesting. I mean, so far, Evil Genius is kind of abandoning the concept of range, wherever it may be. Espeon has been given up to Deep Cross Gaming, as well as that Psyduck. Mega Lucario has had an interesting tournament. Ooh, Sirot's going to go with something new. Urshifu no longer. Talonflame and Slash is hovering over this rogue pick of the Serena that we've seen earlier on today. No defender, no problem. Let's see what Deep Cross Gaming can do.
I mean, I guess in terms of Serena's sustain, in terms of maneuverability, it doesn't, I guess, yeah, maybe they just do not need that traditional defender over on their side. But I'm actually really surprised that we don't end up, I saw the Zacian being hovered over there, but they're not actually going to go onto that. Instead, Greninja's going to be that final pick.
I love best of 5 so much, Kello. I think draft decisions like that only come from series that can go the distance and teams are going back and forth, because you got to try something new. You got to tech exactly to what the context of this tournament is going to be. And even in specific games, we get individual metas. So we will have to see what this ends up looking like. Obviously, Curios is going to pick that one up, and Chris Smith will adopt the Machamp. But, I mean, imagine a Zacian is a last pick potential option. That is absurd right now.
Yeah, especially considering how powerful we have seen it there, especially with that Metal Claw. But I guess not really
I'm
much
excited to see
range
Ducky
damage
on
on the side
Crustle.
of Deep Cross Gaming. So maybe this Greninja, whether they are going
Also,
for that
we got
double
Moltres,
team
which is
to
great.
try and bait out
Top-tier
Deep Cross
champ.
Gaming's Talonflame here.
Oh, that could be a fun one. Not to mention, if you can bait Slash into Unite moving a double team clone, I think you're going to feel pretty good about your chances of winning this game. I wouldn't say the odds are super high of that happening, but it will be an interesting reaction. Obviously, Zarina, a Unite move that can go past Machamp's unstoppable submission that has been so phenomenal in a lot of situations, but we'll see how it actually plays out. By the way, we did get confirmation, or at least a word from production. We are taking a look at this draft. We'll see what ends up happening. For right now, we're going to treat it as it's real. This Machamp final pick, still extremely strong for EG.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing in terms of Machamp. We've seen it banned a fair way here over across the 2 days. So final pick, but even then, just no Zacian, considering we have seen Chris Smith play that a fair bit.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just such a power pick.
I don't know what they're
especially
checking
in the
over
hands
with
of
the
players
draft,
who are
but-
extremely good on that Pokemon, but
Not an
same
EG
could be
match
said
without
for
some
a
technical
lot of the
difficulties.
Pokemon on this roster. It's a Moltres, Greninja, and Machamp, all three Pokemon that do take quite a bit of skill expression and knowledge of that Pokemon and its mechanics to really get the top tier value out of that Pokemon.
Oh, 100%. I feel like Moltres is quite a technical Pokemon
It is.
to go
Yeah.
and master in terms of that passive. Not only do you get that burn, but also being able to get that cooldown reset on a free move if they end up getting those boosted autos up and running.
Yeah, it's phenomenal when that happens. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here as our series is tied up 1-1. This is our final game. It's going to be on broadcast of day number 2. We can see here the game is going to be remade. We'll let you all know what we're looking at in terms of draft as soon as we are made aware. But either way, this series is going to go
Let's
the
go,
distance.
EG.
I am so happy. 1-1 between these two teams. I would love a best of 5 between these two squads for a few reasons. And let me lay them down for you, Kello. One, I like best of 5s that go to game 5. That's just kind of, you know, an easy one to check off as box number 1. Number 2, these two teams have been so exciting this tournament. I mean, Deep Cross Gaming with the travel across the world, Evil Geniuses looking like they're in a brand new form of excellence in day number 2. Loving seeing that energy. And third and final, I just feel like Curios versus Slash deserves a game number 5. Would love to see a complete finish to this series in a final game. But either way, we got to go step by step as these teams need to approach the games that way too.
That is a really good point, especially considering when we did the interviews with these players earlier on, we did have Roland saying that they would like to go up against Deep Cross Gaming.
Trying to
the
read his
most,
lips,
and
see what he's
Slash
saying about the draft,
also
but I'm
responding, saying they would like to go up against Evil Geniuses. So both of those wishes ended up coming to fruition for these squads. So you know what, to be able to go the distance in that best of 5, I mean, that would really be the perfect scenario on our side. Probably not on their side though, because I'm sure they want to get
Draft
this
is being remade.
semifinals over and done with and see who ends up actually making it through to the grand finals, day 3, to go up against Root Dignitas.
Very true. I mean, Slash at this point in time has now been able to take down Trainer. You know, already starting with some of their past teammates that would love to take down Otter, Curios, and whoever else they can. Of course, at the World Championships, have a chance to compete with Overlord, who is also qualified on one of those Japanese teams in Reject via the Asia Champions League. PJCS also finishing up. There is going to be 5 Japanese representatives at the World Championships. I mean, a region that has a lot of pedigree, a lot of talk about this region. They are so extremely strong. That's going to be fun, but I love it seeing what's happening over here at NAIC, seeing these other regions contend with each other, APAC East versus North America. Love these early looks into what could be to come in the future.
I think what's also really cool is Deep Cross Gaming being able to secure that
I gotta
World
run down and have some
Championship
dinner.
spot. That is actually the first time that we are going to have 2 teams from Taiwan and Hong Kong progress on through and be able to compete against each other.
That
Being
is
against
so
each other,
exciting.
yeah.
I love that. Let's hope Group Draw is kind to these two teams for when that happens for the World Championships. But I am real excited. There is a part of me that would love to see them compete against each other, but that's okay. I already saw it happen in the online event leading up to it. So hopefully does not end up being the case for the World Championships. But this is gonna be real fun. Like I said, these semifinals, of course, the grand finals tomorrow on Championship
We'll have cereal for
Sunday
dinner,
are
probably.
so amazing because of just how good the matches
Probably.
at NAIC always are. But of course, there is the extra
I like cereal, though.
effect of having the
It's
chance
either that
to
or I'll
see
have a peanut butter
early
and jelly
looks
sandwich.
at World Championship
TBD.
level teams competing competing against one another.
Oh, 100%, and that's the thing. In terms of what's at stake, yes, obviously there is that grand final spot, but that also means a bigger share of our $50,000 prize pool that we do have
$50,000 prize
NAIC,
pool,
but also
chat.
one step closer
What would you
to
do with
not
50
only
grand?
earning the title, but one step closer to also getting that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, a very coveted trophy here at NAIC. A lot of teams making their way towards that Sunday final, but only 2 can actually lock in that spot. It's been a long
But
journey.
Playboy, I
right?
actually
these
haven't
teams have
yet.
had to take down
I'm sure that I
incredible
will, though.
squads. They've had
Now that I've
missteps.
watched
I mean,
so much
honestly,
of
the
it,
story
now that I've
between
become an
Deep Cross
expert in
Gaming
the
and Evil
tactics.
Geniuses being pretty similar, right? Taking a loss in the group
Student
stage,
loans?
they probably regret, but then
That's
once
fair.
day 2 hits, early on in that bracket, they looked incredible. I mean, both
Buy
these
some Poncho
squads
Pikachus.
proving to be day 2 teams. Let's see who is the stronger one when it comes to this final showing here on day number 2 of NAIC.
Yeah, you can definitely say they have made a deep run into
right.
day 2, coming in with that second.
So I guess the
seed
question
over
becomes,
squads, but
when
we
you
are
remake
going
the
to have that
draft, do you have to
redraft
pick the
coming on
same
in
Pokemon
here
you already
as
picked?
we are going to lock in these bands. So Mega Charizard, Y, like we expected, along with this Comfey.
Okay, yeah, pretty similar bands that we were seeing. Obviously, I think we're going to be following the script for a bit here. That Hoopa band, very interesting.
I mean, are you allowed to
Look,
change?
this is
Because,
a great
like, if the
player-
draft gets
a
remade,
great
you've
player enrolling
kind of,
on
like,
that Pokemon.
shown your
Ralligator
hand,
gonna show up
right? So you'd think
yet
you'd have to
again.
stick
Let's see
to
where
what
this
you
draft
picked.
actually ends up going. I imagine it's going to be pretty similar, but let's just sort of treat it as a new game. Why not? It's on our screen. First pick going to be that Psyduck.
Yeah, we'll just flash clear the memories, okay?
Right.
It's a brand new draft, but
Yeah,
no,
we're trying to
I've
remember.
never
I think
seen
I said
this.
I'm like bad at spelling or something. I don't know. It was a whole thing. Here we go. There we go. Our first change, I think. No, it wasn't.
Is the 50,000 switch
Espeon
team?
picked up a champ,
I'm
of
gonna
course, in that first
say
position,
yes.
and
I don't know,
Roland
though.
is going to select
I'm assuming
that
it is
Eldegoss.
not 50,000
Yes,
each. But
looking that in, and we can see that Slash is going to be hovering over
Yeah.
that Zarina.
Maybe a quarter
That
million.
Final pick that we
Everyone
ended
on
up
the team
seeing
got
with Talon,
50K,
but
so I'm
no, it
assuming
looks
it's
like they
split.
wanted to go and pick up this Sizzle Scythe. I'm guessing it's going to be Scyther here.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's going to be the option. We see a weakness policy
Okay.
or something like that, maybe. Who
So
knows?
he
We saw
went
Mystical Fire
Scissor.
Bellfox
So does that
today,
mean
right? And-
he
oh
picked
my
the
God,
wrong
I thought we
thing
both-
last time
we're
and they
gonna see it
removed?
again, but no.
Okay,
Curios
Curious
is going
went
to
live?
walk
Okay.
in the Latios.
So a bit of a
Very
mix-up
few
from the
players
last
playing
pick.
this Pokemon in this tournament. As far as I'm aware, the only broadcasted one was Curios on this Pokemon. Of course, the attacker type
Curios
is
went
so
14-0
strong,
the
more
last
they
time
can
he played
scale.
Latios.
Knockouts on wild Pokemon or damage done to playable Pokemon. This Latios gets
14-0
incredibly powerful
when he played
as
Latios
that
last
Eon
time.
power increases.
Yeah, but I guess that is going to be pivotal, right? Getting that level
Right.
5 ASAP. That way they can start getting that Eon energy. So I'd say we're probably going to see them head on into that central area. So this is where, are we going to potentially see an invade maybe from Shin on this Cider?
Oh, that would be really
Can't wait to see
interesting.
the
I mean, you
Dweeble
got
invade
the
with
XP share. You
Ducky.
even got a potion which can help extend your time in that enemy central area without getting KO'd. Could be an option for them to take advantage of. However, Latios does have some surprising amounts of damage, not to mention, wouldn't be surprised to see either Ducky or Chris Smith kind of rotate into the central area to help defend. That could be a mistake punished by Evil Geniuses if they could sort of read the room, if you will.
Yeah, they are definitely no stranger to invades when it comes to these matches. But folks, as we are getting ready to head on through to
All right,
game
game
number
3.
3, it is going to
Let's
be
go,
the
Geniuses.
Groudon map. Deep Cross Gaming over on the purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange. It is one apiece between these two squads.
Dello, I feel like the story of this match so far has been one of parity, right? These two teams.
Yeah, a lot of
neck and
solo
neck at
games.
any given
TCG
moment,
solo,
and that's the same in
VGC
this
solo,
series, a
Pokemon Go
one-to-one
solo.
scoreline. But this time things are
Nice
starting off with a bit
push.
more firepower as Chris Smith on this Moltres, showcasing the early damage potential as they chase down 94 and even out-secure one of those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, especially considering how passive these past two games have been up until these final moments. I guess just want to try put that early pressure, especially going into a Lucario on that opposite side.
Yeah, it's a great thing to do, especially if you can keep down that Mega Lucario, a Pokemon that loves to get ahead early and then stay ahead. It can be similar to Leafeon in some effects. If you lose that early game advantage, it can feel very frustrating, and why did we even select this Pokemon in the first place? That's going to be one of the goals of Evil Geniuses to exploit in this early game, but it's got a whole 10 minutes of gameplay ahead of us.
Look at that
Yeah,
Scyther.
there is still a lot more to go as we have the first lot of bullets burning on in. It is going to be a 4v3 up in the top.
Have not seen a
by
Scyther
Deep Cross
Scissor
Gaming, but I guess
at
now
all
that they
this
have done
tournament.
their job, they're just going to retreat on up and leave it up to Lucario and Psyduck once again. But Machamp is going
Oh
to
my
run
gosh,
for the hills,
so
look
much
for
pressure.
a pick, and
Let's
Lucario
go.
has been eliminated.
Wow, Finn with that full combo.
Nice
not to mention
job.
Crispin just dealing out heat wave after heat wave. And that's going to be a big team fight win on the top side. Importantly, that was a 4 Pokemon rotation up for Deep Cross Gaming that did translate into an Evil
51
Geniuses
points.
win. Obviously, Slash in this early game on this arena is just looking for any way to farm value. Now Siros is going to chase down Curios, take away their blue buff, and immediately dash out. Scyther, the much more speedster-style variant of this Pokemon rather than the Scizor, and you can see why.
Yeah, definitely offering a lot more bigger burst damage to go and clear those wild Pokemon, as we see demonstrated with that Regidrago getting shredded on up.
Yeah, I mean, what a good showcase of what this Pokemon can do, not only in team fights, but also in roaming skirmishes. The central area of Invade and the burn on wild Pokemon is just phenomenal, like you're mentioning, Kello. But here we go, there is a shining light for Evil Geniuses, and it's the form of the big old fiery bird in the Moltres, as Chris Smith is at level 7 and outpacing 94 quite a bit. Curios there for the backup this time, but with this attacker, they can't quite get anything done without their moveset.
Quick Pollen Pluff to go and replenish the HP of Evil Geniuses here as they are going to leave these birds. Moltres diving straight for this Psyduck, but there is a berry there to go and save the day.
Yeah, opening up a little bit of space for Curios on this Latios. You can see they're doing a bit of damage to the opposing Pokemon with this Dragon Pulse,
I need
making
Christmas
sure
to just go
that they get
absolutely
even
ham
more of these points stacked
on the
up. And
Moltres.
right now, we are going to be looking at a very early Tier 1 break as the Reggie has spawned in. Moltres looking for even more. Crispin with this level
They're
advantage
pushing
is
hard
going
top.
so far into enemy lines as they are actually taking Indeedee off the opposite side.
I mean, not only do they have the level advantage, but also the numbers advantage with Roland right by their side. But they're going to go pivot their
Look at
efforts
that Scyther, though.
over to
Scyther's level
Regieleki,
10.
not really fearing this Psyduck with the steal.
This could be an important Regieleki. Topside has been Evil Geniuses' home base to actually play out of because Deep Cross Gaming have gotten so much ground on the bottom side of the map. This Scyther getting knockout after knockout, and finally Slash getting up to level at level 8. So they even had a chance to break that bottom tier 1. We are likely going to be looking at very safe fights on the bottom side of the map for DCG for the remainder of this game.
Ooh, a little combo
Yes,
action.
Scyther has scaled really quickly. They have already reached that level 11 mark, which is 2 levels above the highest level on Evil Geniuses, being that Moltres.
Yeah, this is going to be really worrisome for Evil Geniuses. Even a Pokemon as tanky as Crustle or Eldegoss, they can be susceptible to that gigantic burst damage of that Scyther, especially in partnership with its Green Illusion Dive Unite move. So much burst available.
I mean, I guess despite these fights just going back and forth, there's only a 3 points difference between these two squads. But we are going to have a champ engage
pick.
onto that Serena, wipe him on out, and it looks like they're going to go pivot towards the next target, which might be this Espeon.
Yeah, they're chasing to find any other target they can find. Again, Moltres being one of the
Get 'em,
biggest things
boys.
on the map. They want to just enable and empower that player in Pokemon as frequently as they can. Latios getting another Unite move back because they got the KO on the Zarina before the Unite move actually channeled. And now Scyther in a
Oh my gosh,
scary
so
spot.
mobile.
It's level 11, has to
They
full
got
heal
him.
away from submission,
Good job,
but no one
guys.
gets away from Vin's forearms.
I mean, I feel
Dude, open Chaos
still
Rising
feel
Booster
like
Box,
that
absolutely,
bought
dude.
Deep
Open
Cross
everything.
Gaming some time, especially
True.
considering we could see them going and dunking a ton of Eos energy in the top path. But Evil Geniuses, knowing they have the numbers advantage, are just going to even it up by getting some more dunks in Tier 1 themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this, a 218-point scoreline when they haven't even broken this bottom tier 1, just showcasing how powerful overdunks on the top side can be when made available. Now, that's a Registeel going to go in their favor. I was talking about how Deep Cross Gaming would have
Ducky, get out of there.
easy fights on the bottom side of the map, and Evil Geniuses actually flipping that script a little bit and taking that one down without the help of a tier 1 to retreat to.
I think, interestingly enough, despite having this Reggie Steel buff with the boosted attack and special attack. Once again, they're just going to pivot away, focus on getting these wild Pokemon instead of pressuring that tier 1 pad.
Yeah, I mean, with teams that are this strong, it feels like any mistake could actually be fatal. So you got to make sure you're prepared for any fight, any moment. Right now we got Slash versus Chris Smith on the top side, but Ducky pulling away Slash with that Crustle. Has to use the Unite move for that extra shielding to push away the enemy squad. Deep Cross Gaming trying to get within range of the Regieleki, and it's Psyduck that's going to last hit secure on the Regieleki. Mega Lucario getting involved in the fight for what feels like the first time so far in this game, and 94 going to take down that enemy Pokemon.
And that's going to put on the pressure to Evil Geniuses as Regieleki is making its way through tier 2, ends up crashing as Slash takes to the sky to go and interrupt that Moltres, and now the Dunks are able to rain on through, breaking this tier 2.
This is going to be a lot of EXP traded either direction, but somehow it's Deep Cross Gaming who are able to, on the back of a Regieleki push their scoreline up to 322, and then win a fight on the enemy tier 2. A triple KO streak for the Scyther, and Deep Cross Gaming have just taken so much momentum in this series.
Yeah, 100%. They now have the point lead. They now have the level lead with Mega Lucario at level 13, Scyther at level 14, but also just bought so much space on the map because Evil Geniuses only have that bottom tier 2 pad available, whereas Deep Cross Gaming, they still have 3 other pads to their name.
Yeah, their move speed around the map is going to be so much more significant, not to mention vision being created by that tier 1, especially into the end game. It's going to be tough for Evil Geniuses to fight around that disadvantage. So they're going to try to take a fight potentially a bit earlier. They're focusing on this Registeel and Slash.
Nick spawns in 32 seconds, so if this fight goes bad.
Yeah, but they are going to pivot behind the walls. We do have an engage on the Scyther, and this is going to provide some space for Evil Geniuses to try and lock down this Registeel for themselves with 20 seconds left to go until the final stretch. This is juicy.
Wow, I'm honestly surprised Evil Geniuses don't swing towards that tier 1 without Scyther being available. They are level 14, so that was a ton of EXP over to the Machamp. Right now, Evil Geniuses playing this one safe. Uh-oh, Moltres caught out by that Psychic, and of course the Espeon combo. Moltres will return the rest of the team for the healing. Vin tries to go for a combo, they miss, and they're pulled back in by the Psyduck. They're taken down, Machamp out.
Some great combinations from Deep Cross Gaming as they are looking to make some moves, but Ducky has that shielding to go and sustain this fight.
Going ham.
And here comes Scyther on much minimal HP, and they end up getting wiped on down. 2 members of either side are now eliminated, but look at this, Deep Cross Gaming, they're going to start the ground on.
Well, they have more HP to work with potentially. This Mega Lucario is over half HP in every one of these close combats. It's back in the move extension with that power-up punch, finds that low HP Latios. A jet button combo looks so clean.
Get in there, Machamp.
And Mega Lucario takes out one of the bigger threats. Machamp Unite move is not enough, and Siri is safe on the other side of the ground-on pit, and they are going to secure that objective. What a play from Vin, but cut short by Z-Ray.
Not only getting the objective, but also getting a team wipage on Evil Geniuses means they are unable to go and defend the points that come on through. But the thing is, there's still a minute left to go. If Evil Geniuses are able to pick up a KO, they might be able to steal some of these Groudon buffs.
Yeah, I mean, 94
there's only 40
dangerously
seconds
close
left,
to being KO'd by the Latios there. This site there is hidden so far. Vin will catch them for a second, but the recall is just there. Espeon does have 42 points and a Groudon buff, so this 484 scoreline is about to go up to 584. Evil Geniuses are going to need to get a push and multiple KOs as well.
Nah, they're look at them pushing. They're pushing to the base.
They don't have a lot of AOS energy in pocket. And Deep Cross Gaming are skyrocketing with this score on the other side.
20 seconds left to go as Deep Cross Gaming are looking to defend this pad, but down goes the Scyther. Psyduck is running towards our home pad because Deep Cross Gaming, they dunk some more points. Now they retreat on back to go and continue the defense.
Yeah, and only 5 seconds remain. Evil Geniuses, fighting until their last breath in this game number 2 with that, or game number 3, and that is going to be time up. Deep Cross Gaming advance their lead 2-1 over Evil Geniuses.
Back and forth.
It's going to be a 5-game match.
These 2 teams,
I can feel
just like a pendulum swinging.
Sorry,
Deep
guys.
Cross Gaming getting
Keep
game 1. Evil Geniuses game 2.
Come on,
but
EG.
back to Deep Cross Gaming. I know we've said we would love to see this go the distance.
Yeah.
But I've got to say, Scyther though, Srias being able to just
That
pop
Scyther was
out so much
nasty,
that they ended up
man.
reaching that power spike so early on.
Yeah, I think we were watching that top path a lot, and from that point of view, I think Evil Geniuses was crushing it, but Deep Cross Gaming, where they really surged ahead multiple moments in this match, was in that bottom path. You see there that catch out on the
Yeah, the Machamp
so
catch,
strong. The
that was
Eldegoss
tough,
Unite
that
move
fight.
just not there to save them. Tried to
Machamp
save the
basically
rest
just
of
got
the team
eliminated.
instead. I mean, this
Doing
battle
anything.
still raged on back and forth, right? Well, what I want to watch is that Lucario moment from 94 a little bit. You see them doing
Well, look how
damage
low
towards the
Latios
Groudon
is,
right
right?
now. But
Curious
take a
is
look
like
at this. Latios on the outside,
10%
waving the pull and puff
He
healing.
just jumps
It's
in and
playing
goes
safe,
right
and the
on him.
chest button extension from Mega Luca just takes down that biggest threat on the enemy side in that Latios. I mean, 94 showcasing they got a whole lot of Pokemon that they are masters of for this top path pick.
Yeah, always gotta love to see those eject button combinations come into play. But we are going to have our player of the game being Slash on that Zarina, getting a 3-3 and
All right, we
11
got the next one.
KFA.
Jeez, I mean, this arena, a
I
great
have not
option
eaten cereal
for
yet.
the team, adds an amazing source
We've been glued
of
to the
ground
edge of our
control
seat.
in that Unite move. Of course, Dropkick doing something similar, but with Curios playing at range on Latios, you know, a bit of a wash. Either way, they are helping out the squad in so many incredible ways, and this time with a very unconventional pick. Deep Cross Gaming giving up a little bit in terms of HP and tankiness, but making up for it in spades with damage and honestly, just kind of the slash effect.
The slash effect, I like that one. But yeah, in terms of this, I guess it just goes to show
Imagine.
that you don't need to
Imagine
go
if I
with
had
these
a big old
traditional
bowl. I actually had Lucky Charms for
compositions.
lunch.
It's
I actually have had
not
2 bowls of cereal today already.
necessary
So might as well
to have
have
the
a third.
support and defender. The way that these teams just get creative to make what works best for them is really cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of rewriting the script for how we've considered the metagame to be for some time. Now, the roles are still being fulfilled, right? You have Zarina to kind of be a great engage tool option, which is still playing a very similar role that Slash would pick on what you would consider to be a defender or a tank. Primarily, you are kind of foregoing some things in that case, primarily the early game, right? Like Steenie, Bounce Suite, not a whole lot to write home about, but still, I think the impact was felt throughout that match on that pick.
Oh yeah, 100%. Also, being able to utilize that Unite move, to be able to hone in on one target as well, lock them out momentarily, but also end up gaining that unstoppable
what are some- do we
while
need-
the fights rain on through.
Do we need a target
I mean,
ban?
What an intense finish. Honestly, I was biting my fingernails up until the very moment. Had no idea who was going to be taking down that win. So let's get into game number 4. Now we are in the point of the game where maps can flip around depending on team selection. We are going to be going back to the Kyogre map. Deep Cross Gaming to lead things off by making Charizard Y-Band. Evil Geniuses to follow up with Comfey. Deep Cross Gaming next step with the Blissey Band.
I was going to say, I know you are not the only one biting their fingernails. Roland, I'm looking at you.
He's not going.
But no, definitely
He's
a
just gonna
nail
win
biter
2 in a row.
all around for everybody that is going to be watching there. But yeah, bands, we have for Relegate locked on out Comfey and Hooper once again.
All right, so, you know, these two teams, maybe not fond of supports. We're talking about lack of defenders, potentially. How about just the absence there of any of those options? Jin will pick up a supporter, though, in the side-up. Does play much more the role of the defender,
All right, Moltres
especially
again.
when we have Slash kind of role swapping in some
We're
of
gonna
these
steal the
cases.
Espeon.
Evil Geniuses want that Moltres again. I think that's a great option, but boy,
Yeah, I
do
think we
I
did not
love
want them to
this
have
first pick
Espeon.
priority onto the Espeon. Take that away from Zire. That's what took down the Groudon in that last game.
Yeah, the whole 100%. I think just that ability to get that stun with that Psy Shock, but also being able to utilize that Unite move to catch out multiple opponents if they can head up with that eject button. But okay, because Espeon has been selected by Evil Geniuses,
Release
Zero's
the
actually
boar.
going to pivot over to this Mew. Now, I know we saw incredible Mew plays from Monster Otter from Root Dignitas in that previous
Alchemy
set.
support.
I mean, we know how great of a utility kit Mew can bring.
Totally. Yeah, don't sleep on Z-Race Mew either. I think they are a phenomenal player on the pick. We'll see what they can do. But I know they have a lot of backup, right? 94 on this Mega Lucario looks so phenomenal. And Syros is going to change up these picks again. Scyther previously and is now going to pick up the Typhlosion. So we'll see. I mean, we've seen the Feraligatr banned now. Last pick for Evil Geniuses. Curious, trying to think about what they want to bring to the table. You already have an attacker. You got an all-rounder. Curious, the master of flexing between melee and range.
Okay.
And how about
We've
we
seen
just
some good
only
Cinderace
melee
play.
we give is a Blaze Kick. Cinderace going to be the final pick for EG.
Yeah, we did see that Cinderace being picked on up. I'm wondering what moves that they're going to see here. Is it going to be that faint Blaze Kick that we saw previously? But also, we have Slash pivoting over to this Umbreon. Are we going to see a Wish Umbreon here?
I have to imagine, especially since we're rocking the attack weight for the Umbreon, I think we would be going with that attack damage healing combination that Pokemon brings, but we will see. Sometimes we see the Rocky Helmet when we are pivoting away from that option. But Kyrios does not want any bit of that crowd control of the Psyduck or the Umbreon. Instead, they want to play at range as much as possible with this Cinder and just dish out that auto attack damage.
Yeah, I guess that's really going to be key to try and power up that Cinderace,
Cinderace with, like,
ASAP.
attack
That way
speed
they
is
can go
crazy.
and get their attack speed boosted on up. But, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming, they are one game away from getting that final spot in Day 3 Grand Finals.
I mean, the opponent waiting in the wings is Root Dignitas, one of the strongest teams that we've seen potentially
here we go.
worldwide, playing in so many international events. And now they are awaiting their opponent for yet another one, APAC East or North America rival. Which one will it be? As Deep Cross Gaming is on match point, 2-1 over Evil Geniuses so far.
Deep Cross Gaming over on that purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange. We are going to see the Score Bunny take to the central path with the Cyndaquil on the opposite end. I guess in terms of that Score Bunny, it is a slower clear earlier on, but no risk of some invades here.
Yeah, a little bit slower, but you do have access to that Libero passive when you're in the Score Bunny stage. Getting those boosted auto attacks after every move will increase that clear speed. And yeah, already we got Curios finishing it up. Chris Smith, after such a phenomenal Moltres game in game number 3, I suppose it was, let's see what they can do in game number 4. This time, it's going to be Ducky backing them up on the top side.
Yeah, they are going to be on that pilot line once again to go and utilize those freezes. That way they are able to go and secure those Natus for themselves.
Yeah, you can see 94 kind of roaming all over the top side of this map, seeing if there's any wild Pokemon that Evil Geniuses have not gobbled up quite yet. The answer is most commonly no, as EG is doing a great job of sweeping through the enemy wild Pokemon with their early game advantage.
Yes, and that is going to include these birds that spawn on in.
Oh,
But we
dang,
have
they
a
went
rotation
hard top.
from that Umbreon as Flame Wheel is
Crazy
going to be
rotation up
utilized.
there.
No KOs just yet on either side, though.
Okay, I mean, I love Deep Cross Gaming's energy so far, running the classic strategy of just run at them. One of my favorite strategies in Pokemon Unite. Typhlosion, a master
Just
at
run at
doing
them.
just that. That
Just all
fire
in
spin
them.
leaping into the opposite side, or that
Ooh,
flame
big
wheel,
damage.
rather. It's a great engage tool, and boy, oh boy, with an Umbreon to back you up, it can be effective.
I think one thing that I love about it is you also end up getting that unstoppable. So this is going to be a great answer if they're able to go and time that to avoid these Ice Fangs from Ducky.
It's a great point. And uh-oh, here's speaking
Nice,
of
pump
which,
side
that
out.
Ice Fang already get a combo, and Chris Smith going to get a knockout on the support Pokemon on the top side. 94's got a tough decision to make. You try to defend this goal zone, but in doing so, you might potentially give up a KO. Not a Syros can say anything about it, as the
Nice,
fully
get some points up
evolved
there.
Typhlosion has joined the fight. Ducky going to make it out of danger
Oh,
with an Earthquake, but
poor
end up
Ducky.
falling to a Psyduck Mew combo.
And now it is going
People
to
are
be that
nervous. I am.
43
I'm
up the
nervous
top
for my
part, but we
boys.
can see Cremy on the mini-map. No,
I
it
need
looks
him in
like
the-
they're gonna
I need him in the
actually
grand
change
finals.
Their position there. Reggie Drago, though, is going to receive some love from Typhlosion, and they're going to solo that one down themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Eruption plus that Flame Wheel Typhlosion will make quick work of that Regidrago, increase their scoring speed, but most importantly, give that team-wide EXP. Curios and Ducky
Man,
with
the
a great
CC
combo
on the
and rolling it
Mammoth
down
line
to
is
take the last
ridiculous.
hits here as Evil Geniuses pivot out of the top path for the first time in this game and have a big push on bot.
Yeah, but even then, this is something that we have seen across these 3 games. Either of of these teams focusing on one lane, not really engaging with each other earlier on.
Reggie Rock buff.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the story
They got
of this
Reggie
series
top,
for sure,
though.
but when we stop trading paths, we do start seeing some big team fights. I think that's going to be coming up quick, Kello, with a lot of these high-level Pokemon with access to Unite moves. Nasty combo showcase right there, by the way. Ice Fanging them away from the safe zone to the goal zone, and then Blaze kicking them even farther. Every time Cinderace lands with that kick, they do push the opponent slightly and even extend that stun.
Now,
Boom.
meanwhile,
All right, we got
Evil
first
Geniuses
tower
do
on bot.
successfully break that tier 1 pad, but because there was nobody there to defend up in that top half, Reggie Alecki does end up crashing into that tier 2. But Deep Cross Gaming, they don't have enough Eos energy on hand to actually go and break it. Mew is going to utilize their Mew Unite move there to get safely back to home base.
Yeah, no one else is going to have access to that option, though, as Psyduck is obliterated in that top L-Bush as the jump pad was utilized by members of Evil Geniuses. One of my favorite objects on the map. I wonder if we can track how many jump pad stats we got still.
I don't. Is that a stat that we got before?
Oh yeah, I was tracking that one, Kello. Don't you worry, it was my #1 stat.
It's very important.
They pushed
here.
her
We need
top
to
too.
know
They
how
got
many
top
jump
turret.
pads are
I made an
being
argument that it
used.
should be the tiebreaker if there was ever a tie in group stage. I was argued against, however, I think it was pretty solid.
I don't know, that sounds diabolical, to be honest. I mean, I feel like we're going to end up having members just jumping over and over the walls over and,
And
over
you're
again
saying
there.
it like it's a bad thing, Kello, and I don't really understand exactly how it could be. But right now, yeah, I think these teams abandoning the macro strategy of building their jump pad stat and instead trying to see how much information they can gain around the rest of the map. Wild Pokemon cleared, and now it's time to set up for the next wave of fights. This will be a triple effect of one of the 3 original Reggies on the
5-minute
bottom side
point.
of the map. Reggie
Halfway.
will be spawning into the top side. You can see Evil Geniuses kind of roaming to that option first. They do not want it to soar towards their tier 2. Also, they really want to break the tier 1 on the top side of Deep Cross Gaming. They will have to forfeit the Regice for that prize, though.
Yeah, once again, this is just the story of this set, the way that these teams are just dividing and conquering when it comes to these paths. Evil Geniuses do end up getting this Reggie Alecki, but it's left on 20 points. But look, they're able to go and get in a break, which means Reggie Alecki's going to pressure that tier 2 now.
Yeah, great work.
Oh,
They've
good
built
job.
up in 40.
Keep pushing.
SPO to take down the Psyduck. Alcremie Unite backing them up. They can fight this way more aggressively than you would expect, and Reggie Alecki is going to land. That is a lot of point potential for Evil Geniuses. 80 HP remains on that goal zone, and Evil Geniuses are fighting for as much ground as they can take.
Good push, good
309 the scoreline right now. Mew able to just barely secure their own red buff.
And just enough points in their pockets. Evil Geniuses break that T2. But okay, here we go. You need to read this one. This is for you.
Yeah. I love that it's named my stat. First note, that's awesome. 2, jump pads used this event. 409. Come on, Slash, make it 410. Let's go. Love the jump pads.
A very important stat here for Pokemon Unite.
We're up 40 points or so.
Inching ever closer to this final stretch.
3:30 left in the
Deep
match.
Cross Gaming do have that 2-up advantage. So they are looking to get some aggressive positioning here in the tall grass.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you, by the way, for the update on the 410 now. Curious on this
Swine is
almost
out.
at that level 13, Kella. That's where that attack speed starts to get terrifying.
Going
if you're a
full
Deep
bore.
Cross Gaming member, that Cinderace with the peppering in of fireball damage can be too much to take off it.
Ooh,
But
deep
Deep Cross
poke.
Gaming has set themselves up in a pretty defensive position. 94 needs to immediately abandon that as a full combo from Espeon lands on the side of Vin Diesel. Great shot, calling out where that enemy Pokemon likely was, and I mean, yeah, that gamble paid off.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to retreat on back and go and focus on these birds that do end up spawning. But next up, we have another Reggie.
Reggie
This is
top,
a
and then
major
mid
threat
spawns
for Deep
42
Cross
seconds.
Gaming,
Reggie
considering
bot
they
too.
do not have that tier 2 buffer. So they're actually going to prioritize this. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, I feel like they've read the room because they end up committing to a Reggie steal down in the bottom half.
Yeah, I like that take. Also, Deep Cross Gaming taking down this Reggie Alecki pretty early, all things considered, will give Chris Smith a lot of time to KO this Regieleki before it even lands in their
Not-
tier 2. If they want
not-
to, or they just want to rally back and join the rest of the team, that actually does make more sense now that I'm saying it out loud. Moltres going to roam. They want to take all the space.
picked off
they
that
can.
Umbreon.
Look at how much damage is done to Slash
almost,
already.
Ducky,
Now
almost.
it's one trying to chase them down. They're pulled back.
Oh
with
no,
the
Ducky
side
don't
up.
get picked off.
Yeah, but there are these berries there to go and replenish Ducky's HP. They do get locked down into a mean look along with the Psychic, but they are able to sustain this. Kyogre has now appeared on the map.
All right, this could be the final moment. Deep Cross Gaming at match point. The Psyduck is going to be the first target.
Oh, man, Typhlosion just
keeps
went
them up
deep.
momentarily. Wish and an Umbreon Buddy Barrier. Alcremie Unite move sends up the cake, and everyone tries to rally and defend
All right,
against the round.
Ducky's down.
The Mega
Cinderace
Lucario is going to be the first one to take a
down.
KO with Typhlosion to follow up. Curious Cinderace is down. Roland support is gone, but Crispin on this
All right,
Moltres
Moltres is still up.
in
That's
the front.
big.
Heat Wave does land onto the Typhlosion as they are chasing down multiple members of Deep Cross Gaming. It's a 2v3, make it a 2v2 as Chris Smith turns the
let's go,
tides.
Chris
With this Psyduck, it is at
Yes!
such low HP, and now Fitting. Chris Smith going with
Chris
the
Smith,
KO,
the
but
go!
Kyogre ends up getting a KO of their own.
Yeah, do
Nonetheless,
not let that
this
Mew
isn't
in
going
here.
to stop Chris Smith as they're going to try and shred up the Kyogre, but Z-Berry is a threat on this
Yes, they
Mew
got
that
him.
they're dealt with.
Oh, the Blaze kick start
Yes, let's
exactly
go.
when Mew needed to use their secure move, and that will set up Evil Geniuses for a Kyogre buff. Not only do they have the points lead, but Deep Cross Gaming's chance of coming back in this game just got so much more difficult. 4 buffs attacking this tier 2 as Ducky sets things up with an Ice Fang and Typhlosion goes
Let's
down.
go.
Yeah, 2
40
dunks end up
seconds.
going into the tier 2.
We're
which
sweating.
Now
We're
means
sweating.
Evil Geniuses have a pretty healthy buffer here. We are going to send our Cremi back to home base just in case there is a potential for a back cap. But Deep Cross Gaming seems like the rest of them are lurking.
Yo, Chris Smith.
And I believe I'm about to get
Hold
one
that
of
back.
my wishes granted, Kello. We are going to be headed to a game number 5. Evil Geniuses trying to
let's
defend
go.
the
Game
grand
five.
finals
Five
to become a
game. Oh my
completely
gosh.
North American event as Deep Cross Gaming will be pushed to the limit. This series is tied up 2-2 as Evil Geniuses take game 4.
Game 5.
Wow, the genie has gone
Malanta.
and granted those 3 wishes. Not only Deep Cross Gaming's wish to go up against Evil Geniuses, Evil Geniuses' wish to go up against Deep Cross Gaming, but your wish to have it go to that round 5.
Do me a favor, do not tell either of these teams that I made that wish. They
No
will
more
be
wishes available.
They will be
No
very
more.
upset with me that I made the wish that this game would go down to game number 5. So let's please not tell. Now we're going to take a look at the replay package. I really hope we got Chris Smith and Moltres in the
I'm sweating too.
MVP situation with 11
Oh,
KOs.
goodness.
We'll have to see how that one turned out. But I love that we are seeing this in the replay package, by the way.
Then I was
Shout out,
afraid that the
Bob.
Mew was
I
gonna
think
pop in and
Regieleki,
steal
one of the
the
most important
Kyogre.
factors into this game number 4. I mean, it opened up so much of the way for Evil Geniuses. They headed into this final fight with a small score lead, but still a score lead for one of the first times in the series, and really put them in a great spot. Awesome engage by Ducky. Sets up that side up, takes down a lot of resources.
Yeah, look at the
that side
Typhlosion
up
jumping on the
and
back line,
Umbreon
though.
Unite move just to try to keep them in the fight. Umbreon Unite move kind of used for very little effect in that situation.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It ended up paving the way into that late game.
Typhlosion dove so
having
hard.
that win condition, that threat that Deep Cross Gaming needed to deal with meant
Oh.
they were able to go and get that Registeel, but also the pop.
That disgusting from that Espeon. I mean, Chris Smith chases down those targets, sort of draws them back in right within range of that
Mew was
Espeon
solar
shot
beaming.
and takes them down. And
Mew
love
was
that
solar beaming
Curious
right before he
being the
died.
hero on the
That's
Cinderace,
scary.
respawning at exactly the right time to get
Yeah,
the
Chris Smith
stun
deserves
on
MVP
C-Ray.
for sure. He's
kind of the
11-0.
lone hope with these
He went
cross
11-0
gaming. Here we
on
go.
Moltres.
Chris Smith, MVP on the Moltres. 11 KOs, 0 feints, 4 assists.
That's
on
wild.
that Wave Sky Attack build, it is the better build.
Yeah, these knockouts, especially looking across the board, the fact that the highest
My favorite
number
Pokemon is
there was
Steel
3,
Wings.
they managed to get 11.
Followed very closely
That
by
is
Nightbird.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Smith doing a great job on one of the newest all-rounders, a very popular top path Pokemon. Chris Smith showcasing they can master it with
Now
the
the question
best
is,
of
do they
them.
ban
We
out
are set up
Moltres?
right now for game number 5, Kello, our
But
semifinals.
Chris Smith
The
just went
difference
ham
between
on
a
him.
finalist or a top 4 finish, a chance at an NAIC title. Let's get into game 5 on Groudon.
Yes, we are going to have our band.
Yes, I love
come
that
on in.
Wolfie took
So
Mega
far,
Steelix
it is
to
going to be
regionals.
exactly the same for both of these squads so far.
All right, yeah, I mean, at this point, we've kind of solved what this game is about to be, right? In terms of counters, we might see them fall a little bit later in the picking stage, but in the bands, both of these teams deciding now, when it's all in the line, to play it safe. Blissey for Alligator, yeah, this is according to the plan.
There's no more safe anymore. This
Yeah.
is the last
There's
chance.
no more safe.
No more. There's no more buffer. This is game number 5.
Wow, I mean, I
Okay,
gotta
they took the
imagine, I am
Moltres.
so happy I am in this position. I am not envious of either of these teams sitting across from each other, or maybe I am, because then I would be really good at Pokemon Unite. But
So do we
94
take
picking
their
up that
duck?
Moltres first pick. Hello, Chris Smith. Probably gonna have to pivot over to the Zacian, but still, that Moltres taken by Deep Cross Gaming.
You say good at Pokemon Unite. I just say just don't play Inteleon.
Oh, okay, great. Well, hey, that's a great note.
Well, Zoinks, mate. Yeah. No Inteleon there, but we are going to have the Machamp and Espeon first pick for Evil Geniuses. I feel like this is a great combination that we have seen over and over again. But there we go. No first pick for this Psyduck, but they're still able to pick it on DCG.
I actually was curious if we were going to see it show up. Oh, Mimikyu pick is going to be interesting, especially after the Espeon
Mimikyu
is
can be-
already locked
can be
in.
crazy.
We have seen Evil Geniuses pick up Double Mage in the past. However, I have to imagine Curious is going with a melee option this time around with the threat of that Trick Room Mimikyu. And they're going to pick up the Mamoswine at the moment. Very interesting. Obviously, Ducky pick up the Machamp earlier on in the draft. We're only going to go with Umbreon. We are looking at double defender, not to mention Snorlax is banned. So Mamo, Umbreon, and Snorlax. Deep Cross Gaming are going to look for a defender option. Slash still has the Articuno available, or
Zarina.
we could rotate back to the Zarina.
Yeah, I mean, it has worked out for them so far here.
Alright,
As we discussed, you
Mewtwo
know,
on.
there
It is.
doesn't need to be a traditional defender to be selected in order for a team composition to work. And they are going to go lock in that Zarina once again, which means Chris Smith is pivoting over to that Zacian as that final pick.
Yeah, Zacian, the hover, and the lock-in. So Chris Smith gonna lock in one of their favorite picks, or at least one of their most prominent ones, to go up against Slash on a brand new tech in the Zarina. Z-Ray with the Mega
Yeah, the team
Mewtwo Y
comp.
and auto attacker build with the backup of the Psyduck. Again, neither of these teams operating too much into the heals department. However, Roland is likely going to be going with
Yeah,
the
I don't know.
Umbreon. Vin, going to be the only ranged attacker for Evil Geniuses. Going to be fighting at that medium range, right around where Z-Ray is going to be shooting those auto attacks from.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that is a similar story on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, having that Moltres and that Mewtwo Y to provide
Yeah,
that
I'm-
mid-range damage there. But
I don't know
as
enough
we get ready, our
to
hearts
judge
are
team comps, but-
palpitating here at NAIC because this is going to be the final game of the day. This is going to be the decider.
Nah,
of these
Ducky
two
just used
squads.
Mamoswine last
Who's
game.
going to make it
And we
through
won.
to Championship Sunday, the grand finals, to go up against Root Dignitas.
A coveted NAIC championship trophy on the line, and both of these teams need this win to advance. A 2-2 scoreline sets us up for one final game of Pokemon Unite.
5.
Let's get Game 5 started.
Here we go,
All
folks.
right.
Deep Cross Gaming over on the purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange. Everything is on the line.
All right, early game going to be dominated by Curioso, this Machopper in the central area, but watch out for that Moltres on the top side. Moltres versus Zacian is going to be a really interesting one to keep track of. I mean, the story of the top path so far, I think, has been in favor of EG, but 94 now has access to the Moltres.
Yeah, and they are going to put that pressure on it, considering they have that side up. We do need to get this Umbreon online ASAP, but Deep Cross Gaming, they're doing a great job of shutting it down so far.
Yeah, I mean, this Psyduck so phenomenal in the early game. It's a tough knockout, and
Yeah,
it
they
can
let
provide
that-
a
they
ton of
let,
stunts. Jeez, in the bottom half fight already popping
have
off
Psyduck
the
every
Mimikyu.
single match.
Cyrus is getting
5 matches
involved.
in a
Ducky
row.
for the chase down, tackle, and the freeze. There's the combo.
Nice, we'll
Machamp
take that.
plus Espeon does feel like such a winning strategy game after game here at NAIC. Let's see if that's the winning spot for EG in this Game 5.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's still early days when it comes to this final game of the day. The birds do come on in, shredded
Mimik유's
on
top.
top, as we have Zacian trying to make a retreat, but they end up getting wiped out.
Wow, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming having a big surge of offense at the top side. Multiple scores going to rein in that goal zone down to 24 already. And take a look at the mini-map where Bounce Suite is. Slash really looking for EXP wherever they can, and they try to pocket a buff from Evil Geniuses. They are stopped short, but still, finally getting that Bounce Suite evolution.
I mean, on the opposite side, you could see that Ducky actually went in for an invade of their own, and it looks like they managed to pick themselves up a red buff.
All right, so a trade of our two defender players, I guess, technically, in this situation, but they will both receive some buffs. Reggie Drago does spawn in. Neither team super interested in that objective in particular, as Ducky wants to set up yet another play. There's the Machamp pulling the Espeon aims for the Mewtwo instead. Mimikyu going to get the trade onto the Piloswine, but that's a carry for a defender in favor of EG on bot.
And now we're going to pivot over to this Reggie Drago. That Evil Geniuses are able to go and pick up uncontested. That is going to give one of those members that extra speed buff, but also score, but also that experience.
All right, well, the scaling game has been going fine for Evil Geniuses, but for Deep Cross Gaming, their storyline has been built around the scores they're fighting at the top side of the map. At 720, they have a 74-point scoreline knocking on the door of triple digits and looking to force even more. Bot side, Z-Ray gonna get the KO on a Ducky with that Mega Mewtwo Y, and opens the way
pushing the tier 1s hard.
Slash to get in major points on this bottom tier 1.
Knock, knock, knock. Here comes Deep Cross Gaming into this tier 1. They don't have enough points on hand to go and get a successful break.
But the Reggie.
Nonetheless, this is going to provide some necessary stacks for Slash on the attack weight, but they're also able to go and secure this Reggie Alecki. The thing is, how many points was this? This left on a clear 20.
Yeah, I mean, this is likely going to be Evil Geniuses allowing this to land. It will be an even break, but most importantly, this keeps Deep Cross's Gaming hold on the macro of the score lead completely in their favor. Evil Geniuses cannot use the Reggie Alecki to surge onto their own side and actually catch up with the points race. Instead, Deep Cross Gaming keep their tier 1s very healthy.
Oh, 100%, especially considering the lead that they currently have at 164 to 39. I know we've seen a quieter set between these two teams, but Deep Cross Gaming, I feel like they're playing more stealthily here.
Yeah, they are. They're keeping it under wraps. Here we go. We got Dignitas and Flareons, you know, making some plans about what's going to happen later on in this tournament, but already, rolling some damage from that Mega Mewtwo-Y. That X-Attack starting to hurt. Big stun, though, by Finn on the Espeon. Z-Ray's got to teleport away, chases them down with the Side Strike. Great body block by Ducky on the Roland on the Umbreon.
Yeah, but I think that was a great way to keep Evil Geniuses at bay as those birds do spawn on.
So pretty even on levels here across the board.
Gaming side. They now have 4 Unite moves available on their side, where Evil Geniuses, they have 3. But there goes the engage on the side up, who's caught out all alone. And this is now going to give Evil Geniuses a numbers advantage down here.
So tough to walk in. Oh, look at this play. A Mega Mewtwo Y Unite move to open up the way to know that Slash will have an open scoring attempt on that tier 2. Gets complete vision on the minimap for a moment, realizes that that bottom path is completely clear, and has a chance to get a big score. Problem is, Umbreon on the quick rotation makes it extremely hard to get away. Mean Look, submission, Espeons, a bajillion stuns, and an Ice Fang Mamoswine. I mean, Evil Geniuses are making an impossible maze for Deep Cross Gaming to solve. Big win for Deep Cross Gaming, though. They are still holding on to this points lead.
Well, here we go. We have all members accounted for up in the top half as Reggie Alecki's got. Reggie Steele is going to pop on through. Machamp looking for the engage as Umbreon's also utilizing their Unite move to zone out Deep Cross Gaming.
All right, Machamp actually returns to defend against that Serena who got into their backlane. We're looking at a 4v4, but Evil Geniuses are currently hurting in that HP department. Christmas is going to go down, and now Deep Cross Gaming have complete control of the Reggie Steele. Slash is going to take that final hit. This goal zone is left at 6. Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give it up for a huge overdunk.
But instead, Deep Cross Gaming, they're not looking to break it just yet. They want to go and get all of this wild Pokemon experience available to them just to get a further scaling for their squad. But so far, it's pretty equal across the board in terms of these levels.
Yeah, and not to mention a Reggie Alecki for basically free. One of the things that just allowing this goal zone to be defended by a couple of members of EG opens up the space. Ducky gonna jump right in front of that Shadow Sneak. Great job by this defender player. But now Vin is going to be joining back with the fight with that Machamp. So is the Zacian of Christmas. That will
And
be
the
the
amount of
first target down.
mobility
It's
in this
the
game is
Mimikyu,
insane.
a high priority one. Slash trying to make it away. They are trapped by the mean look. Nowhere to go, and Espeon will take the last hit. A check button in from Kyrios,
Nice.
and it's a KO streak of 2.
Nice, let's
Nowhere
go.
to hide, nowhere to run. When you have rolling it down on that
Good
Umbreon
push.
with that mean look. Now that they have the advantage, they are able to go and break that T1, and Evil Geniuses are slowly creeping up in points.
Yeah, and they are able to quickly rotate back towards that bottom tier 2 to defend against the Regieleki. Not everybody on Evil Geniuses can. Again, that goal zone being at such low HP, they got to be careful for an overdunk that could turn things around. They at least need to be poised for a counter score on that bottom tier 1 if that's the case. 193 to 166. This one is so extremely close. Slash is going to get 32 in. The recall from Ducky while Serena was out of vision is going to allow that goal zone to break.
Yeah, and that is actually going to give them as the extra space up in that top path as we have another objective spawning in 20 seconds. We can see that rotation from Evil Geniuses as they come on up because there are no more wild
All right,
Pokemon
40 seconds.
down in that bottom.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
all that is left to do is fight. We are 40 seconds away from the final stretch. Any one
Nice
of these
grab.
battles will be extremely risky. That's
Oh.
a Serena
Oh
caught
my
out.
gosh, that
Mewtwo
Mewtwo.
Unite move for the cover. They want to make sure that Pokemon is stunned
Yeah,
and has
Ducky.
nowhere to go. Ducky goes down. That Mammoth Sweat will be KO, but will have tons of time to respawn before the final stretch. But again, a Rega Steel buff for the side of Deep Cross Gaming at the price of a Mewtwo Unite move.
But I feel like this Reggie Steel buff is going to be benefiting Deep Cross Gaming so much
Yeah, it's
with that boosted attack and special
be a good
attack.
boost for
The
them
thing
to
is,
have.
They need to play their cards carefully.
gotta catch someone out.
because Evil Geniuses are not here to play.
Exactly. Ice Fang's going to start this one out from Ducky.
Nice.
Big engage.
Psyduck's
Psyduck
down.
Caught and immediately taken
One
down.
for none.
No Sayaya Unite move available, and Groudon is just getting shredded. It's ripped down. And
Yes,
it's
we got the
Mammoth
Groudon.
Swan to take down the Groudon.
Push, boys, push.
Ducky of Evil
Oh my gosh.
Geniuses is going to
It's
secure
happening.
the objective. Moltres in the backline and not for long. Mimikyu down. All 5 members of Deep Cross Gaming
Let's
KO.
go.
And Evil Geniuses race to the goal zone.
This just clears the path to get in these dunks, take over the lead
Score
at
those points.
444
Let's go,
points.
Evil
The thing
Genius.
is,
Let's
there
go.
is still that risk with a minute and 20 seconds left
my gosh,
to go.
what a good fight.
Considering these Groudon buffs can be transferred. But we do have a Psyduck Unite move available on Deep Cross Gaming, but is that going to be enough for them?
Yeah, you can see Vin always channeling the recall. In case someone comes towards that tall grass, they want to be available to get back to base. They are going to make a mad dash to score 90 in on the other side. 1 minute left, 2:25 to 4:44. Evil Genius need to mount one last defense if they want to make it to Championship Sunday. This will be a double score in. This can be avoided with the back half of the Espeon.
Oh my gosh,
321
Espeon's
to
backing.
534.
The Espeon
Evil
just-
Geniuses on
the
their
Espeon
last
just backed
stand
in their home
defense.
base.
Deep Cross Gaming making their way towards that top tier 2 as Ducky ends up getting caught on out and wiped out. That is actually huge for Deep Cross Gaming as one of those frontliners is gone and they're able to get in some more points. 435 to 534. This is their chance to try and take a comeback.
All right, Zacia's going to try to defend 602 thanks to the backup of Kyrios. 473, 495. The points are raining in from Deep Cross Gaming, but they got nothing
They have no
left
money.
in
They have nothing.
pockets.
They have nothing. They don't have
All
points to
5-0.
deposit.
Evil Geniuses biding their time. I don't know if there's 100 points worth of Eos energy amidst the wild Pokemon right now. Deep Cross Gaming has got to throw everything they can at the
Yes.
goal zone, but I think it is an impossible scenario. Evil Geniuses hold on to defense. They're going to win.
We're going to the grand
scoreline.
finals.
We
We're going to
know
the grand
it.
finals.
EG 3-2.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness, what
Let's
a final stretch
go.
coming out from these two teams. But Evil Geniuses able to hold
boys.
that lead.
Oh my gosh,
and that
good
does
job,
mean
guys.
we are going to have
Holy
North
moly.
America up against North America in
Holy
the grand
moly.
finals for Championship Sunday here tomorrow.
NAIC Grand
What?
Finals.
That
Rude
actually
Dignitas versus Evil
got
Geniuses.
scary at
You
the end.
cannot
Those last
script
40
it
seconds,
better
holy
than
moly.
that. Deep Cross Gaming, on the other hand, making a legendary run.
GG.
I don't think you could be too upset about this situation now. You've earned your World's invite. Championship Sunday, well, that's going to be home to North America.
Way to go,
I think nonetheless of this result, to be able to come here and get what they want in terms of that world spot, but also a share of that $50,000 prize pool. Plus, getting that third place positioning, definitely something to be proud of.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous.
I mean, what a game between these two teams. We were talking about how the macro was so fascinating to watch between these squads. Objectives being traded.
World Cup ain't got nothing on this.
So important. Is it overdunk? Is it a clean break? So many of these tiny little things end up mattering so much in these end games. And this final one, what better to start with than an incredible engage by Ducky's Mamoswine, followed up by an Espeon Unite move to close out Chin on the Psyduck. I mean, what a great start. Comes down to a rip, and Ducky's Mamo, the one to KO that Groudon. I mean, a ridiculous performance across the board for this team. The back caps trusting in one another that they will hold on to that points lead. Oh, is it ever close there as those 20 seconds rain down, but Evil Geniuses keep their cool and get their chance to celebrate.
Way to go, guys.
They do, going in and giving those hugs, definitely something to be proud of. But I think in terms of
Ducky's
the
just
season
like,
long, I mean, the story for the regional leagues through Dignitas
Curious
up
with the
against
MVP.
Evil Geniuses there.
Way to
They
go,
get to
boys.
go in with another
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna get some food. We'll be live again tomorrow for the grand finals, where our boys from Evil Geniuses are going to be fighting for the gold
in the assist department,
for the trophy, for the NA North American Championship and $50,000.
I mean, this player is so
way to go, guys.
We know they've won multiple world championships. My favorite thing about them
Best
on
of
this
5,
EG team
absolutely insane.
Is it feels like the rest
they pulled
of the
it out.
roster has
Way
that
to go,
level of
EG.
respect
I'll
for
see you guys
Curious
tomorrow.
as well. You ask any player, I frequently do, who their current